Good morning, everybody. Welcome to a stunning day in the British capital. London has delivered two fabulous days so far in the 2017 IAAF World Athletics Championships, and have we got a day in store for you. If you're tuning in for world-class sport, then sit back and relax, because we are on air for around about the next 6.5 hours, bringing you a whole host of action. And as you can see, it might be early on Sunday morning. We're local time 10 to 10. The British spirit is alive and well here at the same stadium that ignited the public's consciousness for world-class athletics 5 years ago. That's the Orb. You can take a tour up there. Apparently, there's also a slide that goes around the outside. None of us have been brave enough to venture there so far. You'll be listening to Steve Ovett, Catherine Merry, Peter Matthews and myself, Rob Walker, throughout the course of this session, and we're all really looking forward to what's in store. So, just to whet your appetite, we've got the second day of the women's heptathlon. First round of the men's 3,000-metre steeplechase, and the reason the session is so long, we have not just one but two marathons back-to-back for the first time, I believe, in World Championship history. We start with the men at 5 to 11, and we'll be keeping you updated with that, whilst also bringing you the 400 hurdles first round for the men, the women's javelin in the heptathlon. First round of the women's 4, Felix against Shawnee Miller-Uibo. That should be a cracking confrontation, assuming they both get to the final. And the action will finish in the stadium with the 110-metre hurdles first round on the track. And then around about 2 o'clock local time, we will have the women's marathon. So, plenty to entertain. It's going to be a long session. The weather's beautiful, and the three commentators sitting alongside me are very much looking forward to the action. Ladies, gentlemen, in no particular order, what are you up for today?
Well, good morning. Well, I'll be kicking off first because we've got the women's heptathlon long jump. Now, conditions here are very nice indeed. It's not particularly warm yet, 16, but importantly, it's sunny. It looks a real picture looking here down on the bright green track.
Well, the warm-up track's getting busy. There you go. There's some of the 3,000-metre steeplechasers. Evan Yeager there on the right, and the pole vaulters are in town as well. Going to be a fascinating pole vault qualification this morning. Always busy, the warm-up area. And lots to look forward to. Those two finals in the marathon, as Rob mentioned. And then 3 finals in this evening's session as well. Such good drama and action over the last couple of days, the first couple of days of action, and it continues here this morning. Well, the relays are at the end of the championships, but of course the athletes and the sprinters, they tick over, they do their training sessions. Relay practices are taking place already. Always really, really busy, isn't it, Steve, the warm-up area, because you battle as an athlete for the space, and when the hurdlers are in town and the pole vaulters are in town, it can get quite busy in a warm-up area for a major champs.
Very, very busy, and you've got to really be centered on what you've got to do, where everything else is going on around you. That's the most important thing, and I think a lot of athletes now, they use the headphones, they get, I suppose, their music going, get into the rhythm of what they want to do. But that's on the warm-up track. I think the biggest action, obviously, today will be out there on the marathon course. We've got these two massive marathons today, the men's and the women's. The first day is the first time it's ever been on the single day. I think that's because, logistically, it's a lot easier to run both marathons at the same time in a city like London. Closing down the roads, organising the feeding stations, and everything else. Obviously, a lot simpler to do that on a Sunday in particular, where you're not interrupting the busy weekday traffic, I suppose.
Well, meanwhile, the heptathletes are warming up, and we've just taken a view at the leading contenders after an exciting first day yesterday. Nafi Tiam led for most of the time, but at the last event, the 200 meters, Caroline Schaefer came through to take a 24-point advantage. The brilliant young Cuban, Yordelis Rodriguez, is in third place after magnificent high jumping in particular. And Katrina Johnson-Thompson is not entirely out of it. She's in fourth place. Very disappointing in the high jump, where a 180 clearance meant that she'd lost 233 points compared to her personal best of 198 that she cleared in Rio next year. but she came back with a superlative 22.79 in the 200 meters in the last event of the day. Already here, the stadium is filling up very nicely. That's the one thing that London has got over most of the other venues in the rest of the world. People really do flock to every session here, and it's a sellout morning sessions just as much as it is sellout in the evening sessions. So here is the constituents in the long jump. There are two pools. Those are the jumping order for the first group, the A group, but they will be going simultaneously with the B group as well. Amongst the competitors there, the Dutch athletes Vesser and Vetter placed well, and also Nadine Bruysen completing a trio there. But most of the top current medal contenders will in fact be jumping in Group B, side by side, over on the far side of the stadium, currently in the shade at the moment. And let's pick out some of the names here. Nafi Thiam, the favourite, the Olympic champion. She jumps 8th in the order. One further non-starter I see. After the first day, Aguila, the Colombian, has dropped out. We lost to the Latvian Ikanietsi Adminina yesterday as well. And then we have three big names, three of the contenders ranking in the top 4 at the moment. Schaefer, Rodriguez and Johnson-Thompson completing the jumping order in Group B. And for Johnson-Thompson, well, she's a former European indoor champion at the long jump. This is an event which she desperately has to do well at if she's going to recover a little bit of the deficit that she lost in the high jump yesterday and to stay with any chance of a medal.
So the pole vaulters are going to keep it really busy down there. The two groups, as Peter mentioned, in the heptathlon women's long jump, they've also got that men's pole vault qualifying. Look at the shot there, both the beds, like the pits, next to each other. A Group A and a Group B, 15 athletes due to line up in the first pool, which is Group A, and 14 in Group B. We'll bring you up to speed in terms of qualification standards for all the field events that are needed. And I'm just checking, it'll be a height of 5 meters and 75, or the top 12 that will go through to the final on Tuesday. And it's set up to be a wonderful competition. I think it's fair to say it's her first major championships for many years, when the French star Renaud Lavillenie isn't the favourite to potentially take gold in that.
And here is Johnson-Thompson warming up in the long jump. I think so many fans of hers, wonderful talent from a youngster, just hoping she manages to get it right in the long jump. And Rodriguez, the young Cuban, 3 sensational personal bests in the high jump yesterday, 189, 192, 195. That shows very special competitive ability, while Johnson-Thompson here came in at 180, no problem at all, then decided to pass the next height, as indeed did Nafi Thiam, and so had a long wait before she was in action again and failed to clear 186. The German competitor Caroline Schaefer, meanwhile, just supremely able to get close to her personal best in every single event. So after that first day, Caroline Schaefer of Germany leads the heptathlon with 4,036 points, a nice 22-point advantage over Nafi Thiam, who, however, is likely to have a better second day. Then Yodelis Rodriguez, and then Johnson-Thompson, closely followed by Anouk Vetter and Nadine Visser, the 2 Dutch athletes, Kuchinova, Dadic. Ahouanou of Benin really having a splendid championship as well. She was based in France now, won the French title. The Americans, however, are below their best, all of them. Kendall Williams, Damon Rowe and Bugard. Bugard especially good in the long jump. We'll see how she fares today. And then there's some youngsters in there like Caroline Agnew, the European under-23, former European junior champion. And there's the 30 athletes who completed the first day. But we have lost one of them. We've lost Aguila of Colombia. So we're down to 29 athletes as we look at Anouk Vetter, who will be the first jumper in Group A. Now, Vetter has been having a very good day. She's lying 5th overall, and she's an excellent long jumper. 6:34 personal best, but a little further at wind resistant 6:38 earlier. She came to her fore particularly well yesterday in the shot put, 15:09 meters there, after an excellent start, getting close to her personal best in the 100-meter hurdle. So I'm sure she'll get plenty of support. The first action of this day 3 of the IF World Championships here in London and it's the women's heptathlon, and it's Anouk Vetter of the Netherlands on the runway. Rhythmic clapping behind her. The crowd will be following this event all day. And that looks a decent start, except for that red flag being raised, because it was well over 6 meters. So getting close to Vetter's personal best. And that's always a bit of a worry. You have to get a performance in. Oh, well, way over. She's got to adjust her run up there. You've got to get a performance in, because if you don't get a performance, well, you're out of it completely. 6 meters, for instance, gets 850 points on the scoring tables. 7 meters would get up to 1,170. Shows the sort of gap, and athletes will be mostly collecting points in that sort of area. Most of them in the 6 meter jump, so high 800s, low 900s probably. Gabriele Ruckstuhl, a young athlete from Switzerland, who was second in the European Junior Championships, 19 years of age. The youngest in the lineup, in fact, is the Ukrainian Shuk, who's just 18, still a teenager, who had a good first day. Gaining experience, of course, by competing amongst the seniors for the first time at a major championship. And, well, she's got to jump in. Not particularly far, I guess, around 560, 70 or so. Not one of her better events. She's got a personal best just over 6 meters. Switzerland with a fine tradition of multi-events, both the women's heptathlon and the men's decathlon for many years. Well, that's a safety first jump. Ruckstuhl just looking out to see what the distance is there. Taking advice from coach, so many athletes do. Well, it's come up on the board in the stadium as 6:05. I did not see it as that distance, but maybe the distances are wrong out there on the boards.
Well, we saw some of that in the men's jumps, Peter. The actual markings on the track were not all that accurate, so we've got to be a bit careful with that, I think.
Plenty more to come from the heptathlon. And now we turn our attention to the first events on the track this morning. 3 heats in the men's 3,000 metre steeplechase. Evan Yeager, the fastest man in the world this year, bidding to dethrone the Kenyans, an event they have dominated all the way back to 1987. So it's the first 3 from each of the 3 heats, plus 6 fastest losers who will advance to Tuesday's final. Here's the lineup for the first of the 3 heats. Jairus Birech, Commonwealth silver medalist, just missed the podium finish in Beijing 2 years ago. Birech, the fastest in this field. Jacob Araptani, a good athlete. And Mekissi from France. What a great major championship record he's got. And on the outside, a very interesting athlete, Soufiane El Bakkali, 4th in Rio last year. He's improved this year from 8:14 down to the 8:05 you just saw there. Agtag, and then Genet Wale of Ethiopia. Wale won the trials. He's still a junior. He's only 17 years of age. He's already down to 8:12. Mekissi Benabad, what a fantastic major championship athlete he is. Bronze, a couple of times at the World Champs, 3 Olympic medals. Jacob Araptani, keep an eye on him, didn't finish the Olympic final last year, but he's a good runner. Martos has twice finished 4th in the European Championships. Tabti of Algeria, and there's Jairus Birech, the 4th fastest in the world this year, 2nd in the Rabat and Monaco Diamond Leagues. Surprisingly beaten to the Commonwealth title in Glasgow, but he's world class. Great reception for Zach Seddon of Great Britain. European Junior Champion a few years ago, twice a national champion, 8:30 this season. Zaglami of Italy, formerly represented Tunisia, and Zelewski of Poland on the inside, European silver medalist 4 years ago. So we would expect Benabad, El Bakkali and Birech to dominate this first heat. So they're underway then in the first of 3 heats. Mekhissi Benabad, a very distinctive figure, goes to the front and now settles into second place behind the Spaniard, who's keen to make sure it's an honest pace early on. And Steve, we've seen a couple of tumbles over the longer distances already at these champs, even though we're only on day 3. And it will be important for these guys to watch their feet, just to make sure they don't get into any trouble on the early few laps.
Well, yes, of course. I mean, the steeplechase notorious for creating sometimes chaos over some of the jumps, especially the water jump. It's early days. These men are fairly fresh. I don't think there's any been any problems. It's when they get tired, when they start racing hard into those barriers with tired legs, that's when the catastrophe can sometimes happen. But they really now have got to start settling into a rhythm, which is, I think, a lot faster than they perhaps used to. Remember, as always, if you get a fast heat, you can get some of the fastest losers through, and they've got to start thinking about that, I think, early in the race, not later in the race.
Akdag, the Kenyan transferee, who got Turkish citizenship in 2011. He leads at the moment with Araptani. He's a good athlete, Jacob Araptani. He didn't finish the Olympic final last year, and he was 5th back in Daegu all those years ago as a junior.
Well, Akdag is doing what he usually does. Actually, he's used as a pacemaker on the European circuit for a lot of the races. So he's used to getting out in front. He's used to getting into his own rhythm. So at this stage, he's doing exactly what he's best at. Behind him, all the others are obviously just happy to settle into a rhythm and to see what sort of time they're doing for the first 2 or 3 laps. Then they'll start thinking about what they're going to do after that.
El Bakkali coming up on the outside. What a season it's been for the Moroccan. As I said, down from 8.14 to 8.05 this year. Won the Stockholm Diamond League and Rabat, where he beat Jairus Birech, waving to the crowd. Someone else who sits not too far away from me was quite good at waving to the crowd en route to famous fast victories.
Peter Matthews, I think, and he was doing his statistics for the book that we use so often. But getting back to serious stuff, the steeplechase here starting to now really stretch out a little bit. There you can see that most of the athletes are in that group of about 10 metres or so. No one really starting to string it out, but there we are. You just see on the outside, as you said, Bakkali just coming through. This very good Moroccan, really is a clutch of good Moroccans coming through at these championships, and it's interesting to see how they do in the finals, I think.
Mekhissi Benabad running halfway through that pack. What a great major championship performer the Frenchman is. He was upgraded from 4th to the bronze medal last year in Rio, when Ezekiel Kemboi was stripped of the bronze after putting 1 foot on the infield after being shoved. It was a moment of controversy. I'm talking about the Frenchman, who's just in the middle of that pack. So it meant that the Frenchman had 3 consecutive Olympic medals over the steeplechase, which in an event as competitive as this is quite some championship record.
A little bit of excitement generated by Seddon there, the British athlete moving up just on his outside. Bakkali coming through now, the tallest of all these steeplechasers, the Moroccan coming through there in the red and green. On the inside, I think we saw the young Ethiopian, I think Wale, just 17, as you said. Well, really a talent, really, coming through in the yellow and red vest.
And just one update, Steve. Emil Blomberg has dropped out. What a shame. He just stepped off after jumping over one of the barriers in the back straight, around about level with the 1500-metre start. And that's a real shame for the Swedish athlete. So, 15 have become 14. And it's Araptani leading with Wale, Seddon, you mentioned, on the inside. And they're now coming round with 4 laps to go. And you suspect someone will start just to wind the wick up a little bit, Steve.
Well, there's no semi-finals in the steeplechase, just these heats. And it's the first 3, which is pretty cutthroat through to the final. 6 fastest of the losers go through as well. But that's pretty tense stuff when you're out there running, just thinking that there's just those 3 places out of, what is it in this race, 13 athletes.
So Araptani leads. Zelewski of Poland is taking closer attention. He's now in 7th place. Mekhissi Benabad is on the inside. So the Frenchman just in the middle of that pack, with Raptini still pushing the pace. And for the first time, Jairus Birech coming up onto the shoulder of the Ugandan and past him. And I wonder whether the fourth fastest man in the world this year, who was fourth in Beijing 2 years ago, has decided enough's enough. It's time to make this an honest race, and I'm just going to stretch my legs. And all of a sudden, they're strung out, almost, but not quite, single file.
The Kenyans love to lead in the steeplechase, don't they? Wiley just coming up there, the young Ethiopian, he looked as if he responded fairly quickly, just on the outside there, switching around. Bakali, I think, realises that he mustn't get boxed in here if it's a fast race over the last 2 or 3 laps. The big Moroccan, obviously long striding, just easing himself ahead of this field at the moment. Birech, as you said, just easing now into third as Wiley comes through.
That's Martos, who was leading for the first 200 metres. He fell at the water jump, twice fourth in the European Championships. He's a long way off the back, although he is still continuing in the race. Good for him for deciding to finish. As El Bakali leads, Birech, and the very talented youngster from Ethiopia up there as well. And Raptini's just drifted back towards fourth, and Birech now coming up onto the shoulder of El Bakali. There are only 2 laps left here, and you sense this is going to turn into a bit of a burn-up. Inside 2 laps to go then, in this, the first of 3 heats in the men's 3,000-metre steeplechase. Soufiane El Bakali, the very tall figure from Morocco, who's having a fabulous season. 21 years of age, he's got his lifetime best down to 8:05. He's in front with Jairus Birech in second. The 17-year-old Kenneth Wale of Ethiopia is in third, as Mekissi, the hugely decorated Frenchman, 3 times an Olympic medalist, he's in 4th place, with a Raptini of Uganda in 5th, and then it's the likes of Zelewski of Poland trying to close the gap. Remember, only the first 3 guaranteed a place in the final on Tuesday.
Yes, Mekissi there came right round, didn't he, on that second part of that lap, just to make sure that he was right up there. There he is, the big Frenchman in 4th place at the moment. Leading them through, though, Bakali obviously is the man in form at the moment. He's quite happy to get up there in front. Wale just coming through there. Raptini, the little Ugandan, coming on the outside there. But remember, just 1 lap to go now.
They take the bell in the first heat of the 3,000-metre steeplechase. The first 3 will advance to the big final. It's El Bakali, the man in form. Wale, the 17-year-old from Ethiopia, second. Birech is just tucked in behind Wale. You can't see him. A Raptini behind him, with Mekissi, the really clever Frenchman, coming up on the outside now into 3rd place. We need to keep our eye on Birech, because it would be a surprise if he didn't make it in the automatic spots. Wale stuttered badly there into that barrier. El Bakali coming round now. Mekissi just had a little look over his shoulder. He's got a gap back to Wale, Raptini and Birech. Safely over the water jump, all the big names still there. Wale having to sprint, and Birech is in 4th place here, and it's not particularly quick this, so the Kenyan might run into some problems. El Bakali taking this one home in very impressive fashion. The Frenchman coming home in 2nd, Wale 3rd, and Birech has finished in 5th place, so he'll have to wait to see if he can go through as one of the fastest losers. But as for the Frenchman, that was a very good performance from Mekissi and from El Bakali, but a surprise from the Kenyan.
Well, that is surprising. This man, though, El Bakali, looks in great form, doesn't he? He looked so easy there. Mekissi, well, he did everything he had to do. He just relaxed coming through there. Got a good head on his shoulders, really. Doesn't look as if he's all that tired. Shakes his head and said, that's enough, that's all I had to do. Wale, wow, the little 17-year-old, he really ran well, but he looks absolutely dead on his feet. You can see Mekissi coming through there. Sorry, Bakali coming through there. And behind him, Mekissi. Those 2 really are tall, long striding steeplechasers. And if you look behind, really, there's a bit of a last surge there, I think, from Tabi, I think it was there, coming through, taking the 4th place, and that's going to be a big problem, I think, for the Kenyan.
Well, there are 6 fastest loser spots across the 3 heats, Steve, so of course the advantage for for the others is that they know exactly what they have to do. So we have Thabti Birech on 8:23. Araptani, the Ugandan who set the pace early on, he's on 8:25. But as far as Mckissick was concerned, very, very comfortable. Glancing over his shoulder to his left-hand side, both he and El Bakkali looked really, really sharp there. And Wale, the 17-year-old, making it through to the final.
Now, in the heptathlon, we saw a jump by Rukstal, which was given as 6:05. And in fact, there's a long debate about what happened, because not only that, but Rukstal was followed by the young Indian Barman. And suddenly a jump was flashed up at 6.50 meters. Well, that just wasn't believable of an athlete with a personal best of 6:03. So let's just check back on Rukstal and see what really happened in that performance, because this was her first jump of the competition. Promising young athlete, personal best of 6.06 meters. And just have a look and see how her jump appears against the markers on the side of the track. Well, quite clearly, she sits back on it, and it's not a particularly good jump, so it's in the 5.5 meter area. But suddenly it came up as 6:05. But in fact, look, it's what's happened now. It's readjusted, and it's 5.37 meters. So they've sorted that out after a bit of a delay in that particular group. Meanwhile, in the other group, one of the best long jumpers was in action. Claudia Salmon-Rath of Germany, an athlete with a best of 6.96 indoors, and no problem with that. You can see clearly there the markers looking good, landing in the middle of the area between 6 and 7 meters, and indeed so it proved. No problems on the measuring in that pit on the other side, and I'm pleased to say they sorted out the problem in the first pit fairly quickly after some unbelievable distances come up. Well, for Salmon-Rath, that was a brilliant start, absolutely hitting the board spot on and coming up with a jump of 6.50 meters, in fact, was the distance that came through. So that's the first of the top competitors in action there, takes her to 4.662 points.
So there's a confirmation that El Bakkali, Mckissick and Genet Wale are through to Tuesday's final. Thabti and Jairus Birech of Kenya, the fourth fastest man in the world this year, he'll have to wait to see if he can go through as a fastest loser.
Now in the long jump, we're in the second group, halfway through the first round, and here is the favourite, Nafi Thiam, Olympic champion. She's got a personal best in the long jump of 6.58, and that's a decent start, not approaching that personal best, but well over 6 meters. White flag raised. The important thing in the multi-event is to really get a safe jump in, and then you can really go for it after that. And Thiam doing just that. Plenty to spare on the board, so really running up conservatively. 17 meters to spare. And this certainly retains her challenge. She remains the favourite for the gold medal, although behind Schaefer just at the moment. 6.20 for Thiam. That takes her up to 4.926 points. A decent start. Now we have a look at the Dutch athlete, Nadine Visser, start by leading the heptathlon off the first event, the hurdles. Well, about 6 meters. Again, a fairly conservative start for an athlete who has jumped a best of 6 meters 48 and is lying in well, a solid top 10 place at the moment overnight. Just 12 meters to spare on the board, as you can see there. Her top event, the hurdles. She duly delivered in that with a 12.85 performance. And that was 5.97. Well, she'll be hoping for a little bit further than that. It is up to 4.660 now. And now this is Dadic, who has shown her ability to come through in major championships. She did that at the Europeans last year when she handed over 200 points to her heptathlon best score in taking the bronze medal. This is her first jump of the competition. Yeah, again, somewhere close to 6 meters for the Austrian, and again, some way down on her best of 6:49. But again, getting a decent performance in the bag. 6 meters worth 850 points. She'll be followed in this group, in fact, by Schaefer, Rodriguez and Johnson Thompson, the 3 major contenders. They'll have seen Thiam get off to a decent start, but nothing too brilliant, and Salman Rath very much the best jump so far that we've seen here in the stadium. Dadic 590. Salman Rath leads at 650.
Okay, back to the track, and it's the second heat of the men's steeplechase. And in this, the great Ezekiel Kemboi. Oh, we've got a real character in this man, and not only that, but a great athlete as well. He's won 7 medals at the World Championships, 4 gold, 3 silver. And they're throwing a couple of Olympic championship medals as well. And here he is, probably the greatest steeplechaser that we have ever seen. Just on his inside, the other big man in this field, Evan Jaeger. The man that is probably the only one I would think that could be a big threat to the African nations in winning this event. Haile Gebrselassie, one of the others that I think you've got to look out for, really. Set up there, European under-23 champion, Saboka. As I said, very tough qualifications. Buchachi on the inside, just 3 to go through, and you've got the likes of Kemboi and Jaeger, the fastest man in the world this year. Jaeger has said that he can go under 8 minutes if he has to. He might have to in the final, but it's the qualification now, and it's just 3 to the final, which is on Tuesday. So they're off, breaking for the inside as always with these 15 athletes. It's Kemboi of Kenya, maybe just moving ahead there. Ibrahim, maybe just moving ahead here, but we're looking now as Sinov comes through. Thomas of Great Britain just in the mix there. Bubaka also there. See the little man himself though, Kemboi, just tucked in the middle of the field. There he is, just doing the least possible in the qualifying rounds.
The overnight leader, that's why she's got that coloured bib on. Caroline Schaefer, her first jump in the heptathlon long jump. Good speed down the runway, hits the board and goes out to another, I would say, safe performance to start with. She's got a personal best of 6:57, so she was way short of that, but good enough to keep her possibly in the lead. It's a very close contest between her and Thiam at the moment. Thiam opened with 6:20. This jump by Schaefer just a little bit less than that. So consistent across the whole range of 7 different disciplines in the heptathlon, and really looking a cast-on bet if one can ever be that in this discipline. 6:10, so that takes her to 4:916. Now in second behind Thiam. And then we have Rodriguez, the young Cuban. And yes, fell back a little bit, but probably again cutting the sand around 6 meters. So we've got a whole series of fairly similar performances here. A little bit back, I think, because she fell back, and they have to measure from the point back. Yeah, and her head touched the ground there. So a good height, but a bit ragged, and she'll be certainly hoping for more than that. She's in danger of losing a bit of ground otherwise. Yeah, so it's in the end just 5:77, so she slips back to 4,686 points. And then the last jump of the first round, Katrina Johnson-Thompson. Oh, that's better. That's really good. putting aside the disappointments of yesterday and springing there, and that's world-class long jumping. Well, she's shown that for a couple of years or so ago. She won the European indoor title in Prague, and it's getting close to the 7-meter mark in the long jump at her best. And that's a brilliant display and a wonderful start. Just put her hand back a little bit maybe. But this is the best jump we've seen by far. Perfect on the board. Just another centimetre or two could have been another disaster. But no, she's really succeeded in producing the goods when it matters. And she's really back in medal contention, that means, despite that high jump. 6.56 start, the best we've seen, 4.865.
Well, not much has been happening in the steeplechase the last couple of laps. Haile Selassie of Eritrea has been leading them through. Just behind him, Seguni of Morocco. Jaeger has just moved in, the big American, into third. And at the back, so far for the last 3 or 4 laps, the little Ezekiel Kemboi has been quite happy jogging around, and he's moving through slightly now, as he always does. But this is his way of doing things. He likes to just relax until it really is necessary. Here he comes. There he is in the middle of the picture. Red vest, green shorts of Kenya. Just easing his way through as it comes up now to 4 laps to go in this steeplechase. Not much, as I said. Haile Selassie, just this very young 19-year-old leading them through. He's doing a good pace too. Now this is interesting because this sort of pace may mean that 6 or maybe even 4 or 5 of these athletes will come from the fastest losers to the final. And if you're young and you're inexperienced and you know that you've got the likes of Kemboi and Jaeger in the race, what better to do than to get up front and work hard?
Well, it's stringing out, isn't it now, Steve? With the big group, Evan Jaeger poised in second place, nice and comfortable. That world-leading time he has of that 8:01.29 in Monaco. Looking, as you said, in the setup of this second heat to break the dominance of Kenya in this event. And Segeni, though, has slipped into the lead, the World Junior bronze medalist 5 years ago. Jaeger hugging the inside line in the shades in the American kit. And Kemboi's now starting to make his move and come through.
Kemboi is always coming through at this stage of the race. Seguni just easing ahead. Jaeger, though, looking very relaxed to the inside there, the tall American. He is a real talent. And he looks as if he's almost jogging here. The pace has slowed somewhat, which is disappointing, really. Seguni there, maybe just trying to keep the rhythm going. But I think they're now settling into a sort of race where they're deciding who's going to sprint over the last 2 or 3 laps.
Koval, the Frenchman, putting himself in a decent... Oh, we've got a fall-up. Well, there's one athlete gone down there, down the back straight. It's not going to affect the leaders in the leading group of Segeni and Jaeger. And Koval, the French athlete, the European champion in 2014, 5th at the Rio Olympics last year. So a slight injection in pace in this second heat.
Well, we were just checking there. We think it might be Vichachi coming through, the Algerian that went down. But we're not sure. But if that's the case, that's a sad thing, really. Segeni now just moving ahead. Subuka now just behind him. Koval, the Frenchman there. Jaeger just there on the inside. Remember, it's just the 3 to qualify in this race. Tucked in very nice, as always, Ezekiel Kemboi in 4th place. Just coming wide now when he knows there's a danger. He does run exceptionally fast over the last 400 metres if he has to. Chemutai of Uganda just moving up in 5th at the moment. Remember, just 3 to qualify. Jaeger starting to stretch his legs out now. This is good for him. He knows that he doesn't want to be living too dangerously over the last lap.
Well, he's being smart, isn't he? He's putting some pace in. He's keeping some clear daylight now between him and not just the other athletes, but any danger that could potentially happen. You've got a breakaway now of 5 athletes in the second heat here. Evan Jaeger, well, he won his 6th US title this year. He really is in wonderful form as they take the belt in the second heat.
Well, Jaeger looking very comfortable. Koval, though, just behind him, the Frenchman also looking comfortable too. And the diminutive Ezekiel Kemboi now in the all-important 3rd place. He's got to be careful, though. But he is very fast. He can accelerate if he has to. Jaeger, look at this, though. He's striding so comfortably out in front at the moment. Ezekiel, though, Kemboi is coming hard. Koval slightly tiring a little bit here. Well, Jaeger looks as if he's comfortable. Koval is struggling a little bit, I think. Ezekiel Kemboi, though, is doing what he has to do now. Those three just behind him. Sudoka coming through. So these four, well, could Sudoka possibly... Oh, Ezekiel Kemboi just didn't take that water jump very well at all, but he looks over his shoulder. Suboka, though, maybe coming at him here. He's got to be a bit careful. Jaeger is clear. It's all about third place. Suboka trying hard to come at Kemboi, and he is. And if this is the case, it could be quite difficult, but these two might even take over the Frenchman on the line. Ooh, it's going to be close. Mind you, the time is fast. 8:23.7. So, living dangerously, yes, but I think in the end it'll be comfortably through for all of those athletes there.
Well, it's 2 seconds quicker than the first heat. But what an absolute burn-up. It will be a photo finish, as you say. Jaeger's been confirmed in 8:20.36. And Suboka, the Ethiopian, with his turn of speed. The athletes are looking up at the big screen, waiting for the confirmation.
Well, an interesting fact about that really is that Kemboi does not like to get beaten. And I'm seriously, he does not like to beat. So really, in the end, it's going to be a bit of a problem for him.
Well,
Koval gets the third place, and that means that they're obviously going to be waiting for the confirmation that they go through as the fastest losers. But I don't think there's any danger of that, really. But that is a big upset, really.
well, he didn't really do anything, did he, throughout the race? He kept himself in contention and then left it till the very last bit.
He never does. But this isn't the sort of Ezekiel Kemboi that we're used to, really. This Ezekiel Kemboi is the sort of person that does not like to lose races, does dances afterwards, takes his top off, and then just runs around, you know, celebrating with the crowd. I don't think this is the sort of man that finishes fourth place in a race like this.
Well, there's the close finish. And it was given to Koval by 1/100th of a second.
After a no jump to start with, this is Anouk Vetter, the Dutch athlete who was lying in 5th place in the heptathlon overnight. She's got a best of 6:38. We've just seen Salman Roth do another good jump, 6:46. So it's 2 over 6:50 so far. And then we go back to 5:20 for Thiam. So let's see if Vetter can get amongst those sort of distances. This is first jump of the second round in the first group. And a neat performance there by Vetter, maintaining her challenge quite well. As you can see, that happened during the steeplechase, just showing you that in replay. Just does look again. Nice measured approach on the board. Hits the board pretty well. Simple hang technique. And I think this nicely confirming Vetter's status just outside the medal positions, but 5:99, so she's got a jump in, and it takes her to 5th place overall at present, with 1 jump left, of course, for her in this competition. Now the Czech athlete Kuchinova, she also had a very good day. She's got 3,789 points overnight. Good acceleration there, and that looks to be fairly well over 6 meters, so a good start. And again, one would expect that for an athlete who's got a best of 6:43. Most of the jumpers just a little bit down on their best. Still quite chilly here. I mean, it's a nice day, certainly. But jumping over there just on the edge of the shade between the 2 pits of the long jump side by side. And Kuchinova. Out she goes. We haven't had all that many over 6 meters. One attempt left, so she needs to perhaps take on board what advice she can from her coach, but she seems pretty happy. And there it is, a big improvement on her opener, 6:16, and that moves her up a little bit to 4th place overall. Now it's Nafi Thiam. Well, she started with a safe jump of 6:20. See whether she can get further than that on her second jump to perhaps extend her lead in this competition. He lost the lead overnight to Schaefer. She's capable of better long jumping, perhaps. Oh, well, that's similar sort of distance, in fact. A little better, little better. She'll be adding a few points. 6:20 jump. Oh, precious centimeters added. Still a bit to spare, so with one jump left to go, she's probably got something else to go for. Very tall TM, 187 meters, obviously very suitable for the high jump, and the long jump is eventually improving. Yeah, well, that's a fair improvement. 6:33 takes her up to 4:967. Visser going back to the other pool, who opened with 5:97, and again an athlete who will be seeking to add some vital centimeters there. She could get up, say, to 6:20. That would give her around about 915 points. No, it's a marginal improvement. It just about see it cutting that 6-meter line that's superimposed on the screen there. So a little disappointing for Visser at this stage. That's okay with 8 centimeters to spare. Just trying to come through there. But I don't think she's changed very much in the distance she's got. Let's just see. Well, the extra 3 centimeters, they all count. 6 meters for Visser exactly.
So confirmation of heat number 2 in the men's 3,000 meter steeplechase. World leader Evan Jaeger leading the way. So the third and final heat then of the men's 3,000 meter steeplechase. Good, controlled, comfortable running so far from the likes of Albacala and Jaeger. And coming up in the third and final heat, well, we wonder about the form of Brimeen Kipruto of Kenya. Leading the way here in this start list, first on this start list. We need 3 final athletes to go through to the final. Kipruto.
15 athletes going for a place in
That's a big field, isn't it?
Automatically qualify. And on the outside, drawn number 15.
From Senseless Kipruto, excuse me, not Brimeen in this one. He's the one with the injury issues that we're going to see what kind of shape he's in. A big reception for Rob Mullet. As expected, the British athlete starting in this third and final heat. They've waited patiently. They know what they need to do. We'll bring you up to speed.
In this event, traditionally,
Ingebrigtsen, the 16-year-old.
because drawn in as number 4.
Going in this one, 3 European junior titles recently, sub-4-minute miler as well. And here is Senseless Kipruto, twice World Championship steeplechase silver medalist.
Alongside him, a former Kenyan, now running.
What kind of shape has he arrived here in London?
Stanley Kemenai.
Kembenay of the USA.
And on the inside, now 32 years old, the Olympic champion.
And there is the other Kipruto, Brimeen Kipruto, the Olympic champion in 2008. So he'll start on the inside line in this third and final heat of the men's 3,000 meter steeplechase. Birich and Kemboi are 2 Kenyans at the moment who are relying on fastest non-automatic qualifying spaces. So if the athletes in this third and final heat have watched and have any nous about them, they know exactly what to do. In the second heat, a couple of seconds quicker than the first. And they've not exactly gone out at a blistering pace.
Matt Hughes, of Canada, just coming through there. A lot of sort of like athletes a bit reticent to take it as fast as they could. There's the current qualifiers by right if they go through, but this third heat of the steeplechase, if they've got any sense, will start pushing the pace a little bit earlier, but they're not doing that at the moment. We'll wait and see.
Well, that's Sikoa of Uganda who's decided to take it on. The small figure with the Canadian. Good athlete, the Canadian, by the way. Pan American champion last year. He's in second place. The real story here, I think, is to watch what kind of shape Conseslus Kipruto is in. Double World Championship silver medalist. He's the reigning Olympic champion. Talking about the athlete just tucked in fourth place there behind the American, because we know that he's got ankle issues. He didn't finish the Rabat Diamond League. He won in Rome. He's gone 8:04 plus change this year, and we know he's capable of quicker. He's an 8-minute man at his absolute best. But that's the question, Catherine. Has he properly recovered from the ankle problems? And the other thing you pointed out right on the start line, what a strange situation. We're in the third heat of a men's 3,000-metre steeplechase, and we don't have an automatic Kenyan qualifier from the first two.
Well, we know the history of the Kenyans in this event. A clean sweep, of course, in 2015 and back in 2007 at the World Championships. But at the moment, Sikoa of Uganda, the 18-year-old, happy to take the lead in this final heat. Matt Hughes, the Canadian, as you mentioned, the Canadian record holder.
For America just moving through. The two Americans there just easing themselves through in third and fourth. Romeo of Spain just coming on the outside. De Silva also tucked in there nicely. So not much happening. This pace isn't that fast. It's not going to be disruptive, and that's going to be a shame, I think, because you could get a lot of qualifiers from this as they got their act together. You know, each of these athletes will run to their own rhythm. They've got a hard qualifying, though. That's the thing. First three, and as we know, those first two heats weren't slow.
Well, a little push in the back there of Hughes onto the leader, Sikoa. Four of the USA there as well, Ingebrigtsen, and there's Kipruto. Riemann Kipruto on the left-hand side, just behind his namesake.
Carolyn Schaefer, second jump of the competition, started with 6:10. The former world junior champion, 25-year-old German in brilliant form this season. Oh, that's looks to extend it. Yeah, Schaefer, who was second in the annual multi-events festival in Götzis in Austria, and then won in Ratingen, the big German event. Led overnight in this heptathlon, has increased her points in the long jump with this second round. Schaefer with a personal best of 6:57. Well, she's not all that close to that. But with Thiam on 4.967 points, let's see what Schaefer goes up to now. Well, they are on improvement 6:20, and she's at 4.948. So just 19 points behind Thiam. Now Jerez Rodriguez after a modest opener. Well, that looks better. Yeah, well, she started at 5.77, and that's well beyond 6 meters. So that's exactly what the young Cuban needed. Just 22 years of age, the long jump best of 6 meters 50. And in third place overnight on 3.905 points. She'll be followed by Johnson Thompson in this second round. Jumps. And Rodriguez distance. Just looking out for confirmation of what we saw to be well over 6 meters. There it is, 6:23. So she remains in fourth place at 4.826. I should say she's back in fourth place. So Johnson Thompson, the best jump so far of this competition, 6.56 from Salman Rath, 6.50. So good start for Johnson Thompson, a massive support from the crowd who just love her to be able to whittle back some of the deficit she had yesterday in the high jump, which was so disappointing. She's off to a decent start in the long jump. Now, can she improve on that? Massive support in the crowd on the back straight where the long jump pits are situated. Here she goes. Wonderful 200 meters last night. Now how can she go in the long jump? Oh no, gets it wrong. Well, one chance left. That wasn't what she needed, but still she's got a good score in the bank.
So some movements in this third and final heat. A couple of Americans. Kembenay of the USA is in good form this year. A personal best in the Monaco Diamond League of 8:08. He's decided with his teammate to take up the running. There's Bohr as well. Hilary Bohr of the USA. Also in personal best form. Another little faller, not affecting the leaders at the moment. And Hughes, Matt Hughes, well, he's been at the front and involved in this third semi-final. Put a little bit of pace now round the first bend. Couple of laps to go, but these first two heats were so much quicker, guys, at the markers that we have. They're 2-3 seconds down on where they need to be for fastest loser places.
Yeah, they are. Matt Hughes really knows that, I think, and he's gone off hard. But as we said, it's interesting to see, though, that Kipruto is still there, looking quite comfortable. There he is, number 4, with on his bib, on his shorts, I should say. So maybe his ankle's holding out. That's good. Just behind him is the other Kipruto, Briman Kipruto, obviously trying to maybe claw back this group of about 5 or 6.
And I tell you who else is running really well. It's the 16-year-old from Norway, Jakob Ingebrigtsen. He's trying to close up on that leading 5 with Briman Kipruto, the former Olympic champion, some way adrift of the Norwegian.
So coming up to the bell in the third and final heat, Hughes of Canada leads the way. Remember, just the top 3 guaranteed a place in Tuesday's final. Kembenay of the USA in second. Kipruto holding the inside line in third, now dropping back down into 4th. But the Canadians really tried to control this and put the pace in to try and stretch it out.
McKessie, I think it is, it's moving into 3rd, so that's a good move from him. Looking quite strong. Kipruto, though, just coming through now in that all-important 3rd place. Well, this is all going to happen over the last part of this water jump and the home straight.
So the Canadian and the American and the Kenyan Kipruto looking to take the top 3 places here in the final heat. The fastest non-automatic qualifiers, 8:20.61. That's Kemboy. Keep an eye on the clock here. 8:23.81. Well, we wondered about the shape of Consensus Kipruto, and he's in the final.
But there was a fall from Ingebrigtsen at the last hurdle, and Briman Kipruto looks out.
So, this is the course for the men's marathon. Remember, for the first time in World Championship history, we will have both marathons on the same day back-to-back. We start with the men, and it will be an opportunity to take in the finest sights of the great capital. They join a portion of the London Marathon course, snaking up the embankment. And where the London Marathon would turn right at the Houses of Parliament, they double back, and it will give, hopefully, tens of thousands of spectators an opportunity to get up close and personal with the greatest marathon runners in the world, St Paul's Cathedral, Bank of England, and then back to Tower Bridge. What a place to start and finish. And for anybody who's run the London Marathon, Tower Bridge is around about, what, 12.5, 12 3/4, and there's always so many people there to cheer you on. Here is the official lineup for the marathon, and we'll be dipping in and out of the track action to keep you updated with what's happening out on the course. Some very, very useful Ethiopians and Kenyans in this one. We don't have the reigning defending world champion, Gabriel Selassie, the Eritrean, who won so memorably in Beijing as a teenager, I think becoming the youngest ever winner of the men's marathon. Lambda Sam, useful athlete from Spain. And then the Kenyans, Mekkonen, 5th in the World Juniors over 5,000 meters a few years ago. Tamirat Tola got a bronze over 10,000 on the track last year in Rio, but he's gone 2:04.11 this season. And Yamane Sege has been very consistent over the years. Silver in Beijing and was not too far away from the podium in Moscow and in Berlin. Great Britain's Callum Hawkins leads a trio of homegrown athletes, and how he's matured over the years. 9th in Rio in the Olympic marathon. A lot of British distance running fans really excited to see what he could do against the best in the world. Nakamoto of Japan, 6th when the Olympic Games were here in London 5 years ago, and 5th in Moscow, so he's got some good major championship experience. And then on the next page, we will see the might of the Kenyans. There they are. Gideon Kipketer, 2nd in Tokyo this year. He won Mumbai last year. Jeffrey Kirui won Boston this year. And Daniel Wanjiru is returning to the scene of one of his greatest triumphs here in London, albeit on a very different type of course. Big field assembled for this first of the 2 marathons. And as I said, the fact that we have a multiple lap course will give the members of the public an opportunity to glimpse the best in the business 3 or maybe even 4 times. So 2 hours of top quality drama about to get underway.
And good conditions as well, guys. There's a real chill in the air this morning, even though the sun's out.
Yes, I think it's, well, and the most important thing, I think, for the marathon runners is it's not going to be too hot. And it's certainly not there. And we're sitting up here in the stands with jumpers on at the moment. So I think down in the sun, it's going to be a little bit warmer. No wind. And as Rob said, the course really is going to be suitable. I think it's flat. It's going to be picturesque for those that are watching. But obviously the pace that these athletes are going to be running at, probably not much time to take in the scenery, I don't think.
If you get an incline late into the race, say after 20 miles...
Well, we would expect the main challenge to come from the trio of Kenyans and Ethiopians, with a couple of decent Japanese athletes, as we've mentioned. I wonder whether Callum Hawkins will try and get in the mix. He ran a very conservative first half of the race in Rio. I think he was about 27th, and then went to the front.
I would think that this is not like the big city marathons, that the World Championships is more of a reserved race, if you can call it. No pacemaking, nothing really sort of at stake, apart from the fact you've just got to win. No chasing big times for bonuses, none of that sort of thing. So it's just a case of getting out there tactically, trying to win with as least amount of effort as possible, I suppose, in the marathon, because you don't want to blast it and find yourself suffering. So there's the start, beautiful start there, Tower Bridge. All the athletes just about to come forward to that start line. So much different from the mass sort of participation you see in the London Marathon.
What an amazing place to start a marathon. Good to see quite a few spectators just lining up along either side of the tower. And they really do create a lot of noise when you run over Tower Bridge in the traditional big city London Marathon. It happens every April. You really can hear the volume from those who are there to support. There's Mekkonen. We're going to get some introductions here. Tamirat Tola, as I said, bronze medalist in Rio last year. He's a 59.37 man over the half marathon. PB's already this year over the marathon and the half. And he's got that raw track speed as well. I think Ulad of Denmark thought it was time to come forward, but it wasn't his turn. It was Tola's opportunity to be introduced to the crowd. And Yamane Sege, really good record when it comes to World Championship marathons. Silver behind the Eritrean 2 years ago. Jeffrey Kirui, World Junior Champion over 10,000 metres back in 2012. 2:09.37 this season, but he's got a lifetime best of 2:06 plus change. Daniel Wanjiru won the London Marathon here in March. No relation to the late, great and much missed Sami Wanjiru, who became the Olympic champion in Beijing in 2008. The athletes are poised and ready. 26.2 miles of pain, intrigue and glory is about to begin. They're underway. The 2017 IAAF World Championship Marathon has started on one of London's most iconic landmarks, Tower Bridge. Slightly downhill for the first few metres. And it really is good to see so many members of the public alongside, ready to cheer on this multi-lap course. Virtually perfect conditions for marathon running. As far as we can tell in the stadium, there's barely a breath of wind where we are. And we're assuming that's pretty much the case for the marathon. And it'll be a long time, you suspect, before we see anybody making a big move off the front. But the fancied names will be those from Kenya and Ethiopia. And it's Sege who seems to be asserting the very, very early pace as we tick into the second minute of what should be 2 hours of top quality drama.
Yes, it's going to be a fairly casual start, isn't it? You can't expect any of these athletes to go half a letter right from the gun, but they're going to be taking a cautious look at each other, deciding what to do, and maybe even running a little bit as a team. I suppose, opportunity to do that as a team in a marathon is a bit more than, say, on the track events, and maybe they'll use the idea of allowing one of their teammates to take the pace up to set it up for one of the others. But at the moment, they're still sort of taking it fairly easy, although it is stringing out somewhat. Crowds lining the course, which is a nice course to watch, really, doubling back on itself. Gives you an opportunity to see the athletes as they go out and as they come back. And as I say, beautiful conditions, as Rob said, almost perfect for distance running here in the capital city.
Interesting that the organisers have decided to put the marathons on back-to-back. The women's will follow. I think there were a few concerns that perhaps if it was a scorching day, those of you who haven't travelled to Britain, we can go from feast to famine in terms of our weather in the space of a couple of hours. So there was always the potential for it to be a very, very hot day. And I think the women were potentially concerned that they could be running at the hottest part of a very, very tough day for marathon running. As it is, I think even when it does get warmer as we head towards 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock this afternoon, conditions are favourable and will remain favourable for marathon runners throughout the course of this Sunday.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I've been in a situation where I've watched some marathons where it's even too hot to stand and watch, let alone compete. So I agree with you. I think maybe today, even in the shade there, it might be a little bit cooler than you think. Even in the shade, quite cool. But when you come out into the sun, it is warm. And as the shade disappears for the women's marathon, it will be a little bit warmer for them. But nothing, I don't think, is going to cause a problem.
Quite sensibly, a few of the athletes deciding to run to their own pace and their own schedule. And again, any of you who've run a marathon or jogged a marathon, you know that old adage that when you get to 20 miles, in terms of how your body feels and how your body's reacting to what's going on as your reserves of energy begin to deplete, that last 6 miles can feel like the second half of the race. So no point in overcooking it in the early stages. Do you run a marathon, Steve?
Luckily, no. I've probably run a marathon in training by mistake, when I've gone out on the long run, but never in a race itself.
2 laps. 2 laps the optimum, and then 3 3/4 when you fancied it, and the odd outing over 12.5.
Very odd outing over 12.5. Extending pain by another, what was it, 10 laps or so is just too much for me. So I settled on doing the easy job sometimes. Running a marathon, no, doesn't really appeal to me, I'm afraid. But, you know, each to his own. Have you run a marathon, Rob?
Yes, I've run London 5 times. It's one of my favourite days of the year, either to run it or to commentate on it. It's a very, very special city on that one particular day.
Dare I ask, personal best?
Sub-3. Only once, but I cracked sub-3, and then
2:59.
2:59.48. I can confirm there was quite some party afterwards. I rehydrated with vigour, I think we can say.
Well, I'm no runner, but I did run the first London Marathon, and I enjoyed it for a little longer than Rob did. I was around just over 3.5 hours, so there we go.
So Kath, come on.
I feel I have to join in. I've never run a marathon, of course. I was a 400-metre engine, but I am running my first half marathon in the Great North Run on the 10th of September. I'm challenging myself.
Mary's back out of retirement.
Yeah. And going
17 years. 17 years after the bronze. Mary's back. You heard it here first.
I will take tips from you all. Gratefully received.
Not from me, Kath, I hope, but there we go. Well, the races, again, not really maturing into more than just a cautious start from these athletes, really. There you can see the whole group not really sort of stringing up too much here. The aerial shot really not giving us much chance to pick out athletes, but there's no real surge at the moment from the top runners. No one making a break early in the race. It is only 6 minutes in, let's forget. We're talking a 2 hour plus. Well, nowadays, do we talk about 2 hour plus? Rob, I suppose, you know, we could talk sub 2 hours now.
Well, we could do a whole half hour on that. I mean, I'm certainly, it was great to watch, but I'm certainly looking forward to seeing Eliud Kipchoge, who in my opinion is the greatest marathon runner in history. I'm looking forward to seeing him in a more traditional 26.2 mile race later this year to see if he can break the existing world record of 2:02:57. You know, 25 seconds outside the 2 hours, you know, on that racetrack was great, and it was absorbing to watch. But the traditionalists still like to see a marathon run under the usual circumstances with the usual assistance.
Agreed. Anyway, back to the race. There's not much being changed at the front. Sergei just moving along there in the middle of the pack. Right at the back there, Shin. I think it is just tagging along, trying to keep up with the rest of the pace. Kim, his other teammate there, Korea. Very quiet on some of the parts of the course, but then they come to the more scenic areas where the spectators will be waiting. And they give some help to the athletes there with applause and support.
Yes, nothing really to report in these early stages, Steve. Everybody just taking it fairly steady. One or two of the Ethiopians who were leading, I think it was Sege who was at the front in the first sort of few hundred meters. He's now settled back towards the front of that group, but a long way to go, and it will be a brave man who makes a move this early. So we will be keeping you posted on the progress of the marathon, as we said, but we've got plenty of top quality track action to update you with. There's the results of the third heat of the 3,000 steeplechase. Conseslus Kipruto answering the question that he's back from the ankle problems.
Well, Jaeger, the American, coming away with the fastest qualifying time there, 20:36. Kemboy, well, he come through in the end with a season's best, but he's living dangerously in that first heat. The last of the qualifiers, Jacob Araptani of Uganda, and Berich we saw coming through. The Kenyans now obviously in force in the final, and they're obviously ones to watch.
So the barriers are out for the men's 400-meter hurdles heats. Semi-finals tomorrow. Here's the lineup for the first of 5 heats in the men's 400-meter hurdles. First 4 will advance. Javier Coulson in lane 2 and Keron Clement in 5, the stars in this opener. Ibanez on the outside for El Salvador, then Kamar Moet of Jamaica, second in their trials. Big PB this year, gone inside 48.5, so very good athlete. Moet just getting a ripple of applause from the crowd. Jose Luis Gaspar, second in the Cuban National Championships. Then Yegor of Estonia And then comes the Olympic champion, 31 years of age, twice a world champion. But my goodness me, didn't he wait a long time to add the Olympic title to his collection? He would have been perhaps the most talented four-hurdler never to have become the Olympic champion, but he got there last year. Henderson Estefani, South American champion, and then Abe of Japan, and on the inside, Javier Coulson. What a great ambassador he's been for Puerto Rican athletics. First man from his country to win a medal outside boxing and wrestling, got a bronze here 5 years ago and was really unlucky to get disqualified in the final in Rio last year when he looked in good form heading into the showdown in Brazil. Coulson, Abe, Estefani, Clement, Yegor, Gasper, Moet, Ibanez. The first of 5 heats in the men's 400-metre hurdles, 4 to advance to tomorrow's semi-finals. Coulson in 2, Clement in 5, the fastest men in this one. Held for a very long time there, but they are at last underway. So just watching, Moet has gone out hard. He's already eaten the stagger on the man from El Salvador outside him. Karen Clement coming through, and it's nice and smooth at the moment from Javier Coulson on the inside. Remember, he's far right of picture there in lane 2. So coming through now, Karen Clement. He leads. Yegor outside him. Abe's going well on the inside. The Japanese athlete, Javier Coulson's got a little bit of work to do. But here comes Karen Clement. And what a run from the Japanese national champion. He's just beginning to tie up a fraction now as the American comes coasting home. Clement from Abe. Really good running there. Those the first 2. And the reigning Olympic champion looks in good condition coming here to London. Made that look pretty straightforward. What was that, 49.46? Barely out of breath.
A good performance from him. Slightly disappointing, I think, for Javier Coulson, though, on the inside. I think he finished in about 5th place there, so that's a bit of a shame for the 2012 Olympic bronze medalist from Puerto Rico. But yeah, good performance, and it's fairly tough qualifying. First 4 and 4 fastest through to the semi-finals. But you can see there really not much of a problem for Karen Clement.
He's really had a surge, hasn't he, in the second part of his career, Karen Clement. And he would be forgiven for thinking he'd retired, because we didn't really hear of him for a couple of years. Then he came back and won the Rio gold.
Well, we're now into the last round of the women's long jump in the heptathlon. So let's see whether we're going to change anything significantly in that round. Here's Anouk Vetter. I think that's a little better for her as well. Vetter remaining in strong contention, 5th after the end of the first day. The Dutch athlete who was European champion last year. 24 years of age now, holds the Dutch record, 6.626 points in the 7-event heptathlon discipline. And producing her best long jump just at the finish there. With 6.32, well, season's best, excellent start, takes her up to 4.781. Now it's Claudia Salman-Rath, good series, 6.50, 6.46. She has, of course, jumped very close to 7 meters. She did that indoors this year. She's been concentrating quite a lot on the long jump. Well, again, landing in a very similar area. White flag raised. I think she's pretty much spot on the board. We'll be able to check that in a moment or two, of course. That's Salman-Rath, who was 4th at the World Championships 4 years ago. 5th at the 2014 World Indoors, so a nice consistent competitor. Has a best score of 6,580 points. and has produced 3 good long jumps here. One of the best long jump competitors, obviously, and a bin did improvement, 6.55. 4.678 takes her to 7th place overall. Now Nafi Thiam started with 6.20, conservative. 6.33 was good. Can she get close to her best of 6.57? Oh, that's a super jump. That just shows what a star this young athlete is. The Olympic champion last year when she set personal best in 4 different disciplines, and she's producing the goods again here. This is going to challenge her best ever, and maybe the best jump we've seen. It's certainly close to Salman Rath and Johnson Thompson. 6.55, 6.56 for those. So this is certainly going to stretch Nafi Thiam's lead before she comes to the javelin, where she's a terrific exponent. Yes, 6.57, season's best for her. 5,044 points for the Belgian athlete. Now then, Nadine Visser, lying 8th at the moment, 4.670. The European under-23 hurdles champion. Fine all-rounder here. Can she improve? Yeah, I think she can. So that's Visser, who's got a personal best in the long jump of 6 meters 48. She was a little disappointing 10th in Götzis early this year, then 2nd in the Rattingen multi-event. So this is her 3rd heptathlon of the year. And the 3 Dutch athletes certainly doing well, just outside of medal contention. And yes, 6.30 for Visser takes her up to 4.763 and 6th overall.
So back on the track, very shortly we'll have the second heat in the men's 400-meter hurdles. Good running by Caron Clement in the first heat. And more to come.
Well, we're just being shown here, Kieran McMaster, this is a very talented youngster here. Produced a massive improvement on his personal best this year, down from 49.56 to 47.80. Running for the British Virgin Islands, he goes in lane 8. Just on his outside, the very good Jamaican, Jamil Hyde. So this is a very good heat as well. There we are, there's the lineup. Vigani of Italy, Ishida of Japan, Holmes, United States, Lalou of Algeria, Barr, Lurking, McMaster and Hyde. Out of the 9 athletes, it's the first 4 to go through to the semis. Technique is a big problem in the hurdles because you can't really slow down or speed up. You've got to get into the rhythm that is all essential for the good performances. Here he is, Kieran McMaster, the world leader at the moment. That time of 47.80, really good. Runs so well. Going to the inside of him with Thomas Barr, 4th in the Olympics. Just missed out on that bronze medal. Running for Ireland. Big cheer from the Irish contingent in the crowd. He's enjoying himself. It's good. Lalou in 5. Then we go to TJ Holmes of the United States. 3rd in their championships. Very fast at the start. He tends to maybe lose it over the last part of the race. Ishida just on his inside. Just a good performance from his countryman in the previous heat. And then on the inside, Lorenzo Vigani of Italy, the Italian champion. So there we are, the flags being shown in the overall overhead shot. And all eyes on this man. Wind is picking up a little bit down there. You can just see the flags fluttering slightly, so maybe not too much of a problem for the hurdlers. So second heat, Vigani, Ishida, Holmes, Lalou, Barr, Lurkin and McMaster. All After a long hold on their blocks, they've gone off, and it is McMaster that's really gone on very fast out there in lane 8, catching up on Hyde on his outside. Also running well, Pagani on the inside of Italy, and then the American Holmes going well in the middle of the field. Well, McMaster is tearing away. He's already caught up Hyde on the outside in lane 9. Hyde now responding a little bit. Holmes is also running well, the American in the middle of the picture at the moment. So coming off the final bend, it looks as if it might be Holmes rising first to that hurdle. The American in lane 4 is coming ahead by a metre or so from the outside of McMaster. McMaster now starting to move, so too is Hyde of Jamaica. Holmes in front. Remember, it's just a 3 to qualify. Holmes comfortably. McMaster in second and Hyde for third. Or is it? Fast finishing there on the inside was Bar of Ireland. I'm not sure whether he's actually left it a little bit too late.
It was a great run by TJ Holmes, wasn't it, in lane number 4. As you mentioned, Steve, third at those tough US championships. Finished top 3. You come to the majors. Trying to look as cool as you like, the 22-year-old, 49.35 seconds. But I think we saw the inexperience there of Kyron McMaster in lane number 8. There he is.
Well, I think he did well for the first 200 metres, didn't he? And then he slowed, really, as he realised that there was a challenge from Hyde on his outside. Hyde matched him, and I think it put him off his stride a little bit at the 200-metre mark.
It'll be interesting to look at the stride pattern of McMaster and how he ran that, because he went out hard. He's got raw technique. Of course, he's a new talent. This 20-year-old dropped his personal best of 47.8 seconds. But there's the Algerian Lahula in lane number 5. But keep your eyes on Holmes in lane number 4. And then McMaster in 8, Hyde of Jamaica. But it was the fast finishing in the centre lanes in the green vests of Lahula of Algeria in 5. Bar of Ireland in 6. Holmes was fine, he was gone. McMaster decided to slow down. Well, he's going to hold on. I think Hyde and McMaster are going to have come through for the automatic qualifying spots, and of course it's the top 4. So therefore, Lahula of Algeria will make that little battle there that was won. But McMaster, first major championships, massive improvement in form.
Well, you learn really, someone like that would learn each round, hopefully. I mean, he had the awkward outside lane there in 8. We thought a lot, we're going to expect a lot from him. He's inexperienced, whereas the inside, obviously, you can see why Holmes was third in their championships. He runs a lot of races. He's obviously experienced, he knows what he's doing. But let's not rule out the fact that maybe McMaster, and Hyde, don't forget, Hyde run well there as well, will be more comfortable in the semi-finals. Nice following cam here of the hurdlers. You get an idea of their technique, really. Pretty hard, really, to change your technique when you're tired. And that's the problem, I think, with the hurdlers, especially the 400 anyway. You can see Hyde here really pushing hard into that last hurdle, knowing that he's got to get up there in the first 3 or at least 4.
The last jump of the heptathlon long jump. Katrina Johnson-Thompson started with a good 6.56, then a no jump. No, well, no, not quite. It's mid-6s, but no better than her opener. Schaefer, incidentally, just before her, did not improve as well. So that concludes the long jump with Nafi Thiam with the best jump of the day, 6.57, a centimetre ahead of this athlete, Katrina Johnson-Thompson. But Johnson-Thompson has moved back up into 3rd place overall. So good to see her regaining some sort of form, although not quite as good as what might have hoped for in the long jump. Nonetheless, no disasters, and that's important. Well, they've got a javelin to come in an hour and a half's time, and then later this evening they'll conclude with the 800 metres. 6.45 there for Johnson-Thompson. So that's the result. Thiam, the best jump of the day, 1,030 points for her 6.57. Johnson-Thompson a centimetre behind, further centimetre back to Claudia Salmonrath, and then the Dutch athletes Vetter and Visser over 6.30. Rodriguez just dropping a little bit, and she's back in 4th place now after jumping 6.23. Schaefer, she retains a 2nd place. She was 8th overall in that long jump competition. So there are now still 29 athletes, I think it is, left. Once again, the Americans disappointing. Damon Rowe only managing 5.61 there. And that concludes the card for the long jump. So that means that we've completed 5 of the 7 events, and Thiam has a lead, nearly 100 points. 5,044 from Schaefer, 4,948. Johnson Thompson still in contention for a medal, 4,865 from Rodriguez, 4,826. But the javelin is going to be oh so important when they come out again in an hour and a half's time. And Kendall Williams there, the American, not quite able to recapture the form which took her to the American Collegiate and national titles. She's lying 10th. Zhivotsky Farkas also a little bit below form. The outstanding 18-year-old Ukrainian Shuk getting experience perhaps there. That completes the long jump in the heptathlon. 5 events. We'll be back for that again in an hour and a half.
So there's been some news with Heat 2 in the men's 400-metre hurdles. Kieran McMaster, the world leader, has been disqualified. So he has probably had a lane infringement, a trail leg infringement, but he's gone. The world leader, a wonderful season in terms of dropping times, but he's out, which means that Thomas Barr of Ireland has therefore been promoted into the 4th place and will automatically go through to the semi-finals tomorrow.
There's a confirmation of Karen Clement taking that first heat. Arbe ran really well for second, Jaeger 3rd, Mowat 4th. Estefani will have to wait to see if he goes through as the fastest loser. Disappointment for Coulson, only 6th for the bronze medalist from London 2012.
So 2 heats down. And here is your lineup for heat number 3 of 5 in the men's 400-metre hurdles. No Maggie of Estonia starting in lane number 3. The fast guys, outside lanes, 8 and 9, Capello of Turkey and Samba of Qatar. And there is Samba from Qatar. Has lived in Qatar since May 2015. 48.31 seconds, the 21-year-old. He'll start in lane number 9. But the world number 5 this year, Capello of Turkey, 48.24 seconds, a bronze medalist in the Rio Olympics last year. Karim Hussein of Switzerland, the European champion, that was in his hometown in 2014. He'll start in lane number 7, 48.79 seconds this year, just shy of his personal best of 48.45. Makava, Mozambique inside him in 6. Andrade of Cape Verde Islands in 5. Valiant of France in 4. And there's Cosme of Italy in lane number 2. So the 3rd heat in the men's 400-metre hurdles. The first 4 and the next 4 advance to the semi-finals. Karen Clement, dominant, the world number 2 in the first heat. McMaster, the world leader, has been disqualified. So Capello in 8, the Rio bronze medalist. Just sits ahead of Samba of Qatar in lane 9 on the world rankings this year. So a clean start and a pretty even start in this 3rd heat. Maybe Capello in lane number 8 with a slight advantage, getting a little bit of a lead over Hussein of Switzerland in 7. Well, the Frenchman in lane number 3, Valiant in lane number 4, is absolutely flying the Frenchman round the top bend. Remember, the first 4 guaranteed a place in the semi-final. So into the home straight. Well, it's pretty even. On the outside, though, Samba of Qatar, Capello of Turkey. Capello picks up the lead. Nice and easy. Looks over his shoulder, unofficially 49.13 seconds. And Yasmani Capello of Turkey, the European champion, the Olympic bronze medalist. Job done in heat 3.
good run, really. He seemed to pace that quite nicely. 49.13 is fairly sharp. I mean, I know he's run 48.24 this season, but for a first round, considering that the likes of Keron Clement went through in 49.46 and TJ Holmes won in 49.35, that was impressive. Valiant, the Frenchman, was as good as his name. He absolutely tore off on the first 250. He tied up quite badly towards the end, but he'd done enough to guarantee himself a place in the semi-finals. And didn't the Italian do well on the inside in lane 2? He seemed to come from nowhere in the last 50 or 60 metres to take that 4th spot.
I agree with you, Rob. Capello looked very relaxed there. He's jogging, beautiful style, not tying up too much, really. He was pulled through on the outside by Samba, and then in the end, Samba gets the 2nd place. So those two look very comfortable indeed.
Good qualification. Heavy strapping on his right knee, Capello. The transferee to Turkey from Cuba. But it's blown a little bit wider open now, this men's 400-metre hurdles, with the world leader being disqualified in the heat previously. But these athletes concentrating, and these two athletes here, Capello and Samba, will book their place in the semi-finals tomorrow. And the Frenchman there in the back of the shot, holding on for automatic qualifying as well, along with the Italian. Those four all under 50 seconds, but being led by the Turkish athlete.
And what a contrast. We saw Valiant, legs filling with lactic acid, lurching for the line. This is total composure from the Turkish athlete, Capello. Looks left, looks right. Yep, just a shade outside 49. I'm barely out of breath. I know I'm in good shape, and I'm in the semi-finals.
Now McMaster's gone. He was the only athlete this year that's run under 48 seconds. Clement 48.02. Downing, Jamaica. Butcher, the USA. But of the athletes that are here, Capello 48.24. It's tight at the top of those world rankings, and a good opportunity here. It will be a super final when it comes around, but there's confirmation then. Capello of Turkey leads the way in heat number 3, 49.13 seconds. Himself and the 3 behind him are guaranteed a place in the semi-finals. 4 non-automatic qualifiers needed as well across the semi-finals. So hopefully we'll bring you up to speed with the reason why the world leader in the men's 400-metre hurdles was disqualified. There's confirmation once again. It is a real shame for the young man. Such improvements have been made this season. He will learn, as Steve Ovett said, from the experience. Whether it's good or bad, you always learn from it. So keep our eyes here. You have to go straight across the hurdle. Oh gosh, yes, he didn't even put his lead leg over it. His left leg was leading on that hurdle, and it was a hurdle infringement. You've got to clear the barriers.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it, really? Especially with the left lead leg coming around the hurdles. You tend to sort of move in a bit more than you should do, so that's a shame, isn't it? Yep.
So the sun is shining in the stadium. The music is pumping on the tannoy. Meanwhile, those of you who are fans of the longer stuff, here is another update on the men's marathon. So remember, it's 4 circuits plus a little bit to make up the 42.5k, and they've just gone through the first 10k loop. Tower of London on the left and the Shard, and just an update on the splits. They went through in around about 31.5 minutes. So what's that? It's 31.5, around about 2:12, 2:13 pace at the moment. It's pretty steady.
Great shot of the Tower of London there as the athletes come past. As Rob said, they're taking it sort of fairly easily. Mutai there, Kiptich. Most of the African nations are moving ahead. Callum Hawkins, though, led through the first part of the race there from Great Britain. He went through the checkup at the 5K in about 31:35, as Rob said. So these athletes moving along at a reasonable pace. I don't think it's going to be a destructive pace for anybody at this stage. But having said that, they're still working hard.
Very steady, actually, for that first 10K. I think I had that around 2:12, but in fact that works out just a shade over 2:13. So that explains why there are still so many of them grouped so closely together. And all the Kenyans and Ethiopians will be quite happy just to let the early miles tick off, and then as we get towards halfway, the race proper will begin to unfold. So, back in the stadium, here's the lineup for the 4th of 5 heats in the men's 400 metres hurdles. Stigler of the United States, second in their champs on the inside. What about Karsten Warholm? The Norwegian has been sensational this season at the age of 21. Former decathlete. Well, he's found his event now. It's the 400 hurdles. So that's on the outside. We had Juan dos Santos. There's Eric Cray of the Philippines, very, very fast flat sprinter. And then in 7, Ricardo Cunningham, national 800 metre champion 3 times, has converted to the 4 hurdles in his 30s and has done so with great success. 48.8 this season. Kajki of Japan, Carolla of France, and then Karsten Warholm. Broke the national record flat, 44.87, and then broke the national 400 metre hurdle record of the Oslo Diamond League. He was doing a bit of fist pumping there in front of the home crowd. Won Stockholm as well. Brugeri of Argentina is in 3, and then Stigler of the United States on the inside in 2. He may be aware that his countrymen Clement and TJ Holmes won the first 2 heats here, and he may well know that the fastest man in the world this year, Kyron McMaster from the British Virgin Islands, has gone. So this event opening up, getting very intriguing. Stigler in 2, Warholm of Norway in 4, Cunningham in 7, the Jamaican, and Santos, very useful athlete from the Dominican Republic. He's on the outside in 9. First 4 will advance into tomorrow's semis. And there's the Norwegian. What a season he's having. Can he keep it going now when the pressure's on? That looked to me potentially like it was lane 8. Just saw a little flicker maybe from Eric Cray of the Philippines. And, well, if body language gives you a further clue, that could well be it. I'm also glancing at the reaction times. There he is, second from the top of your screen. Yep, and Eric Cray, it's been confirmed. It's an illegal reaction time, and it is so sad to see athletes' seasons unravelling for one moment. There is a confirmation, and assuming that the starters follow the rules, that will be it for Eric Cray, the Asian champion, semi-finalist last year. He's got fantastic flat speed, by the way. He's a 6:57 indoor performer over 60 metres, and that is a real shame. So Cray from the Philippines has gone.
Yeah, perhaps his blessing, the fast start, was his undoing here, really. He tried to get too fast a start, and that's tragedy. I don't like to see any athlete, after years of preparation, being shown the way to the call room.
So we've seen McMaster be disqualified in one of the earlier heats, and Eric Cray led away in tears. What a shame. Stigler in 2, Brugeri of Argentina in 3, Warholm, Norway in 4, Carolla of France in 5, Kajiki of Japan in 6, Cunningham, Jamaica 7, that's Stigler. No Cray in 8, so there's a big gap out to Santos of the Dominican Republic. 4th heat of the men's 400 metre hurdles. First 4 to advance into the semi-finals automatically. Warholm of Norway will hope to continue what has been thus far a superb season. safely away. Karsten Warholm was very late to rise. And Santos, as you'd expect, with that huge gap with no athlete inside him, is running well at the moment. Karsten Warholm is flying down the back straight. He's third from the right-hand side there. Warholm and Santos on the outside, just watching for a move there, pretty close in the middle lanes, with the lights on. Cunningham now coming into his running. Warholm leads, Santos just beginning to tie up a fraction. Carolla, the Frenchman, going well, as Stigler on the inside now tries to make a move for the United States. Warholm just tying up a fraction here, needs to be careful, the Norwegian. What a run from Santos on the outside. Santos from Stigler, Warholm and Ruggeri, I think, of Argentina came through for the 4th place. Funny old race, that one. Excellent work from Santos on the outside, who looked a little bit tight in the 3rd 100, but came through really well. Warholm eased down quite a bit. Was he just being totally cool, or was he feeling a little bit tight here in the cauldron of the World Championship? I'm not sure.
I don't think he was looking that comfortable with the last 100 metres or so. Santos, though, on the outside there, gun to take without seeing anybody. You can't ask for more than that. The young Dominican Republic athlete there really produced the goods when he had to. Warholm, though, I think he did all he had to do. He's got the now semi-finals to look forward to, and then the final if he makes it. But he does look a little bit tired. He's not striding off with confidence. Look at him.
He did commit over the first part of the race, didn't he, Warholm? But like you say, Steve, he's through. Big automatic cue. Ruggeri of Argentina, an absolute stormer, because he was chasing down, trying to get into an automatic qualifying space, which he did, and set a national record in the process.
Let's not forget the American Stigler going well there in 2nd place. He did all he had to do, really, to qualify comfortably.
Well, an interesting run that, because, as Catherine said, Warholm went off absolutely flying the 2nd 100 metres down the back straight. He was roaring away, but he looks a little bit tight there. Stigler ran a very well-paced race, I thought, coming through on the far side for 2nd place. Santos showed the kind of strength that his older brother has done in the years. Lugelin got a silver in the 400 flat back in London. So, 1 heat still to come in the 4 hurdles. Meanwhile, back with the marathon. And how about this from a British perspective? Callum Hawkins, the pride of Scotland, the pride of British marathon running, doing what he did, Steve, in the Rio Olympic Games last year, when he found that the pace wasn't fast enough. He wasn't interested in the reputation of Eliud Kipchoge. He hit the front and took it on. And the aggressive front-running Scot has done exactly the same here.
Well, it's good to see, isn't it, Rob? You're a Scotsman yourself. You're good to see a man out there in front doing what he has to do. But at this sort of pace, he can do that. And I think it's good. Gets him in front of the camera, gets him a little bit of support from the locals, especially goes past some of the main crowds here in the capital city. Time, as we said, just going through the 10K, it was, well, Callum went through in 31:35. And you can see, though, that the rest of the athletes are quite happy just to tag along as best they can. Along the side of the embankment now, there's the traffic going over one of the other bridges. The whole of the circuit's been closed off for these 2 marathons today, the men's and the women's. The course suitable for this sort of event, not like the London Marathon going around the city itself. It's actually, as we said, a loop course, which makes it great for everybody to watch.
Looking at the back of that group, there's Tola, the very talented Ethiopian 10,000 metre runner. Has made an excellent transfer onto the roads. He's in that group. Meucci was up with the leaders and is in that lead group. He was out front a little while ago, Daniel Meucci, who you may remember. He's just halfway down the course on the left-hand side there with that distinctive white vest and the blue shorts of Italy. He led for large parts of the marathon in Beijing a couple of years ago, and despite having to pop off for a restroom break, if we say that, he managed to finish 8th. So the Italian is up there with the leaders as well. Kibet, expatriated Kenyan representing the United States, he's in that lead group as well. But what a backdrop for a world-class marathon. And maybe, Steve, the reason for deciding to have both marathons on the same day is that it makes it easier closing the roads. One of the massive stations there. I think that's Charing Cross, Cannon Street station. And that boat there in the foreground, that's where loads of marathon runners go for a couple of beers after they finished. I went there in 05 and stayed for a lot longer than I should have done.
So you didn't pick the station up, but you actually picked the boat where you had the beers out.
Yes. So we will keep you updated on the marathon as they edge towards the halfway stage, but there's no big breakaways to report, as you've just seen. Back in the stadium, thick and fast, we have one last heat to come in the men's 4 hurdles.
Yes, we have. This is it, heat 5. We will say again, it's the first 4 to qualify. Han, Green, Dubek, Koech, Ali, Tellez, Fuchs and Fernandez. So far, most of the, apart from McMaster, I suppose, most of the favourites through fairly comfortably to the semi-finals. On the outside lane there, Fernandez of Spain, European silver medalist. Sticking through there of Eric Fuchs, United States. Macho Tellez of Brazil, twice Brazilian champion. He's in 7. Lane 6. Mahmoud Ali of Pakistan. Pakistan record holder at this distance in lane 5. Aaron Koech, 7th at the Olympic Championships in 2016. Running well this year. First in Lugano, won the Kenyan Championships fairly comfortably. Patrick Dubek of Poland, world finalist in 2015. And in lane 3, obviously a big favourite with the local crowd, Jack Green. Very fast over the 400 metres. He can run 44, well, mid-44s over the 400 metres. Retired, well, didn't retire. Took a break from athletics, come back, thankfully, to us, and is now running in this race. On the inside, Mahmouda Han of France, semi-finalist in the Olympics in 2012 and 7th in 2013 at the World Championships. Well, if Jack Green gets a good run here, the crowd will really enjoy it. Massive crowd again here in the morning session. Tickets, as we always say, really hard to come by, really hard to come by. And people are really enjoying their athletics. So again, it's Han on the outside, then Green, Dubek, Koech, Ali, Tellez, Fuchs and Fernandez. What away this time, no problems like the previous heat. And Green has got off very well there in the inside lane. Also going well on the outside, Tellez of Brazil running well, and on the outside of him, Fuchs of America. So I think it's Fuchs of America slightly in front at the moment. Dubek of Poland running well in the white and green there, so white and red shorts. But at the moment it looks a pretty close race as they come off the final bend. On the inside, Han also running well of France. Han it is whose leg comes first over that hurdle. Han of France is in front of them. Oh, just in there. Jack Green hit that hurdle, but he's kept going. Han of France is there. Green is now coming back at him, just on the outside of him, Dubek. And on the far side, challenging hard, is Tellez of Brazil. Well, these three go through. It's obviously Han, I think, there that gets it. Well, Dubek in 2nd place, and Tellez maybe 3rd. Well, that was the closest finish we've had so far out of all the heats. Well, Jack Green hit that second to last hurdle very hard indeed, but he managed to keep himself going. Well, looking at the scoreboard, they're all looking at the scoreboard just to see who has got that result.
It's going to be close, isn't it, for the British athlete? Han 49.34, the Brazilian through, Dobek through as well. And as you say, Great Britain's Jack Green was having a wonderful battle with Han, the French athlete. Those battling in lanes 2 and 3. Oh, Koech has been given the 4th automatic spot of 49.55. So, of course, remember we need the top 4 and the next 4 fastest towards the semi-finals. And Green has been given exactly the same time of 49.55. So he does make the semi-finals with that run, and he kept his feet wonderfully well, didn't he, Steve? Because the British athlete clapped that hurdle and maintained his form. But what a great race that was.
Well, great run from, obviously, the winner of the race, Hahn. But, yeah, Green really hit that hurdle hard. And he's dug again, which is all important when you do that. You've got to keep your rhythm going again. And even though he didn't get there in the first 4, he manages to get through. That's a good performance and a good result, really.
And Hahn looked decent as well, didn't he? The French athlete in the tight inside lane of 2. Obviously, we saw Stigler running previously in the heat in lane 2, and there's been an update on that result.
Yeah, Stigler has been disqualified. And I tell you what, I was watching Eric Futch, the US champion. He left it really late. He was closing all the time in the last 20 metres. And Futch, although he's finished 6th in that race, will go through as a fastest loser with 49.57. So one American gone, another living dangerously and surviving.
Well, indeed.
Just see here, we just see on the inside 2 lanes here, Hahn, and now you'll see the problem that they get in over this last hurdle. So there it is, Hahn just comfortably coming through. But in the end, it was a very close finish between all of these 5 athletes as they cross the line. Let's see, really pouring it on. Well, that's the end of the 400 hurdles for men. Drama maybe for McMaster, but in the end, most of the others going through fairly comfortably.
Oh, yes. Now, I tell you what, Steve over there, I bet you can't dance like that. Or have you got a bit of a snake hip action when you're on the old boogie floor?
You're only saying that, Rob, because you showed us the other day your snake hip action, and I must admit, it is impressive. I will not compete, but I don't think we're in any sort of league with these sort of guys.
Unbelievable shapes. Never seen anything like it. That's superb. At the very least, Catherine, that is a brilliant bit of team bonding.
It's very good dancing as well. Fair play. Loving the work. Super stuff.
Now, a confirmation here on the 4th heat in the 400-metre hurdles. Johannes Santos has taken it, Carsten Warholm. Ruggeri now promoted to 3rd, Cunningham to 4th. Stigler has been disqualified. He came through really well in lane 2, but is disqualified because he didn't clear one of the barriers properly. So another big name has gone. So Stigler is on the far right of picture because he's running in lane 2. Let's have a look. That looks okay. Let's watch here as he prepares to get towards the 200-metre point. Does his lead leg clear the hurdle? Oh, that marginal.
Marginal, that one, wasn't it?
When we saw McMaster disqualified, he blatantly didn't go over the hurdle. That one's a bit closer to call, but obviously the officials have called it, and at this moment in time, he is disqualified.
Well, there you are. Hahn taking it fairly easily in the end. Teles Dubek just behind him. Koech. And look at that, just behind the qualification. Really tight there. Koech, Green and Futch doing all they had to do, but it was pretty close, living dangerously in that heat.
And what's good about the track here in London, we have 9 lanes all the way round. So they're using lanes 2 to 9. So we're not having the tight inside line of lane 1 used for the 400-metre hurdles. And there's your summary of all the qualifiers. Capello of Turkey's there. Keron Clement. Warholm. There'll be good semi-finals. But I'm just thinking back, actually. I remember Angelo Taylor winning Sydney 2000 400-metre hurdle final from lane 1. So it can be done, but it is a nice advantage for the athletes to be using lanes 2 to 9 for that 400-metre hurdle. So semi-finals are tomorrow.
Meanwhile, back with the marathon. Callum Hawkins has done his turn of leading. It's Messel now, one of the very talented Eritreans, up onto the shoulder of the Briton. Tight turn there. Good to see so many people on the course. I think that's St. Paul's just in the background there, in the foreground. And we have a very big group still running together, Steve, which you can understand, bearing in mind the steady rather than spectacular split times that we've got. What's that? 46.56 at 15k. Well, they have improved and increased the pace a little bit, so they were at just around 2:13 pace. Now they're running more like 2:11, high 2:10s.
Yeah.
So that's the reason why the groups are beginning to split just a little bit.
Well, you're seeing, yeah, the rhythm there. They're running about, what is it, per K, about 3:07 for each kilometre. That last 5K would be in about 15, 20, 15, 21, something like that anyway. So they're, as you say, they're running pretty reasonably. They're still there in a massive group, really. And I think there's going to be no real surge from this group of about, what, 20, maybe 30 athletes until we get to the second half of the race. They're taking on as much fluid now as they possibly can. They've just gone through one of the drink stations there. And yeah, there's not really a major break in that group of about 30 or 40 athletes.
It was good to see Gideon Kipketer up in that group, winner of the Mumbai Marathon last year. There's such a big, expanding movement of distance running in India. There is Kipketer. They've got the marathon in Mumbai in January, a very high-quality 10k in Bangalore in May, and a half marathon in Delhi in November. So Kipketer's been over there running well in India, and he was leading here, and he was just beckoning. He was using his left hand, asking one or two of the others to increase the pace and help him a fraction. So he's clearly feeling in the mood, Gideon Kipketer, who's run 2:05.51 this year when he was second in Tokyo in a new lifetime best. And now you suspect, you know, with 15, well, with coming up 17, 18 kilometres run, now we've got a race on our hands, Steve. Look how quickly that massive group has split, almost in the 3 or 4 minutes that we've been talking.
Well, you just say that. You just say that Gideon Kipketer just waved his teammates on and said, come on, let's get going here. And well, he did the pacemaking in that 2-hour time trial, so he knows the sort of rhythm that you're going to have to run respectively well. But yes, the throttle's gone down a little bit. This just could be a surge, or this could be a major move. We'll have to wait and see at the moment. But you can see now that they're trying, the two Kenyans, just to lift the pace enough to break up this group.
Kirui running alongside his taller compatriot. Won the Boston Marathon this year. There he is. So the two Kenyans side by side, deciding that the steady pace is not what they want. Look at the way in which Kirui is moving away. Very little upper body movement. Such an efficient looking runner, very compact. Kirui leads, and this is the view from the back of the chase group. We will return to the marathon, but there's so much more track action and field event action still to come. So the first round of the women's 400 metres. The first 3 in each of these heats will go through, plus 6 fastest losers. Allyson Felix is the fastest woman in the world this year. What a fantastic, graceful athlete she's been, on top of the world, or there or thereabouts, for over the last decade. So there's just a confirmation. The first 3, plus 6 fastest losers. Here's the lineup for the first of the 6 heats then. Allyson Felix starts on the inside in lane 1. Maximilia Imali, the Kenyan national champion, could go well in 5, and Justina Svajti, European indoor bronze medalist of Poland, goes in 8. On the outside, Cigbolo of Italy, and then Justina Svajti, 51.15 this season, European indoor bronze medalist. She's been around a while, very consistent performer. Travia Jones, third in the Canadian Championships. Ashley Kelly of the BVI. And then Maximilia Imali, national champion over 400 and 100 metres. And Kenyans do have a good history when it comes to one-lap running. Maggie Barry, Sierra Leone. Samantha Dirks of Belize. Vasiliou of Greece. And then arguably one of the greatest female sprinters in history, 9 World Championship gold medals. She's the defending champion over the 400. 3 times she's won the 2 and 5 relay medals. A hatful of Olympic titles in the relays and 1 individually as well. Allyson Felix, the defending world champion, the fastest woman in the world this year on that tight inside lane. She needs the top 3 to advance to the semi-finals. So watch for Allyson Felix. It's unusual to see her running in lane 1, but the draw for the first round is at random, which is why you can find a defending world champion starting on that tight lane. And Felix is absolutely storming down the back straight. Emali of Kenya is running well. So Emali, Allyson Felix. And on her outside of the British Virgin Islands, Ashley Kelly running well. Felix, Emali, Ashley Kelly, and it is only the first 3 to go through as of right. Barry of Sierra Leone trying to close, and so too Vasilou of Greece. The Kenyan beginning to struggle here. Good running by Kelly. Look at Vasilou coming through. Felix from Vasilou and Kelly, those the 3 automatic qualifiers. And Chigbolo of Italy finished quite fast on the outside, but she'll have to wait to see if she can go through as one of the fastest losers. Well, when you knock out sub-50s for fun, 52.45, rounded down to 44 in the last couple of seconds, is nothing more than a jog, and that's what she made it look like.
Yeah, it's beautiful runner, really, Felix, when she has to. She'd run hard for the first half of the race, and I think then just, as she always does, just switched off, but she still manages to just sort of cruise along at the sort of speed that the other athletes are struggling to maintain. So she did really well there, and as you say, 52.44 will not trouble her in the slightest. I've often wondered, though, with Felix, whether if she really put herself out, Kath, what sort of performance could she do? I really do think that she could almost get close to that world record if she put herself out. She's come to the 400 late in her career. I think maybe earlier on she could have run much faster than 48, maybe.
Totally agree. I totally agree. But 200 is, you know, it's her first love. You know, she's run a 21.69 seconds is her lifetime best. She's one of the best combination sprinters ever over the 100, 200 and 400 distance, a 10.89 100-meter runner. But totally agree with you. More time, more training, then she could have run a lot faster than we've seen. But maybe that's still to come. She's got some stuff left to do.
Meanwhile, back with the marathon. They have gone through 20k, just around about 62 minutes. And the last time we saw the athletes, we had Kipketer and Kirui forcing the pace. And look at this, Great Britain's Callum Hawkins, once again, deciding to hit the front. We saw him leading a little bit earlier along the embankment. This is very aggressive running from the Briton, and it's good to see, because a lot of people feel as though Western athletes and European athletes are intimidated by the might of the East Africans and feel that they can't beat them. Well, that's not the way Callum Hawkins races, as he's got Tola, fabulous talent from Ethiopia, on his shoulder. Still a big group together. But it is excellent and refreshing to see a European distance runner not afraid to get involved and set the pace as we head towards the halfway stage. Tola from Kirui. Mekkonen is up there in that big lead group, and so too Jachasa, another one of the expatriated athletes now representing Bahrain. And that's an unusual sight there. That's Segei looking very laboured. Now, he got the silver medal in Beijing 2 years ago, but his race looks to me as though it's very soon to be over. So we have had the first casualty here in the marathon, and races can unravel so quickly for so many different reasons. But Yamane Segei clearly struggling. There he is I think just towards the top of your picture there, running on his own, he has become totally detached from the lead group. So the silver medalist from 2 years ago looks as though his quest for a medal is over, and by drifting that far back that quickly, it would be a great effort from him if it was to turn out that he actually finishes the race. Pace keeps changing here because we've had a big group together, and now they're spreading out once more, with Toller leading, the bronze medalist in the 10,000 metres. There you can see it's around about 2:11 pace at halfway. Tamurat Toller clearly felt the pace wasn't quick enough and decided that he would take it on. Karui, Callum Hawkins, Tachasa, Mekkonen, Munyo Mutai. But this is aggressive work here, Steve, from Tamurat Toller, who has lowered his lifetime best over the half marathon to 59.37. So this leading trio are coming away from the rest. And with a PB like that over the half marathon, going through halfway in 65 plus should feel very comfortable.
Yeah, Toller's doing all he has to do here. I mean, I think the big move was made by the Kenyans just about, what, 3 or 4K ago. Now Toller obviously responds, just looking at his watch there, just checking the time of his pace. So these three, I think, are breaking away, and it looks like Karui's decided to take up the rhythm again. So a bit of a battle going on here already in the early stages of the marathon. And as a lap course, they can perhaps really see what's going on a bit further along than they can in a major marathon where they're ducking and diving. They can actually, probably looking back there, they can see where the other athletes are. They can check all the time what's going on.
Karui from Toller and Kipketer. 3 world-class distance runners. And in the space of a couple of minutes, they have established, what, 25, 30-metre advantage over the rest of the chase group. Karui looking very smooth. So the marathon over halfway, we'll keep you updated on that. There's a result of the first heat of the 400 metres. Alison Felix barely out of breath. Vasilou of Greece and Kelly get the automatic spots. Chigbolu will have to wait to see if she goes through as a fastest loser.
So the second of the 400 metres women now down on the track, just waiting to go off. And there's the lineup. There's a video. And the great Shawnee Miller-Uibu goes in lane 3. They're not using the inside lane here, which is good. They're starting off with lane 2. So not as hard as it was for Alison Felix, perhaps, in that 400-metre hurdle seat for some of these women. We're going back there. There was lane 7 as a world bronze medalist just coming up in person, but they're going through the... There she is. Looking very comfortable. Just in her inside is Blanca Raza from Romania, and in lane 4, Emily Diamond, who got the bronze medal in the relay for Great Britain. Obviously a big favourite with the crowd. And then just behind her, Shawnee Miller-Uibu, who was one of the fantastic performers at the last games. Second of the Olympics, just behind Alison Felix. This video of Portugal, the twice Portuguese champion, in lane 2. So all eyes will be obviously on Miller-Uibu going in lane 3. Just on the outside, I think the local crowd will be looking for Emily Diamond to maybe just get through to the next round of the semi-finals. After a long hold, they're away. And Mila Weber going well in lane 3, almost closing up now on Diamond on her outside. She's passed her within the first 100 metres. She is really tearing it up down the back straight. So, Mila Weber going well in lane 3. Just on the outside also, McPherson of Jamaica going well. She's running in lane 7. Well, Mila Weber just cruising around at the moment there in lane 3. On the outside, as I said before, Stephanie Ann McPherson also running on. These two, I think, at the moment are going to go clear. A very relaxed, controlled run from the Olympic silver medalist, looking so comfortable on the inside. McPherson is there, looking good too. Just behind her, it looks as if it could be the Slovene there of Canada just coming through, but it's not. On the outside, I think in the end, Botsluadze coming through, maybe for that 3rd place.
As expected, Steve, 50.99 seconds. Shawnee Miller-Uibo. I've been having discussions left, right and centre with my colleagues about, is it the year of Allyson Felix again? Is it the year of Shawnee Miller-Uibo? Their battle last year in Rio was absolutely superb, grabbing the Olympic title. And she controlled this wonderfully well, did the Bahamian. As you'd expect, the world number 3, 49.77 seconds this season. She's run a sub-22 second 200 metres, smooth as you like, and it went to the form book. Miller-Uibo, McPherson of Jamaica, the only 2 athletes in the whole of this field that have run under 51 seconds this season, so automatically through, nice and easy.
She really did push hard over that first 200 metres. That was impressive.
There's the heptathlon standings then, after 5 events of 7. Nafi Thiam, the Olympic champion, over 5,000 points with 5,044. Johnson Thompson now, after the disaster in the high jump yesterday, into a medal position. So 5 events down, 2 more to go, a javelin and an 800 metres. So the javelin is the next event in the women's heptathlon, into 2 groups. Here's your lineup in group number A. Visser, Johnson Thompson. So the top 3 medal positions at the moment. The Briton Katarina Johnson Thompson, the only one starting in qualification group A. So up into a bronze medal position after 5 events, the British athlete. Looking to get a good opening mark on the board. We talked about the coaching changes that she's made over the winter, now based in France. Kevin Meyer, Nana Jimo, her training partners. It's fair to say her weakness has always been the throw-in events. So opening up in the women's javelin heptathlon. 41 metres and 72, a season's best for the British athlete.
There's the confirmation of that heat 2. Shawnee Miller-Uibo easily qualifying in 59.7. Just behind her, McPherson and AJ. Those 3 go through to the semi-finals.
Meanwhile, back with the men's marathon. Don't worry, you won't miss any of the track action still to come. And this marathon is beginning just to step up a little in terms of the intensity. 2 clear leaders here. And it's really good work by the Kenyans. Remember, it was Kipketer and Kirui who set the pace. These are the chasers as they head down the embankment. I'm pretty sure Kipketer and Kirui will still be the 2 men leading. This is the battle to get in the hunt to try and track down a place on the podium. Running along the embankment, heading up towards Big Ben.
I think Tola is also up there somewhere. There he is. Just sort of, those 3 really haven't really changed much, really. There's been that sort of 2 at the front, and then just behind them, you can see the groups are speeding up a little bit. There's not much of a change in the actual distance, the gaps between the actual athletes themselves. But having said that, they are starting to move ahead.
You're right, Steve. Tamarat Tola running alongside Kirui, with Kipketer just behind in third, and a fairly sizable gap. You can just see the athletes in 4th, 5th and 6th down the road.
They're not pulling away. And Kipketer, that's funny, Kipketer seems to be quite happy just to jog along about 3 or 4 metres behind these two. He's been like that for the last 2 or 3K. Doesn't want to get up there and mix them, and that's probably good. He's just relaxing in his own rhythm. Korea just keeps looking over at Tola there. I don't know what they're actually saying to each other, but the conversation might be quite interesting if we could listen in. But there again, they're just ticking over the kilometres here, as I said before, in about just over almost 3 minutes 10 seconds for each of the Ks they're going through.
You can spot is that a young girl sprinting along, a young woman sprinting alongside to try and keep up. It always amuses me when you see club runners and fun runners sprinting alongside marathon runners, namely for the simple reason that they can't keep it up for very long.
Well, 20K we went through in 1 hour 2:15. So they're as I said before, they're running around about the 3:12 average split for the marathon. And most of these athletes, I think, quite capable of that. So really, it's surprising that they've actually gone that far ahead of the chase group. But there again, I mean, it's not a big gap as we saw before. It's not a major, I think, problem for someone that's coming through in the latter part of the race.
Yeah, they were on course for around about 2:11 at the halfway stage, and there's some really, really quick guys here, namely the 3 we're watching there from the aerial perspective. So, 1 Ethiopian and 2 Kenyans in the mix for the medals in the marathon. They still have a fair amount of running to do, and we've still got a fair amount of action to come on the track.
We have indeed, Rob, the 3rd heat in the women's 400 metres. Here's your lineup. Shericka Jackson of Jamaica will start in lane number 4. At the best under 50 seconds this season, 50.05. So Anita Horvat on the outside, their national record holder. Jelle of Botswana, she'll start in lane number 8. Personal best form this year, 50.32 seconds. She'll start inside the Slovenian. Inside of her will be the French champion, Diarra. Then the Latvian, Latsiseva Kudara. Will start in lane number 6. Gomez, the 18-year-old Cuban there, start in lane number 5. And then Shericka Jackson. She won a bronze medal in Rio, finishing behind Miller and Felix. Spellman from Germany in 3. And then Popo will start on the inside. The African champion from Zambia. So, first 3 through to the semi-finals. But that's Shericka Jackson starting in lane number 4. Silver in the 4x100 meters in Rio. The bronze medal I mentioned over this 1-lap event. The fastest in the field in this 3rd heat. So Jackson in 4, the fastest. Jelle of Botswana in lane number 8. She's run a personal best, as I mentioned, of 50.32 seconds this season. But Jackson down the back straight. Jelle of Botswana also going well in lane number 8. But the Jamaican flowing nicely down the back. Seen some good qualification so far from Felix Miller-Weibo. The Botswanan in lane number 8 running a good top bend here. Remember, the first 3 guaranteed a place in the semi-finals. The Latvian Latsieva Kudera going well in lane number 6 as well. So Jackson, now she's got a bit of work to do here, because Mpopo from Zambia has just crept on the inside, unofficially 51.09 seconds. Well, it's a season's best for the African Games champion of 2015. Interesting. Shericka Jackson went out. She ran it well, and automatically qualified through to the semi-finals, though.
Well, yeah, there's some interesting performances in these 400 metres and in the hurdles for the men as well. So, yeah, Mpopo did really well there coming through. Look, you can see Jackson staring up at that scoreboard. She's not happy. It was a pretty tough race for her, and I don't think she wanted that early on. All of the women now concentrating on that scoreboard, bringing up the results for them as it flicks through the electronic timing. Well, Jelle will have to wait and see of Botswana there, whether she gets through as one of the fastest of the qualifiers.
Well, she really ran it from the inside. Mpopo awarded with that season's best. Yes, Shericka Jackson in lane number 4 went out, but not so hard that I think she would have been potentially struggling a little bit, understandably not very happy. But from the track into the field, pole vault qualifying for the men. 2 groups in the sunshine here in London. Here's your qualification Group A. The familiar name of the absolute world record holder, Renaud Lavillenie. Holzdeppel of Germany, 5 meters and 75, or the top 12 will be taken into Tuesday's final. Well, Renaud Lavillenie entering the competition at 5 meters and 60. He's waited. And the Frenchman has won the Olympics, but has never won a world title. Oh, that was a wonderful clearance. But as I mentioned earlier, it's probably for the first time in many years that Renaud Lavillenie hasn't been the outright favourite in a men's pole vault competition. Because the name there in Pool B of Sam Kendricks of the USA, well, he's the world leader. 6 meters exactly in Sacramento this year, the American. He's potentially, therefore, the favourite in this men's pole vault. Will he be the man to deny Renaud Lavillenie world gold again? But he's opened at the same height as Lavillenie, but he's got 1 final attempt left. This would be an absolute disaster for the American if the world leader, who's vaulted 6 meters, exits. Oh, no. Well, he serves as a US Army Reserve, and he needed all his mental strength there, didn't he? Woof. 3rd time clearance at 5 meters and 60. The 4th US vaulter in history now to go over the 6 meter barrier, the 22nd member of the 6 meter club. It's a very special club in pole vaulting terms. For the world indoor silver medalist, the Olympic bronze medalist. Well, he has a little bit of a chat of Wojciechowski of Poland, but he stays in the competition. So he's had a little chat with Sam Kendricks, who went over 5.60 at the 3rd time of asking. Wojciechowski then of Poland. He was a surprise world champion back in 2011. 5 meters and 60. At this moment in time, he has the whole stadium to himself. We're just in between the heats of the women's 400 meters. So, you've seen Sam Kendricks go clear at 5 meters and 60 at the 3rd time of asking. Wojciechowski wants to do the same. European silver medalist 3 years ago. He's gone over 5 meters and 93 this season. He's waiting patiently. So, 3rd and final attempt then for the former world champion. 5 meters and 60. Oh yes, wraps himself round the bar, follows suit, and breathes a huge sigh of relief. Well, from one field event to another, the men's pole vault qualifying up and running, and the 6th event in the women's heptathlon. Visser of the Netherlands, a no-throw in the 1st round. Well, safely behind the line. Lands appropriately, and it just drops below the 40-meter line. Well, she watches it fly. 44 meters and 1 is her javelin best. 38 meters and 82. One more throw for her. And Popu of Zambia automatically won and qualified therefore in the third heat of the women's 400 meters, taking the Jamaican and the Latvian with her. So round 2, women's heptathlon. Dadic bounces up and down. 47 meters and 51 in the first round. Oh, that's better. Well, she gives a little scream after releasing it after about 3 or 4 seconds after it had gone, because she knew it was a good one. Well, the penultimate event in this women's heptathlon. Remember, the only one who started in a medal position in this 6th event was Katarina Johnson-Thompson. The other athletes will come out after they've concluded, but a season's best of 52 meters and 29. That's good points.
Heat 4 of the women's 400 meters. Noveline Williams-Mills of Jamaica goes in 4. Phyllis Francis on the outside, 5th in the Olympic Games last year, 2nd in the United States Championships. She may be aware of how easily Felix qualified in the first heat. Małgorzata Holub of Poland, Dominique Williams, national champion from Trinidad, Amalia Eel, national champion over 400 hurdles last year for Norway, De Witt of the Netherlands, and here is Noveline Williams-Mills. What a superb performer she's been for Jamaica over the years. 4 successive relay medals. She was part of that quartet in Jamaica here in London 5 years ago. She got the bronze. Nasser, World Youth Champion 2 years ago, famously won that wearing her hijab. And on the inside, Arti Marta of Cyprus, semi-finalist here in London over 200 meters 5 years ago. Perhaps not quite on that kind of form. Nonetheless, running pretty well this season. Arti Marta in 2, Nasser Bahrain in 3, Williams-Mills there, the 35-year-old from Jamaica in 4, De Witt Netherlands, Wheel of Norway, Williams Trinidad, Holub of Poland, Francis USA. 4th heat, first 3 to go through to the semi-finals. That's Francis on the outside for the United States. Felix won her heat, Miller Weibo won her heat. What kind of marker can the big performers here lay down? A clean start. We would expect Phyllis Francis on the outside to go out hard, and indeed she has done. And Noveline Williams-Mills running really well. Williams-Mills going down the back straight. Also, Nasser has done well to hold that stagger on Williams-Mills, and in fact is closing her down. Francis on the outside, and the experienced Jamaican coming under a little bit of pressure. Arti Marta's running well, the Cypriot on the inside, trying to come through, and Wheel of Norway trying to hang on to this lead group. So, Nasser on the inside with Williams-Mills, and nearest the camera, Phyllis Francis just coming under a little bit of pressure. Nasser, and then maybe just Francis by a whisker against Williams-Mills, but those 3 are the clear qualifiers. Well, the World Youth Champion from 2 years ago has run pretty well there. Good qualification, and not a shabby time there. In fact, I think that's a PB, and it is. It's a national record. Nasser's run well there. Francis has made sure of qualification. She did get ahead of Williams-Mills, but all 3 of the big names are through. So the World Youth Champion from 2 years ago, putting the Jamaican under a little bit of pressure there. And Francis came through fairly comfortably in the end, but what a good run by the youngster from Bahrain. So we'll bring you the confirmations of the 1, 2, 3 with the official time soon. Meanwhile, We're back out on the streets of London. This is Kipketer. He's in third place, and we are informed, as he looks over his shoulder, he's 18 seconds behind the leading two. And the last time we looked, it was Tola running alongside Kirui. I think these are the guys who are chasing Kipketer, who's further up the field in third.
These are the leaders, obviously. Kirui just ahead of Tola there. These two have been in the lead, what, for the last 5K or so now. Not really much between them. They've been sharing the lead now and again as they swing around some of the fairly tight corners on the little course that they've put in front of them here. But it's been a fairly sustained pace from these two. They've started to pull away. There was a gap of only about 2 or 3 meters, really, between them and maybe the chase. But after that, they've decided to really push it on. You can see Korea now is really head down and going for it. Looking at the splits, they are still running around about, as I said before, about the 3 minutes. They're dropping slightly to about 3:04 now over those last 2 or 3 kilometers. So the pace is picking up. You can see now Kirui is doing all he can to try and break Tola, but just behind him. Again, the classic Kenya versus Ethiopia duel.
Steve, interesting to watch or get a glimpse there in the background of Kipketer, who's in third, because the two chasers in fourth and fifth, one of them is Alphonse Simbu of Tanzania, who ran really, really well for fifth in Rio last year. And after that performance, he was chosen to carry the Tanzanian flag at the closing ceremony. That's Kipketer in third, and Simbu is one of those two athletes just out of shot. So it's possible that they might catch Kipketer. There he is in third, and he's been looking over his shoulder for the last couple of minutes since we've been watching these pictures. I think the Kenyan in third is worried, and the guys in fourth and fifth might work together and close him down.
Yeah, I think that's without doubt. I mean, Kirui and Tola were just about 4 or 5 meters in front of him some 12 or 2K maybe ago, but now the gap has widened considerably, and I think that's why Kipketer is looking over his shoulder. He's a worried man. Maybe he's still comfortable. Maybe he wants to just let the others catch him up, and then they can just use those to key off them for the rest of the race. But he's got about, what, we've just been told 20 seconds or so on fourth and fifth. So there is a gap, but as Rob said, he's not looking comfortable. But then maybe he just wants a bit of a break and let the others catch up and join in with the rest of them.
So there are the leaders, and it's a familiar sight at the front of many distance races around the world. Kenya against Ethiopia, separated by that vast Rift Valley. An enormous rivalry, but a huge amount of mutual respect as well.
Well, they went through the half in 1 hour 5:28, so they're running about what, 2:11 pace. So that's pretty respectable. But most of these guys, though, could probably do that fairly comfortably. So as you can see why that the gap is opening up significantly now. Kirui really is pushing it on. You can see there is a real determination in his stride. Arm pumping well here. He really wants to get rid of the man just behind him. This is, again, I think fourth and fifth.
Yes, it's Wanjiru, who now has been passed by Simba, this fabulously talented Tanzanian. You could be mistaken for thinking it's a South African vest, but it's the green of Tanzania. So Simbu, the leader of these two men, he's in fourth place, and he will be setting his sights on Kipketer, who is further up the field, Gideon Kipketer. And these two are locked in a battle for gold and silver, but I think there's a real, if they manage to maintain their form, and there's still 40-odd minutes of running to go, Steve, 35 minutes. I still think that battle for bronze is not over yet.
Certainly not.
Salwa Nasser of Bahrain with a national record, taking that one from Phyllis Francis. The veteran, the evergreen Noveline Williams-Mills, also through, and I don't think there'll be any place for Holub as a fastest loser. Still 2 heats to come, and here they are.
Well, the next heat on the track has a fascination, really, for me. Anyway, in lane 5, Anastasia Brezgina. Her mother won this event 30 years ago. Terrific pedigree. Olga Ladikina, she actually won the Olympic 800 metres, and her father, Viktor Brishkin, actually won the one of the members of the 4x100 metres Olympic gold medalist at those games too. So what a pedigree that woman's got. Just on the outside, you're seeing Patience George.
On the outside, twice a bronze.
She was twice the African champion.
From Nigeria,
Running
Patience
for
George.
Nigeria. Caesar's best are 51.06, so maybe not really in the mix, maybe if it comes to it. Then Quinera Hayes, the world indoor bronze medalist for running for America. Then Morgan Mitchell, 3 times Australian champion, just on the inside of her. Carly Muir then on the, as I said, there's Anastasia Brezgina. And then the UK champion, obviously the cameras will be pausing there. There she is, Zoe Clark, just 22 years of age. Caesar's best of 51.84. She goes in lane 4. On the inside of that is Dante of Mali, and then on the inside in lane 2, Sharan of India. So just one heat after this in the women's 400 metres. This is heat 5. Sharan, Dante, Clark, Brezgina, Muir, Mitchell, Hayes and George. Cleanly, thankfully no one causing any problems there. Hayes of the United States closing a little bit up George on the outside. Also going well. On the inside there is Muir of Canada. The Canadian, I think, slightly up on the rest of the field as it goes down the back straight. Also go well, Clark of Great Britain closing on the outside of Brezgina there. Coming off the final bend now on the outside. Looks as if it's Muir of Canada just slightly ahead. There's not much between them really. Mitchell on the outside of that. And on the outside of her, Hayes of America. It's Hayes of America now just ahead. On the inside, the crowd going excited. Clark is coming through from Great Britain, but it's a clear, at the moment, victory for Hayes. On the outside of her, George of Nigeria, and maybe Clark coming through. Yes, she does. She gets 3rd place for Great Britain. On the inside there, I think the Indian Shioran may have got 4th place.
Well, Quinera Hayes, she's the only athlete in that field to have run under 51 seconds this season. She's the world number 2 and the US champion. She was the class in that 5th heat. So, job done for her. Zoe Clark, the British athlete, the biggest race of her life, put herself in a wonderful position in lane number 4. So the British athlete got herself into a qualifying position. George was trying to hold on for 2nd automatic qualifying. Nirmala of India was pushing at this point in 4th, but Quinera Hayes, well, I mentioned earlier, Steve, there's only 4 women that have gone under 50 seconds. She's one of them and could potentially therefore challenge Miller Weibo and Felix. Good qualification. Visser in the heptathlon javelin, her 3rd and final throw. Well, it's slap bang between the 40 and 45 metre line. In the 2nd round, her best was 38 metres and 82, so it's going to be an improvement for the Dutch athlete. She'll be pleased with that. 42 metres and 26, her 3rd and final throw. Getting some points in the bag. Katarina Johnson-Thompson, a season's best in the 1st round of 41 metres and 72. She's getting near a lifetime best, Johnson-Thompson. 42 metres and 1 is her best ever. Well, the questions have always been asked in the throwing events of the British athletes. got herself back into a bronze medal position after that long jump of 6 meters and 56. It's going to be an improvement, potentially, very close to her first round throw. Nearing that 42-meter line. Well, 41 meters and 65, 7 centimeters shy, but she puts herself in pole position in the women's heptathlon. But remember, this is just the first group of 2 pools of the 6th event of the heptathlon.
So back with the men's marathon, and Tola being given some encouragement by one of the Ethiopian coaches, who just stops running, and he's still going, but he is just about to get tired. Tola looking over his shoulder, not so much for the coach, but to look to see if he's made any ground and put any distance between himself and Kirui, and he is doing, although the Kenyan is not far enough behind him yet to say that he's broken. But this is a definite move from Tola, the bronze medalist in the 10,000 meters last year in Rio.
Yeah, definite move. And that, you could see there's a definite increase in his pace. And Kirui, if he had anything in his legs, would have gone with him, I think. But it looks as if he was actually pulling far enough away. There's Kip Couture. He's still, I think, in 3rd place at the moment. Just checking himself. He's obviously in that awkward position. He can't see anybody in front of him, and he can't see anybody behind him at the moment. But that's the, I suppose, the problem of the World Championship Marathon, as opposed to the big marathons where you've got guys around you all the time.
And also, Steve, if you look at the way this course is put together, we perhaps have a lot more turns and twists on a multi-lap course than you would do on the streets of a big city. This isn't about running fast times. This is about a head-to-head race for gold, silver and bronze. And Tola, Tamirat Tola of Ethiopia, with a PB this year of 2:04.11 set when he won Dubai, has decided this is his day for glory.
It's a tough ask, though, to get up there as much as he is at the moment and still run the last part of the marathon on your own. But he's decided to do it early, which is surprising, I suppose, because if he's got the spring in his stride, I would have perhaps hold back as much as you can. But maybe he doesn't trust himself over a bit of a, well, if you can call it a sprint in the marathon, over the last part of the marathon to get away from the man just behind him, Kirui.
Well, Geoffrey Kirui is also a man with great talent on the track. He's a former world junior champion over 10,000 meters. There he is in 2nd place. It's a very economical style, Steve. There's virtually no wasted movement in the upper body at all.
You can't waste movement in the marathon, can you, really? If you're doing it, it's not efficient, and that's what you have to be. Very, very efficient indeed. Tola, though, is starting to slow a little bit. I think there was a surge there, but that hill that they just, well, if you call it hill, I suppose it's just an embankment there, really come up. He just started to slow a little bit. Kirui maybe just sensed, look, he's struggling to get drinks as well. He maybe just sensed that he's not really pulling that far away at the moment.
Took him 3 attempts there to get some water, and despite the fact that the conditions are fairly good for marathon running, they're quite rightly respecting the distance and getting themselves ready for the final assault on glory.
Well, a great run from Zoe Clark there for the crowd here, but a good run also from Gwenda Hayes of the United States and Patience George of Nigeria. Those 3 go through to the semi-finals.
So, which means shortly, oh, right on cue, look at that, the 6th and final heat of the women's 400 metres. Monsho of Botswana, the former world champion, will start in lane number 2. 3 automatic spots left up for grabs.
8 athletes.
Sanez of France will start in lane number 9. Annika Anora of Great Britain, Northern Ireland, Olympic bronze last year in the 4x400 metre relay. 50.87 seconds at her best. Baumgart of Poland in 7, Zalaski of Serbia in 6. And then in lane number 5, it's the world number 5 from the USA. She's in personal best form this year, 50 seconds exactly. Kendall Ellis of the USA.
beside her in lane 4.
Ellis third at those US Championships. Gordon of Jamaica in 4. Chrisanne Gordon, the US Collegiate Champion, representing the University of Texas this year. 50.13 this season. Mambose of Nigeria in 3. And then the former world champion, Amantle Monsho of Botswana. 49.33 seconds 4 years ago. 51.38 in this season. 34 years old now. So the final heat of the women's 400 metres. Kendall Ellis, the fastest in the field. 50 seconds exactly. But Chrisanne Gordon of Jamaica in 4 has 50.13 seconds this season. So the fastest 2 athletes in the final heats in 4 and 5. So Chrisanne Gordon, the Jamaican in 4, second at the Jamaican Championships this year. She started off well, already trying to pull back the stagger on Ellis of the USA outsider. Monsho going well in lane number 2. In fact, Monsho's absolutely flying down the back straight. She's pulled back the stagger on the athlete outsider. So round the top bend in a 400 metres, you work between 200 and 300 metres to get yourself in a good position. And it's Monsho, the former champion, who's leading the way here in this final heat. But Gordon of Jamaica in lane number 4, looking tidy, looking efficient. Mambose of Nigeria looking to get herself in an automatic qualifying position. Ellis of the USA is going backwards. So the Jamaican, unofficially 51.15 seconds. Nice and controlled by the US Collegiate Champion. She wins the 6th and final heat and confirms her place in those semi-finals. Well, Monsho went out hard. Commonwealth champion back in 2010. But out on the marathon. Rob Walker, bring us up to speed.
Yes, well, it's an interesting battle, this one, Catherine. The nations concerned might be familiar, but the way it's unfolding is certainly quite intriguing, because the last time we were looking, Tamarat Tola of Ethiopia had put in a little injection of pace in an attempt to lose Geoffrey Kirui, the former world junior champion over 10,000 metres. At one stage, he was leading the Kenyan by around 35 to 45 metres, but Kirui has rallied and he now leads once again. So this battle for gold is far from over. Now they've gone through 35k in around, well, what is it, 146, 145-ish. So they're running well at the moment. And it's the pace has increased in the second half of the race, which we would have expected. We're looking to see the gap between the leading 2 and the chasers, a 443 kilometre there, and yeah, 146 plus change, so they're inside 2:10 pace, and remember at halfway they were on course for 2:11. What I'm really intrigued to find out, Steve, is what's happening in that battle for the bronze.
Well, Kirui is pulling away. I mean, that was a decisive break. He actually went under the underpass there of the railway, and as he went in, you could see him surging. This is a real big effort from Kirui. And I think Tola, though, must now realise that perhaps that effort he put in earlier was just the wrong time to do it, because Kirui has rallied himself significantly and is pouring it on now.
And Steve, just an update, we get the splits as they go through each of the checkpoints. Alphonse Simbu has indeed caught Gideon Kipketer. Now it's unclear whether he's gone past him or whether they're running side by side. So we have a Kenyan streaking away from an Ethiopian, with a Tanzanian now moving into the hunt for the bronze. And remember, the Tanzanian wasn't too far away from the podium in Rio last year.
And another interesting fact, Callum Hawkins is moving through. He's now in 5th place on the scoreboard, and he's actually increased his performance, because he's come through from about 6th to now 5th.
Callum Hawkins would be hoping, well, it would be an incredible performance if he was to get a medal. No British male has ever won a medal in this. Hugh Jones was 5th in the searing heat of Rome in 1987. Richard Narurka was 7th in 95. What a performance from the Briton, though, who, remember, was in the top 10 in Rio. Not a million miles away from the medals.
He's 30 seconds behind 3rd place.
Wow. Well, we shall keep our eye on whether Callum Hawkins can give the British crowds an unexpected cheer. They know he's talented, they know he's aggressive. They weren't necessarily expecting him to be in the hunt for a medal, as we watch Geoffrey Kirui trying to pull away from Tamirat Tola, and they are running together. Callum Hawkins just out of shot now, but he's in 5th place, and this is Simbu from Tanzania, and although he has now caught Geoffrey Kipketer, Kipketer's hanging on. They are the 2 most recent winners of the Mumbai Marathon. Simbu won this year, Kipketer last year. Those are the 2 men battling for bronze, and it's hotting up nicely.
Well, the marathon leaders taking on the tight turns, but there's confirmation of the 6th and final heat of the women's 400 metres. Chris-Anne Gordon from Jamaica, Monshu through as well. And here is a list then of all the qualifiers that have got through. There's a summary for the next round, being led by that national record of Neza of Bahrain. Miller Weibo there, Jackson's there. The British fans will be happy, Zoe Clark's there. And the unfamiliar sight on a list of times, Alison Felix. Nice and easy, 52.44, all through to the semi-finals.
So Tamirat Tola has been, well, unceremoniously dropped by Geoffrey Kirui, who I don't think, by the way, is related to Abel Kirui, who's won 2 editions of the world title. But what a performance from Kirui, who is pulling away here. And it looked 10 minutes ago, Steve, as though it would be the other way round, with Tola making a bold bid for glory.
Well, Tola is only 10 seconds ahead of that chasing group of Simbu and Kipketer. As I said before, he doesn't look as if he's actually got much more left in the tank, Tola. He's dropping back significantly as this man opening the gap almost in every stride. And if that's the case, then Tola may start slipping back past Simba and Kipketer. It's whether Callum Hawkins now, and it would be an absolutely staggering performance if Callum could come through this group as they start tiring.
Well, Hawkins is in 5th place. Of course, we marvel at the likes of Geoffrey Kirui and Tamirat Tola and Alphonse Simbu, the East Africans. Great shot there of Kirui. Really strong-looking athlete who's come through the bad patch. It would be an extraordinary story indeed if Callum Hawkins were to get on the podium. He's talented enough and aggressive enough to believe he can do this. In 5th place, trying to close down on what he hopes will be a tiring Geoffrey Kipketer, who has been passed. He was in 3rd place, he's now in 4th, just behind Alphonse Simbu. Well, no British male has won a World Championship medal. As I said, Hugh Jones was 5th in 87, and I think the other closest time Great Britain have ever come to a medal in the marathon recently was Richard Narurka, coming 5th, not too far away from the podium in Atlanta in 1996. So I make it the last time a British male was a global medalist in a marathon was probably Charlie Spedding, getting on the podium back in LA in 1984. That's how much of a surprise it would be if Hawkins can close the gap on Simbu up in 3rd.
Well, you're right. It's almost going back into the days of black and white television to see a British vest coming up into the medal positions in an international marathon. But let's go back to what's actually going on at front here. And Korea looking over his shoulder all the time, but he doesn't need to, really. He's just got to keep going, I think, to get the goal, because I think if he can, there's no one really coming through that's running at this speed to make the differential up and catch him.
Well, it's good work here from Kirui. He obviously weathered his personal storm, and he has managed to come through the bad patch. What a run this would be Kirui, Boston Marathon winner this year. So what a great platform that is, because as you know, Steve, Boston is a really, really tough marathon. It's not one where you're going to run 2:04 plus change, but it certainly separates the men from the boys. So what a way that was for Geoffrey Kirui
we're looking
to
at
come into the World Championship.
Say, Kirui is away. This man, though, has got all sorts of problems. So what does he do? He is slowing, but is he slowing enough for the others behind him, Simba, Kip-Keita, Hawkins, to catch up? We'll have to wait and see. Difficult to see when you just look at it like this, because he looks quite comfortable. So does this man, though. Kirui just easing ahead. Good crowds around the course today. Don't forget, we've still got the women's marathon coming a bit later in the day, so it's non-stop really here. That's the problem, as Rob said. Some of these bends, really tight turns for these marathon runners, and you can imagine the fatigue in the legs, and you have to keep turning a 90-degree angle all the time. It does take its toll.
London looking good in the sunshine. So many great landmarks these athletes will pass, but now they're into the real painful part of the marathon. Tamirat Tola, an Olympic bronze medalist on the track. The question, Steve, is he's clearly going to be suffering, they all are, but whereas Kirui will be mentally buoyed by the fact that he's getting ever so closer to a world title, Tola knows that the wheels are beginning to come off, and he'll start to come under psychological pressure to stay ahead of Simbu and Kip-Keita in 3rd and 4th, and Hawkins in 5th.
Yeah, there's about 15 minutes of running left, really, in the marathon, if they're running at about 2:10, which I think Tola will be doing. And that's a long time if your legs are fading, it really is. And as the others maybe catch a glimpse of him just ahead, it's almost like giving them incentive to just go for it, really catch him as they can.
Right, so this is significant because it shows that Alphonse Simbu, who was 5th in Rio, has broken Kip-Keita. Kip-Keita's in the distance there. He's now the athlete in 4th place. Simbu is chasing Tola, the Ethiopian, in 2nd, and we know Geoffrey Kirui is leading. So the significance here is what Kip-Keita's worried about. He's looking behind because the question is, where is Callum Hawkins? And if Hawkins can get back to Kip-Keita, does he have half a chance of closing on Simbu?
Kip-Keita is literally dying on his feet there. He had trouble going around that. Look at that. You can tell by the body language. There's nothing left. He's hanging on in, and it's a good indication maybe if anybody's coming up just behind him that they could see that fatigue and use that to their advantage.
Well, there'll be a lot of people getting excited in Tanzania to see whether Simbu can get on the podium. A great athlete, and he's running really well in 3rd at the moment as we once again turn our attention to our leader, Geoffrey Kirui. A man who showed great promise on the track and then decided to try his fortunes on the roads, and he's done so to great effect. Not too interested in the little shower there to cool him off. It's not too hot, and as we said at the start, Steve, conditions pretty much ideal for marathon running, even though local time here in Great Britain, we're coming up to 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, I don't think there's been a major problem with any of the conditions here today. The wind has dropped. It's about 20 degrees, and a lot of the course in the shade. There's Tola, though. He's still, I suppose, got a rhythm going there, and it's not. He's checking his watch again. I think he's checking to just see how much time he's got before he gets to anywhere near. There he is, just going past that shower that we just saw Kirui go past. So they're about 300 or 400 meters ahead.
And comparing their body language as we watch Kirui, and Kirui had another little look over his shoulder there, I would say Tola is suffering. This looks a better momentum from Kirui than that which we just saw from Tola.
Yeah, I think Kirui's got the gold, no question about that. I mean, he's looking at, I think it's natural for an athlete in front, especially when you're tired, to keep looking over your shoulder. It's not the fact that you're tiring, you just want to be assured that what you're doing is good enough to keep you in front. But this is a different rhythm, though. Look at this. This is a much better rhythm from Samba coming through now. And if Simbu could just keep this going, I think that there's that water check again, so that he's not that far behind, if you think about it. And Tola, as I said before, must sense that someone is coming.
So that's Simbu trying to close down Tola. And meanwhile, back down the course, Callum Hawkins will be hoping to close down Geoffrey Kip-Keita. who won Mumbai last year. He's now in 4th place, but Kirui looks so composed here, Steve. He's not showing too many signs of fatigue here, and I'm sure he is suffering and feeling it because he's been running for almost 2 hours.
Well, as you said earlier, I think right at the very beginning, he's got that great style. Very small, compact man, not much weight to carry around the course, and he's got the economy of style, which is essential. As I said before, you can't have anything that's going to really waste energy in a marathon. Beautiful style, low real knee lift, really not much knee lift there, so he's not lifting his thighs up too high, and plenty of power in those calves to keep him going. This is it. This has almost been a solo effort, really, over the last 5K. We're checking again. He's always checking. There's Tola. He's still running, still looking okay. But the question is, what's the differential in speed between him and the chasing groups? Just coming down the same part that we saw Kirui come through there as they turn yet again. Just over the 2 hours now, so we're into crunch time in the marathon. Less maybe than 10 minutes, or maybe just about 10 minutes to go before they come into the Olympic Stadium here.
And when you think of the great names who have featured on the podiums in the previous editions of the World Championships, some of the greats have added to their fast times in the big city marathons with medals in the World Championship. Garib's won this a couple of times. Abel Anton's won it twice. Douglas Wakihuri in 1987. Rob de Castella winning the inaugural edition. And there is the answer to the question of how far is Callum Hawkins behind Kipketer. The answer is he's closing, and closing fast. 5th is going to become 4th for the Scot.
Well, this is a great run from Hawkins, and I think he knows he's got him, because if you see the difference in styles between those two, it's significant. And Hawkins is really having a terrific run here. No one, I don't think, expected this from him. And to do it in your host nation, in front of probably your home crowd, what more could you ask?
It's a fantastic run from Hawkins, and if he does finish in 4th place, that will be the best performance by a British male marathon runner since Charlie Spedding got the bronze in Los Angeles in 1984. Meanwhile, Kirui closing in on the biggest moment of his career here on the streets of London, and he's weathered the storm. There's no doubt when Tola went past him, he had to battle the mental demons, but on that occasion, he had the strength to come back to the Ethiopian and then go past him. Here's Simbu for Tanzania. A brilliant run from him at the moment. 5th back in Rio. And look at Callum Hawkins. He's gone past Kipketer. Kipketer's race is over. And you might hear a little bit of noise around our microphones, because here in the stadium, they're putting the end of the marathon on the big screen. And the crowd, with many Britons among them, are getting very excited to see Callum Hawkins in 4th place. The key piece of information we need in terms of the battle for the bronze is how far behind Hawkins is from Simbu. I think Simbu's still moving quite well in 3rd,
he is.
Steve.
That's the problem. But how slowly is Tola moving? Because that's the other question. If Tola dies over the last 10 minutes, then maybe there's a chance. 40K mark just coming up there, 2K to go. Well, they're seeing all these symbols now, and they must think they're close. Closing in on the Olympic Stadium.
29 seconds, Callum Hawkins' deficit to Alphonse Simbu. And Simbu is also trying for a very special piece of history for his nation, because I'm just checking, I don't think a Tanzanian male has ever finished on the podium in a World Championship marathon. They've had some great performances over the years, most notably recently in the Commonwealth Games. Great performances from the Tanzanians back in the day in Brisbane in '82, but we still have so much drama to come, perhaps, in this marathon. Kirui is doing brilliantly at the front. We've got Tola hanging on to 2nd place, Simba flying the flag for Tanzania. No male from his country has ever stood on the podium of a World Championship marathon. And Callum Hawkins of Great Britain in 4th, on his way to producing the best performance from anyone from his country in male marathon running for well over 30 years.
Well, this is relaxed, super efficient running from Kirui now. He must be now within, what, 1.5k of the finish. And he's looking very, very comfortable. There's some of the teammates there, the Kenyans on the outside, they're cheering him on. He's done a great job. He did everything that was asked of him. When the attack came from Tola, he didn't respond quickly. He just waited until he had the right fitting in his legs to close the gap. And as soon as he did, he went straight up and straight past the man. He's tiring a little bit. You can see the head now just slightly tilted to the right. Arms still pumping away though. Beautiful style.
Geoffrey Kirui knows that surely, notwithstanding an injury or a sudden attack of cramp, he is almost there. Following in the footsteps of some great athletes. Douglas Wakehuri, his countryman, winning 30 years ago in Rome in 1987. Luke Kibet won in the scorching heat of Osaka. We were both there, Steve, in brutal conditions. And Abel Kirui, no relation to Geoffrey, won in Berlin and in Daegu. That's Tola in 2nd place, and he is suffering.
He's suffering, but give him credit. He's hanging in. He really is. He's been suffering maybe now for the last, 5k or more. But the rhythm is still there. You know, there's enough incentive, I think, for him if he can just hold on, because this man is trying desperately, Simbu, to catch him. You can see him up ahead. You can see the motorbikes, and he knows he's just ahead of those motorbikes. And what's the gap? Maybe 200 meters or so. So it really isn't over, but there's a big, big gap.
Simbu is in 3rd, trying to close down on Tamirat Tola, last year's bronze medalist over 10,000 meters. And what range that would demonstrate if Tola can hang on for a medal. 2 successive global championships, and he's got medals, 1 in the 10 and 1 in the marathon. But there's Kirui. He's closing in on the performance of his lifetime. Yes, world junior champion over 10,000 meters, but now he's flying the flag for Kenya as a senior athlete, and he's doing so in fine, fine style. Geoffrey Kirui is now waving to the crowd and celebrating. He has timed his drive to the finish to perfection, and what a setting in which to become a world champion.
Beautiful. The finish this time at London Bridge, sorry, Tower Bridge, and it's a wonderful, wonderful stretch. Look at that. The crowds will know that this is where to be if you want to watch them come in. This man has done a great job. He really has. Pushed all the way, almost solo really, because Tola was there, but in the end, the wave in the end signifies that this man has had a great race and coming home now, the new world champion in the men's marathon.
Geoffrey Kirui enjoying this moment, and he should do. Thousands of people lining Tower Bridge, and after 2 hours and 8 minutes of brutal running, Geoffrey Kirui is the world champion on Tower Bridge in the sunshine, with thousands cheering him on. The greatest moment of his career so far.
Wonderful performance from Kirui, and as Catherine just reminded me, that's the first medal, gold medal for Kenya at these championships so far. Tola coming through now. He's hung on, good on him. He's done it the hard way really. He's dying, but he's keeping it going. He's looking at his watch, just checking his time. It's not necessary to check your time. You can see the finish, but look how close it is in the end. Is it going to come down to a sprint, Rob? It could be, but it looks as if that gap just isn't possible for Simbu.
Great running from both these guys, Steve. Tamirat Tola thought at one stage he was going to take this race. He was in the lead by 35, 40 meters or so. He has really battled the demons since being overtaken by Geoffrey Kirui, and you don't often see marathon runners trying to sprint to upgrade a bronze to silver. But Tamirat Tola will be on the podium. Is there another big burst from Alphonse Simbu? Simbu's trying to change a bronze to a silver. This is so close. Tola's hanging on here as Kirui jogs back down the field. It is silver for Tamirat Tola, and it's bronze for Alphonse Simbu, the first Tanzanian male ever to get a World Championship marathon medal. And this is the best performance by a British man in world or Olympic marathons for 33 years. Not since Charlie Spedding got the bronze in LA have we seen a performance as good as this. It is 4th place for Callum Hawkins, and what a brilliant run from a brave, aggressive Scot. That was the best race of his life.
Without any question, it really was a marvellous performance. Kip Keter really struggling in here at the moment, holding it on. A lot of tired men coming in now, but that was a very, very great run from Callum. I mean, he's almost closing down every one of those athletes coming through the line in the last, what, 20 or so seconds.
Kip Keter has struggled in the last few hundred metres. He's coming home for 5th, only just with the Italian. I don't know, do you count that as an overtake? Possibly not, but it was very close between the two of them on the line. Meucci running very well indeed. They're given exactly the same time. So the gold and the plaudits belong to Geoffrey Kirui, but all credit to Tola, the bronze medalist over the 10,000 last year, upgrading to silver here in the marathon. Great credit to Alphonse Simbu, a piece of history for Tanzania. And what a run by Callum Hawkins, inspired by the home setting, coming home just shy of a medal. But the best performance by a Briton, a British male, for 33 years. Well, it was gold for Eritrea 2 years ago in Beijing. Not to be this time, their teenage star not here, but they will have representation in the top 10. A great place for the marathon to start and finish, Steve. What a setting and what a backdrop.
Yeah, it's great for the World Championships to put these settings. I remember the Berlin Marathon also being, you know, a fantastic race to watch. And the backdrop there of the City of London for these athletes must have been a welcome change, I think, sometimes. Wanduri coming in there, and Kawuchi, well, out on his feet, isn't he?
Good run there from Kawauchi to make it inside the top 10. Wow, there's so much intrigue in that race. It really kept us going right towards the end. Nakamoto, who was 6th in the London Olympics and 5th in Moscow, he's run well. He finished 2nd of the 2 Japanese athletes. They always have good representation, and what motivation for them heading to Tokyo in 3 years' time. The marathon is the event they love more than any other, the Japanese racers. Mutai of Uganda cutting a slightly tired figure. He's going to come home just a shade outside 2:13. But a great race at the front, it really was. Tanzania, Ethiopia and Kenya on the podium, with Great Britain just a whisker behind.
Mutai coming through. Fairly tired, I think. Checking his watch, just look up there. Need to check his watch. The scoreboard has got the time just ahead of him. It's Kirui. Just taking a little bit of breather there, sitting down. Jafari. Most of these athletes now lone almost individual runs really in the marathon, because there's been big gaps all the way through.
And I wonder if Ezekiel Jafari knows that his countryman, Alphonse Simbu, has become a World Championship bronze medalist. I'm sure there'll be an embrace between the two men when he does see Simbu, who is just, I think, just off to the right-hand side. Good run there from Jafari. He's not too far outside his lifetime best, the 31-year-old. Hulad of Denmark coming home. Great race. Ozbilen, the expatriated Kenyan representing Turkey. And Tachasa was up with the leaders early on, Steve, but he has paid for that early exuberance. 13th in Amsterdam a few years ago. He wasn't too far off the podium in Beijing 2 years ago. And his best marathon so far this year was 8th in Stockholm. This is going to be round about the same time, just a fraction quicker here. So he's run a season's best here in London. Very tired Ukrainian Olfrenko trying to out-sprint the Ethiopian, and he's done so. Mekkonen very, very tired there. And one by one they will come home. And it's really good that so many people are on either side of the bridge to give these athletes the reception that they deserve. Oh, what a sprint this is. Not quite as fast as you over a 5 or a 15, but not bad.
A lot faster than me over some of my races, I must admit, but probably a bit faster than you when you run your marathon, Rob. So, yeah, let's wait and see what the others come in with. As I said before, this marathon, because it isn't one of the big city marathons, and because the fields are smaller, most of these guys, as I said, once the break happened, once the spread out happened, they're virtually running a solo race. Physically, it's obviously hard, but mentally, it must be even harder. No one to support you, no groups around you. And that's probably the hardest way to do it. Ayala there just making it across the line, absolutely out on his feet. A great tradition of the Japanese athletes, and Inouye coming through here. We'll be pleased with the fact that he's actually finished this hard race.
Yeah, Inouye was 8th in Tokyo earlier this year. As we're on 2:08, just finding that a little bit tougher, but quite right, Steve. Good that he's actually decided to finish the race.
Well, an interesting fact is that some of these guys have personal bests are significantly lower than what they're running here today, which I think maybe indicate that the course is quite tough. The bends, the turning, and the altering your rhythm, picking up the pace, slowing down, not easy for a lot of athletes.
Andrew Davies of Great Britain looking strong as he comes home. Better known as a mountain runner. Second in the Manchester Marathon a couple of years ago and got through that 2:20 barrier. Here is a confirmation of the top 9. Geoffrey Kirui is the world champion. Tamirat Tola took the silver by 2 seconds ahead of Alphonse Simbu. And what about that from Callum Hawkins, a lifetime best in 4th. So, we turn our attention to yet more action on the track. It's the heats of the men's 110-metre high hurdles. Aries Merritt, the world record holder, and we are delighted that a healthy Aries Merritt has made it onto the American team here after a kidney transplant. One of the stories of the championship, surely, even before he's taken a foot in anger. He's in heat 3. 5 heats in all, first 4 from each, plus 4 fastest losers. Here's the lineup for the first of the 5 heats in the 110-metre high hurdles. Omar McLeod, the Olympic champion, the fastest man in the world this year with 12.9. He goes in 1. Mascot seems to get everywhere. There is McLeod. Watch out as well for Bargi, the Hungarian, who set a national record earlier this year of 13.15. Moraji of Great Britain will get good cheers. Omar McLeod, Jamaican champion, first in Shanghai, first in Eugene. Had cramp in Paris at the start of July, so it hasn't been a totally flawless build-up, but he'll be hoping to make safe qualification here. Jordan O'Farrell, Bargi, the Hungarian, who's in good shape. That's Haase. Eddie Lovett of the US Virgin Islands. David Omoroji, World Junior bronze medalist in 2014. Takayama in 7. Anusone of Laos. And Alex Harris, US champion, semi-finalist 2 years ago. Remember, only the first 4 will qualify for the semi-finals tonight. McLeod in 1, O'Farrell, Cuba in 2, Bargi 3, Haase 4, Lovett 5, Omoroji 6, Takayama 7, Ayunsone 8, Harris 9. McLeod, apart from that little problem in Paris where he got cramp, has barely put a foot wrong this season. Can he ensure he gets one of the middle lanes for the semi-finals tonight? Remember, the first round drawn at random. The Olympic champion goes in 1. They are cleanly away. Good start from O'Farrell of Cuba, and it's O'Farrell who leads at the moment. Now McLeod coming through, Bargi trying to stay with them. On the near side, Harris is running into problems. Wow. He came through in the end there, Omar McLeod, but he was put under a little bit of pressure after that great start from O'Farrell. McLeod given the nod there, 13:23 the official time. Well, he's blown away a couple of cobwebs. Bargi ran well for 13:35, and Eddie Lovett came through for the US Virgin Islands for 13:41. Harris does get the 4th automatic spot, but that was a little bit sluggish from the American champion, 13:50. The rest will have to wait and see.
Yeah, as you say, he didn't get a great start, did he, McLeod? And O'Farrell on these outside was a little bit quicker. He hit a couple of hurdles early on, though, and started picking it up after that. And the true champion in him, I think, came ahead over the last 2 or 3. He was really desperate, pushed hard, and in the end, I suppose he won comfortably by a metre or so. So, as you said, he's blown the cobwebs out. That's a good point, and I think that's all that's necessary in the heats, just to get through as comfortable as possible. O'Farrell, though, just on his right, in the end, did really well to push him all the way.
O'Farrell, the Cuban, will have to wait to see if he goes through as one of the fastest losers. 13:56 his time in 5th place.
So while we're at the marathon, the heptathlon women's javelin Group A concluded. Dajic of Austria, 52 metres and 29. That was expected. She's a good thrower. 905 points for her. And Britain's Katarina Johnson-Thompson, solid throwing from the British athlete as well. Remember, she was in the bronze medal position after the 5th event. So, of course, we will wait for the throws potentially of Thiam and Schaefer in the javelin B group for the changes in the medal positions in the heptathlon. So, 5 metres and 70, men's pole vault qualifying. The automatic qualifying height, if needed, is 5 metres and 75. Lisek, oh yes. Good clearance, opened at 5 metres and 30. He's had a clear scorecard all the way through, therefore. Remember, we need 12 athletes for the final. So, Renaud Lavillenie, only his 2nd vault of the competition. First attempt then at 5 metres and 70. As I say, this might be enough to get the athletes into the final, but he's not worried about that. He wants it cleared. Oh, yes. Well, he became a father to a little girl 3 weeks ago, Renaud Lavillenie. And it's a thumbs up all round at the moment. That's a good position to be in. First time over 5 metres and 70. Now, Sam Kendricks, remember, had a little bit of trouble at 5 metres and 60, the world leader, but went over it at the 3rd time of asking. So first attempt at 5.70. Oh, yes. Well, he's got in his groove. First over 5 meters and 70. And in the other pool, well, I mentioned right at the beginning of this qualifying, the two pools are running next to each other. Armand Duplantis of Sweden, this boy is talented. 5 meters and 90. He is 17 years old. First attempt. Third attempt, excuse me. Beautiful. Well, he came here as a 5 meter and 90 vaulter. And what about that under pressure? Strong, strong vaulting from the 17-year-old. And Sean Barber's under a bit of pressure as well. His third attempt at 5 meters and 70. The defending world champion. He's gone over 5 meters and 72 this season, so he's getting close to a season's best. Wants to stay in the mix to defend the title here in London. Oh, yeah. Punches the air. 5.93 at his best a couple of seasons ago, the defending champion. Stays in the hunt. Wojciechowski of Poland. Third attempt for the world #2, former world champion himself. Oh yes, pulls on the experience. Yes. We say it in a lot of events at this World Championships, of course, are the best athletes in the world, but it's a very competitive men's pole vault this season. Hugs from Sam Kendricks. Wojciechowski stays in the mix as well at 5 meters and 70. So 75 wasn't needed. They're the 12 athletes then that will challenge for that final on Tuesday, led by Renaud Lavillenie. Can he finally get a world gold? Some of those names will have something to say about that, including the world leader, Sam Kendricks, who also goes through.
Confirmation, Omar McLeod taking that one. Bargy came through for second, Eddie Lovett third. Alik Harris, well, he'll need to improve on that one in the semis. O'Farrell will have to wait and see.
Well, 13.23 in that first heat, and the lineup now for this second heat. Waters, Musano, Darian King, Nigala, Allen, Almandal, and Jakia. Darian Garfield will panning in on the man there in lane 4, the world indoor bronze medalist. And then obviously a big favourite to the local crowd here, Dave King, the UK champion this year, best of 13.48, so maybe a little bit pushed in this race. And then obviously from the United States, their champion, twice collegiate champion, Devon Allen. So this race fairly open. There's Jakir just on the outside of the starter in lane 9. So it's Waters, Trinidad and Tobago, Musano, Japan, Darian, France, King, Great Britain, Northern Ireland, Jadith, India, Allen, United States, Almandil of Kuwait, and Jakir of Poland. Away this time. Well, the American Allen got a good start, but also too did King, the British athlete, just on his outside. Darian of France going well. Darian of France going well, but also coming down the American Allen. It's going to be Allen hitting that last hurdle, but comfortably getting it just behind him was Darian of France. So maybe the big two go through fairly comfortably there. And the American looked very, very good, even though he did clatter that second to last hurdle.
Yeah, went to the form book in lane 7 and 4 with Allen and Darian of France. He's such a talent, Devon Allen, just graduated in the last few weeks from the University of Oregon. a multi-talented sports star, playing American football as a wide receiver, now concentrating professionally on track and field as well. So that went to plan for the American. Not the tidiest of race, as you say, Steve.
No, it certainly wasn't in the end, but that doesn't matter as long as you can get to the line and make sure you qualify. You can see here at this stage, not much between them really, but then this is where Alan starts coming. The technique is really good. Hits a lot of hurdles, but he's smooth over them, very fast. Just on the inside, Darien of France also coming through very easily. And I think in the end it was Czechia of Poland, just on the outside here, that gets third.
Well, we've already had Group A at the women's heptathlon javelin, but a reminder of how it standed after the 5th event of the long jump, with just 2 events remaining. So after the long jump, it was Thiam, the Olympic champion, leading the way. 96 points ahead of Schaefer of Germany. So Johnson-Thompson, after the long jump, was in a bronze medal position. So Johnson-Thompson has already thrown in the A qualification pool in the javelin. We've seen her efforts this afternoon. So leading the way at the moment, the gold and silver medalists of Thiam and Schaefer line up then in javelin Group B. The strongest javelin thrower on personal bests in this whole competition is Nafi Thiam of Belgium. She's a wonderful thrower, 59 meters and 32 at her best. First round effort, first of 3 throws. I can hear a little bit of an ooh from the crowd. Bang on the 50-meter line for the event leader. Schaefer, the German, is a good javelin thrower as well. The current silver medalist after the long jump, 50 meters and 73 at her best. But Nafi Thiam, well, she long jumped 6:57. She had 4 solid events yesterday, including that 195 high jump. Well, she opens with 49 meters and 93. Ruckstahl then of Switzerland. Down out the medals after the long jump, but is a good javelin thrower, over 58 meters at her best. Oh, well, that's going to pass Thiam's score. It's going to pass her 49.93. But again, that's expected from Ruckstahl of Switzerland. A very strong thrower in this 7th event heptathlon. Well, thumbs up indeed. It's around about 52 meters for the Swiss athlete. Indeed, 52 meters and 15. Schaefer of Germany in silver after the long jump. Well, all the athletes in this B pool, good throwers peppering the 50-meter line. 6:56 in the long jump, just 1 centimeter behind Thiam. And as I mentioned, at her best, she's a 50-meter 73 javelin thrower. And just looking ahead to the final event of the 800, Thiam and Schaefer, is less than a second between them if you look at their personal bests over 800 meters. So the Belgian Thiam in the driving seat, but Schaefer 49 meters and 68. That's a good opening throw. So Vetter of the Netherlands was in 5th place after the long jump. Puts herself in position. Again, another 55-meter plus thrower at her best. Oh, wow. Well, no wonder she bounces around and likes it. It's around the 55-meter line for Vetter. Oh, super replay. And so let's not forget, she was 5th after the long jump, where she long jumped 6 meters and 32. She was just under 100 points behind Johnson-Thompson, well, 55 meters and 32. Well, that's going to put her into the bronze medal position, above Great Britain's Katarina Johnson-Thompson. So the result of the second heat of the men's 110-meter hurdles, America's Devon Allen. Well, he's led the way, 13.26 seconds. Alan Darien through along with the Polish athlete and the Japanese.
His training
Beautiful sunshine here in London. The heptathletes in the javelin appreciating that. The pole vaulters definitely appreciated the dry weather here this morning. And here's the lineup for heat number 3 of 5 then in the men's 110-meter hurdles. Lane number 8, the world record holder, Aries Merritt, the Olympic champion here in London. Said he was very excited. He's always excited when he comes to run back in the capital city, because of course it holds good memories. So Kim of Korea will start in lane number 2. He's their national record holder. Dvalidis of Greece, their national record holder, will start in lane number 3. Souza of Brazil, the former South American junior champion, will start in 4. But in lane 5 for Barbados, Shane Brathwaite, sprint hurdle bronze medals at the Commonwealth Games and the Pan American Games a couple of years ago. Lane number 6 from South Africa, Antonio Alcana, the African champion and their record holder, 13.11 seconds this season. He's the second fastest in the field. Amuro of Japan will start in 7. The Aries Merritt of the USA, Olympic champion, world indoor champion, and outdoor world record holder since 2012, 12.80 seconds. Back after that kidney transplant that Rob spoke about earlier. His donor was his sister. And how, boy, has he come back in super form, the world record holder. Manga of France will start in lane number 9. So heat number 3 in the men's 110-meter hurdles. First 4 and the next 4 fastest will go to the semi-finals, which are later tonight. So a clean start and a decent start by Merritt in lane number 8. Is the American leading the way at the moment? And Aries Merritt pulling away with this one. Good qualification from the world record holder. A little bit of a lean at the line and unofficially 13.16 seconds. Using this heat to get a good race in, to nail a start and technically put some good hurdling over the 10 barriers. Well, he's the world number 5 this year, Rob, with 13.09, but he won the Diamond League here a few weeks ago. He won the Olympic title here 5 years ago. You'd never, ever discount the greatest of all time, right?
Yeah, I think there was a difference there. What we saw with McLeod was him brushing off a bad start and coming back into the race. Allen was pretty good with 13.26 in the second heat. That, to me, watching Aries Merritt second from the left, looked really sharp. I think he's coming into form at just the right time. Brathwaite ran well in the centre in that familiar yellow and blue for Barbados, and Alcana came through for the 3rd spot. Those 3 were away and clear from the rest. That was excellent from Aries Merritt. 13.09, I think, is the quickest time he's run since the transplant. Great to have him back, and great that he is, on this form, definitely going to be in the hunt for a medal.
Well, he underwent that kidney transplant in September 2015, literally weeks after he'd picked up the bronze medal in Beijing at this World Championships. So he won a medal when he was poorly a couple of years ago. But Aries Merritt, the world record holder, wins the 3rd heat, 13.16 seconds. So Rodriguez of Cuba in the women's heptathlon javelin. A wonderful high jump yesterday, didn't she, of 1 meter and 95. 6 meters and 23 in the long jump. So she's in 4th place after that long jump event. Just 39 points at the time she was behind Katarina Johnson-Thompson. So she's in with a shout of a medal here, the Cuban. She's a 48-meter 89 javelin thrower at her best. That's over the 45-metre line. What a wonderful world champ she's having. 47 metres and 41, fourth place. But there's Nafi Thiam. Well, she's adjusting her spikes. The event leader looking to add world gold to the Olympic title she won last year. 49 metres and 93, her best to date. She's got one more throw to go in this javelin before the final event of the 800 metres. Sharon Day Monroe of the USA, her third and final effort. Again, another 50-metre plus javelin thrower. The strong javelin throwers in obviously this second pool. Well, it's over the 40-metre line. After the long jump, she was down in 20th position, 561 in the long jump. So the American, of course, like all the athletes, looking for the highest place possible. That's an obvious statement to make, but trying to pull a few points back. Well, that was the best of the series, 40 metres and 74. So the American ends her javelin campaign. Nafi Thiam of Belgium, her third and final throw, sits in 5th in the javelin part of this competition with that 49 metres and 93. Vetter leading the way with a huge 55 metres and 32. But looking for a few more points here, Thiam. I mentioned she's very close with the likes of Schaefer on 800-metre best times going into the final event. So a third and final effort. Well, it's over the 50-metre line, isn't it? Clearly over the 50-metre line. So once again, when it matters, the young Belgian star, cool as a cucumber, as we say here in England. She's going to be delighted with that, and she's going to go into the final event of the 800 metres with a healthy lead. It's coming through 53 metres and 93. Gold medal position continues to be solidified by the Olympic champion.
Great smile there from Thiam. She's going really well at the moment. 2 more heats to come in the men's 110 hurdles as we prepare for the next. Andrew Pozzi of Great Britain, in the form of his life, 13-14 this year, and he's got Ronald Levy in the lane outside him in 9. Here's the lineup for the 4th heat in the men's 110-metre high hurdles. Trajkovic of Cyprus in 3 has gone well this year. Pozzi also in 7, and Levy, 3rd fastest in the world this year in lane 9 for Jamaica. Those of you keeping your eye on fastest loser spots, 13.62 required to get in the mix for those. Contreras, he goes in 2, and then Trajkovic made the Olympic final last year. Man from Cyprus, 13.25 this season, looks confident. Al Yoha, the Arab champion. Bula of Germany, national champion. Iribane of Cuba. And then listen to the reception for Andrew Pozzi. Second in the Paris Diamond League, made the semis last year in Rio. He's got his times down to 13.14. Xi of China in 8. And Ronald Levy, second in the Jamaican Championships, won the Paris Diamond League, second in Eugene. Really good athlete. 13.05 his lifetime best this year. Can he give the Jamaicans plenty to cheer and celebrate? Remember, they've already got Omar McLeod in the semis. He won the first in 13.23. Trajkovic in 3 for Cyprus. Pozzi, Great Britain 7. The favourite for this one, on the left of your picture at the moment, Ronald Levy of Jamaica, the 3rd fastest man in the world this year. There's Pozzi. First 4. Trajkovic, First 4 plus 4 fastest losers.
A
little bit of a stumble there from Trajkovic, but he's managed to get into his running. Levy's pulled out. That's a massive blow for him. Pozzi on the near side is running brilliantly for Great Britain. Pozzi takes it. I think Xi of China may well have come through for the second spot, but the big drama there, 2 lanes outside Andrew Pozzi, was Ronald Levy having to pull out. So the 3rd fastest man in the world this year from Jamaica has gone. Pozzi and Xi make sure. Trajkovic had a little stumble early on and then seemed to recover, just waiting for a confirmation. He did indeed get 3rd in 13:38, but what a win. He's shaking his head there, that's why, because he didn't get out too well. But what a run from Pozzi.
Super stuff. The British athlete, he's just going from strength to strength. He broke through in 2012 and then didn't finish his heat here at the London Olympics 5 years ago. There's Levy, the Jamaican. Obviously, understandably, desperately disappointed as one of the fastest men in the world, as you say, Rob. But Pozzi controlled that from the beginning. You look at him just to the left of the centre of his shot. He started well. He rised well. He was clean over the first hurdle. He didn't hit it. He's become such a good athlete this year, Steve. 13.14. Operations galore after 2012. He's battled so hard, this British athlete, to get back, and is a regular now on the world-class scene.
Seem to produce some good athletes, Colin Jackson and people like that from this country. I don't know why it is, but we seem to do it. But let's look at this. Levy, I think, hit that first hurdle with his knee, and that was it. It twisted his leg, buckled underneath him. You could see the pain. He might have actually damaged a cruciate ligament there because he really did twist that leg. Luckily, it wasn't anywhere near the inside lanes there, and Pozzi, because of that, then we've seen that again. You can see, look, the leg is pulled back. Watch again. Hits the hurdle. Bang. Knee goes down and bends. Knees go down again and bends. Incredibly, incredibly damaging the first time that you hit that hurdle. And as Rob said, what a shame. 3rd fastest this year, out after the first hurdle.
Well, that's it. So Andrew Pozzi, first hurdle nailed and clean. And when you set yourself up wrongly, and unfortunately for him, for Ronald Levy, did not finish. Unfortunate for him and Jamaica.
Andrew Pozzi through to the semis, so too Xi. Real disappointment there for Levy. He's out.
Williams of the USA in this B pool of the women's javelin. No throw for a first, then 41 metres and 45. Well, that's over the 45-metre line for Williams. Be close to her best. She's a 46-metre 48 javelin thrower. 10th overall after the long jump discipline. So 46 metres and 43 off the back of a 6-metre 19 long jump. A few more points for the American. Here's Schaefer, though, of Germany. High carriage of the javelin. In a medal position in this penultimate event, virtually bang on the 50-metre line, but the red flag is raised. So her 49-metre and 68 opening throw, she doesn't particularly seem happy about it. She's having a discussion because in her mind it was fine. Let's see how it lands, because the javelin has to actually land tip first and not flat onto the grass. So clearly Schaefer's saying it's all right. .49.68 was her best. It's been given.
It was the first half. Please, come on.
We will check.
Yeah, please, but you don't have any mark now, right now.
No, we have them. We do.
You have it?
We do, yeah.
Got the measure, don't worry. So you check it now.
Well, listening to the discussion, she's asking them to check it. She's not happy with the decision of a no throw. Just checking that the officials will have a distance that they can measure and potentially award her. if her battle is won. So remains to be seen. But in the meantime, Shuk, well, she goes just below the 50-metre line. Going to be close to her best. Well, it wasn't. It came through at 49 metres and 62, so no improvement for Shuk. Her best was a big 52 metres and 93. Goes to 16th overall, does the Ukrainian. So an intake of breath from Vetter of the Netherlands. 55 metres and 32. Was 5th, as I mentioned, overall after the long jump. Really is a good battle here brewing, especially for the bronze medal. The likes of Rodriguez, Katharina Johnson-Thompson. Vetter looking to put a few more points on the board. So can she improve on her 55 metres and 32? Her final throw through a shot put yesterday of 15 metres and 9 centimetres. As a lifetime best of 55 metres and 76. Oh, that's not coming down. Oh, yes, well, she was doing a little jig after her dance of her best throw so far. That is absolutely massive from the Dutch athlete. A lifetime best. Well, it's going to be absolutely destroyed here with this final throw by Vetter. 55 metres and 76. Oh, 58 metres and 41. Good distance and very good points for the Dutch star.
Well, that moves up, I think, into second place, actually, Kath. That's a great throw from her, but now we move back quickly to the hurdles. And the last heat, and I must admit, this heat, to me, looks the best of all of them so far. There he is, Shebenkov, running now for the authorised neutral athlete, the reigning IAAF champion. You can see the vests that they wear now, the neutral blues. Just on the outside, Howe of Australia, but also in this race, the great Orlando Ortega, running in lane 2. Well, Ortega was 6th in London for Cuba and 2nd in Rio when he changed his allegiance to Spain. Hansel Parchment, obviously another one to watch out, 3rd in the games here in London. 2nd at the World Championships in Beijing. So what a field this is. Ortega, Thomas, Jumas, Parchment, Cabral, Shebenkov, Rustic, Howe. Well, away cleanly. It looks as if Thomas there, 2nd lane in from the right, is running well for Trinidad and Tobago, hitting the hurdles there. Ortega now starting to really stretch away here on the inside. Coming through also Parchment of Jamaica and Shebenkov, I think, in 3rd in the end. So it's gone to form book. Well, the 26-year-old Orlando Ortega now running for Spain. As I said before, he got the 6th place in the London Games and 2nd place in Rio, but for 2 different countries. So he's in great shape too. Just behind him, you saw the Jamaican Hansel Parchment, who was 3rd in London, coming through pretty much in the latter stages of the race. And then Shebenkov, the reigning champion. Well, what a 3 to have in that particular heat, coming through fairly comfortably, I think. Shebenkov obviously having a lot of problems, really, I suppose, with actually getting the agreement to qualify for these championships, but in the end, the defending champion through to the semi-finals.
Well, Shebenkov didn't have the best of starts. Ortega was going well. He was isolated, wasn't he, in lane number 2, the Spaniard. He was just doing his own thing. There was a real battle in the middle there. Cabral, the Canadian, was in the mix at one point. Parchment then started to come through with his long legs. Shebenkov, bit of a lean. Well, the world number 2 this year is through, and that's all that counts. But look at that head-on shot there. The high carriage, the high ride through of the trail leg of Ortega. Is such a tall guy, but he's extremely talented as well, isn't he? Inside the world top 10. Well, Merritt, Pozzi, McLeod, Ortega, Shebenkov.
Well, they're all lining up, and still got to go through the semi-finals, but it is looking like a really, really class race, this 110 hurdles for men. All the main men in this event are coming through at the right time.
Yeah, I think Shebenkov needs to be sharper than that in the semis, and I'm sure he will be, third from the left-hand side. He's gone 13.01 this season, the defending champion. He's improved since making the semis in London in 2012. He's really become one of the main contenders, but he had to work a little bit hard for that one. I think Merritt has looked one of the best so far, and what an absolute fairy tale that would be if he can produce it once again in the stadium that he helped make so famous 5 years ago. Long way to go, though, and Parchment looks as though he's coming back to good form. We almost forget about Parchment, really, because Levy, who's gone, has been setting fast times for the Jamaicans this year. But Parchment got a bronze in London and got a silver in Beijing. So although nowadays it's McLeod who dominates the headlines in the Diamond League circuit, Parchment has got great pedigree, and not just in London 5 years ago.
Well, exactly. When he's fit, the Jamaican, you see him in the centre of the shot, the tall character, 196 tall. There's no problem for someone like him to do a 7-stride lead into the first hurdle because of his height. Well, very good there, Parchment, as did Ortega and Shebenkov and Krabal. Well, roll on the semi-finals later.
Here's a full list of the qualifiers. Aries Merritt has gone through as the fastest. Andrew Posey running well, so too Devon Allen. McLeod just blew away a few cobwebs. Bargi of Hungary's running really well. New national record for him this year. And Ortega looked very smooth. Parchment, Shebenkov, Alec Harris. And then come the fastest losers, Buller and also Juha. And we're hearing that O'Farrell, the Cuban, although he has gone through in the slowest of the fastest loser times, he may have an issue with his hamstring and may not take up his right to compete in the semis later tonight.
So, a javelin throw summary for the women's heptathlon. Veta, 58 metres and 41, 1,024 points. That's big points because it's big throwing. Visser of the Netherlands, 42 metres and 26. Johnson Thompson picking up exactly 700 points with her 41-metre plus throw. So that's a summary of the heptathlon with just one event to go later, which is the 800 metres, which is at 8:40 local time this evening. And there is your standings. The world leader, the world number one, Nafi Thiam of Belgium, 5,980 points. Look at the lead she has over Schaefer of Germany. But then look at the little gap, not the big gap, the little gap between Schaefer and Vetter. It's going to be an absolutely fascinating 800 metres later. And as I mentioned, Thiam and Schaefer very close on personal best times over the 2-lap distance. So all athletes, of course, looking for the highest finish possible, maybe top 20, maybe top 12. The Americans haven't had a happy time here at the heptathlon in London. But that's it in the stadium for this morning. The action will continue later at 7 o'clock local time. But Robert, shall we go out the stadium and maybe go to Tower Bridge?
Yeah, let's do it again, shall we? Just for kicks and giggles. So here we go. A brilliant men's marathon, and for the first time in World Championship history, we have back-to-back marathons on the same day, on the same course, and that means they will be snaking their way round along the embankment past the London Eye. And whereas the big city London Marathon would turn right at the Houses of Parliament and finish 300 yards in front of Buckingham Palace, today they double back, taking in St Paul's Cathedral. Quite a lot of twists and turns on this course. During the men's marathon, we saw plenty of people turning round to get a glimpse of how far ahead they were of the others. And I'm sure we'll see that again. So it was gold for Kenya, silver for Ethiopia, and bronze for Tanzania in the men's marathon. Let's see who's going to come out on top here. It's an absolutely stunning day, and here is the full lineup. 2 athletes from Bahrain, Rose Chelimo and Eunice Kerwa. Both, of course, Kenyan. We need to keep our eye on them. They've got really good PBs. 2:21.17, Eunice Kerwa in particular. 3 Croatians lining up here in London. Conditions absolutely superb. A little bit warmer than it would have been for the start of the men's race. That was around about 11 o'clock local time. We're now coming up 5 minutes to 2 in the afternoon here on a Sunday. Very rare for the streets of London to be closed for this long. They deserve to have the roads all to themselves. Demise, second in Dubai earlier this year. Dibaba, Bahane, not Tirunesh or Genzebe. And Mare Dibaba as well. Tracy Barlow, Alison Dixon, Charlotte Purdue will get great support from the British crowd. And then we have Flomena Ceic. She was third in Paris earlier this year, the reigning Commonwealth champion. And on the next page, we should see the name of Edna Kiplagat, double world champion. There she is. She was pretty close to making it 3 on the spin. It was a very tight finish. Those of you will remember in Beijing, only about 3 seconds separated all 3 medalists. Kiplagat was 5th, having won the previous 2 editions. Helle Kiprop got the silver behind Mare Dibaba. So it's a really, really good team from Kenya, and they will fancy that they can get in the mix and once again deny the Ethiopians as they did in the men's race. Helia Johannes of Namibia is a very useful athlete. 11 here in London 5 years ago, and not too far away from the medals in Glasgow at the Commonwealth Games in 2014. But really the might in this race is coming from the Kenyans, the Ethiopians and the expatriated Kenyans who are running for Bahrain. Another athlete we should mention had a nice moment here in the Olympic Stadium a couple of days ago. I'm sure she didn't mind taking some time out of her preparation. Kara Goucher, just waiting for the American names to come up. Oh, they've preempted that. She's on the next page. Well, Kara Goucher got a bronze in the 10,000 meters in Osaka, and she was upgraded to silver and received her medal in the Olympic Stadium alongside Great Britain's Joe Pavey, who had finished 4th and collected the bronze. So there's great experience all throughout this field, but Steve, it's hard to look beyond the Ethiopians and the Kenyans in particular. What a great squad.
Yeah, it's going to be another battle, isn't it, between the mighty, I suppose, distance nations of this world. Having said that, though, you'd be hard-picked to choose a winner out of it because they're all so strong, really. Maybe we're looking at the possibility of even one of the Kenyans doing it. Kiplagat, I think, is a possible one. She has the London 2014 winner. She knows perhaps what it's like here in London to compete over the sort of distances that she's going to compete at. But having said that, like we did with the men's marathon, you have to wait and see, really, because funny enough, I thought that the actual performances, obviously, of the men's course, the performances because of the course were a lot slower than we'd expect over a marathon distance in these conditions. It's not hot, there's no wind, the course is very flat indeed, and you'd expect fast times, but actually, Rob, we didn't really get that from the men. So really, times or performances previous to this might not be an indication of how they're going to go today.
Yeah, and the good example of that, Steve, is the fact that Callum Hawkins was very close to a medal, where in personal best running order or ranking, he would have come way down, but it wasn't a particularly fast race. He set a lifetime best in 4th, around about 2 hours 10 minutes. So here we are with the official introductions. Mare Dibaba is the defending world champion. She got the bronze medal last year in Rio. A really consistent athlete. Ando of Japan, smiling her way through, ready for action. And there is one of the really talented Bahrainians I was telling you about, Rose Chelimo. She's gone 2:22.51 this year and was 8th in the Olympic Games last year. What an experienced performer. Kiplagat, 2:19.50 her lifetime best from 2012. She's a double world champion. Could she do the unthinkable and make it a hat-trick? We will find out. Helle Kiprop got a silver, just a second behind Mare Dibaba, who's already been introduced 2 years ago in Beijing. Third in the Bangalore 10K, a great run over 10K over in India. Shows that she's got some good speed in her legs. Another Kenyan representing Bahrain, Eunice Kerwa, Olympic silver medalist last year.
The 2015 World Championships Beijing Marathon champion.
So,
with a personal best
once
time
again,
of 2 hours,
a little
90
reminder,
minutes
that's
and
Dibaba,
52 seconds from Ethiopia,
the defending
Mare
champion.
Dibaba.
But this could be a very, very tough context for her to do the double in.
No, it certainly was. Just behind her, we just saw Murger there, who was the bronze medalist in the last championship, so they didn't even show her. That's the quality of the field that we're seeing here in the women's marathon.
And they're on their way. The 2017 IAAF World Championship Marathon has started. A whole host of world-class elite women heading out. A slight descent for the first few meters. And what a setting for a major marathon. 4 laps, Steve Ovett. They're running past the Tower of London. They've just come off Tower Bridge. And they will be supported every step of the way by thousands of members of the public who have turned out in one of the world's great capitals on a day where everything's looking good in the sunshine.
That's right. I think we said earlier that there was some concern because the women were concerned that they were going to run almost in the midday heat if it was going to be hot. But actually, I think here it's about 21 degrees. As we said earlier, just a little bit warmer than the men. But in fact, almost perfect running conditions. There's no one really suffering, I don't think, seriously in the marathon from dehydration or having suffered from the heat. I think there was a lot that just suffered from the physicality of it all, but no one really, I don't think, was bothered by the conditions in a sense. So that's good, because that means it's a fair race. It's an even playing field for everybody, really, because some athletes are capable of running, obviously, much better when it's hot. And if that's the case, then maybe today, as I said, it's a bit more even for all the athletes.
A big group of runners going through the first half kilometre or so. It's such a great feeling when you run a marathon. Obviously, I have never done it at this level. When you taper your training and you've been knocking out so many hard miles, and the whole point of tapering your training, of course, is that when you then start the race, you feel so light, you're so ready to produce that great performance. It kind of takes me back, even though, as I said, I've certainly not run it at the pace that these women are producing at the moment, but they'll be full of adrenaline. You know, it's a big city. It's a city that has a relationship with marathon running through the Obvious that started in 1981, and they'll receive great support all the way around.
Well, they will. I mean, unfortunately, the problem is that you do get too excited sometimes, and that can play against you. You can actually go off too fast. But I'm sure the experience amongst all these women is such that they will know exactly, metronomic, what sort of kilometre times they should be chewing out. And if that's the case, then they'll be going through. I don't know if you've seen them actually in the men's race, but there are big yellow strips across the road. And that is because obviously these athletes have got transponders, which is the same as most of the big city marathons. When they go across the yellow strip, it gives us the kilometre times for each and every individual one of these athletes.
Well, the runner who is off the front and quite happy to go it alone in these very, very early stages is Catarina Ribeiro. You can see her just at the top of shot there as she's going round. She's almost level with the lead camera on the motorbike. Half marathon PB of 72 minutes. She's only 23 years of age, and this is certainly a very confident way of running. She's clearly decided to run at a specific pace right from the start, and nothing is going to deter her from that task, even though some of the greatest female marathon runners in the sport are behind her. And I wonder if Rosa Mota is watching her much younger compatriot. Rosa Mota, of course, who won the marathon in Rome in 1987 for Portugal. Well, she's the early leader, certainly brave.
Well, if Ribeiro wants to do it, she's entitled to do just that, really. And the other athletes are not going with her, they're not responding, and perhaps that's a good thing. They're taking their time, as we said before. It's a long, long way, the marathon, and a lot can happen even in the latter stages. We saw really in the men's race almost a very tight finish there, with all the athletes coming through in about 20 seconds or so for those medal positions. Seeing now most of the roads, as we said, absolutely flat as a pancake for the marathon today. The only hill I think is, or the only inclines, if you can't really call them hills, are the slight inclines up and around some of the major railways in the city itself. Ribeiro just checking her watch. Just behind you see the group there, led by the Ethiopians, just checking things, and the Kenyans will be watching the pace at the moment. Ribeiro, though, looks a reasonable athlete. Most of her best performances, though, at the lesser distance of the marathon, but she knows what she's doing, and let's hope that she can keep doing it. Simple as that. The International Federation this year has decided to put the names of the athletes on the bibs, which is great for spectators, but sometimes it's very difficult for us in the commentary box here at the Olympic Stadium to see clearly who the athletes are when they're in a bunch as big as the one that's chasing Ribeiro here. Sometimes numbers makes things a little bit easier, but having said that, it's good that the spectators around the course can actually see who is passing them and how far they are in front or behind.
So we wouldn't be expecting any move from this big group of women in the foreseeable future. Just want to get the first few miles ticked off as conservatively as possible, but fair play to Ribeiro. She's clearly in the mood at St Paul's Cathedral, the big dome just towards the centre of your image there. It's a great city, London, and this beautiful early afternoon sunshine really does the history and the architecture a great credit.
There's one of those sharp turns that we saw in the men's race, and almost a switchback there. Yeah, that I think is going to be a problem for a lot of athletes. If they get tired, it's easy just to keep a rhythm, just to concentrate on just one foot in front of another. But if you've got to go around sharp curves all the time, and this is a twisty type course, lap course, then it does make it a little bit more difficult. It really does. There you go again, another turn. We saw some of the Kenyans there, I think, that had real trouble really when they were getting very tired in the men's race, dealing with that. Ribeiro, though, is now what? 100 metres or so clear of the chasing pack. She goes around these bends, they won't even see her. If they're not careful, they might find that she's going further and further away, but it is a long way yet for the finish. Just seeing one of the cars there, the Toyota Prius, I think it is, that's giving us these head-on shots. Electric car, which is obviously not creating any problems as far as fumes anyway for the runners. I think that's always been a problem anyway. I think for a lot of the riders in the Tour de France, with the motorbikes being so close to them and giving them a little bit of a problem with the fumes coming away, but not today. Spreading out a little bit more now. Ribeiro's rhythm is good. She looks very comfortable indeed. So this is a definite, intention really. It's not just the fact that she's just finding herself out in front. She is really running much faster than all the others at the moment. Just coming along the embankment now. a bit of shade, I think, from some of the clouds, as you can see from the high shot there. There you are. It's not in the sunshine at the moment. You see the Ethiopians there in the middle of the pack, not doing too much at the moment. Aerial shot really not giving us an indication of the actual gap between Ribeiro and the chasing group at the moment. We'll get that as they go through one of the kilometre splits. And also an indication of the pace. That's a good indication, but sometimes the camera angle can fall short in that. She's a long, long way out in front, perhaps 200, maybe 300 metres at the moment ahead of the pack, going up this slight incline. As I said before, it's virtually the only inclines you're going to get here is the underpasses where the railway stations are or where the motorways go. And this, I think, was where in the previous race Tula tried to break away from Korea, and in the end suffered a little bit because I think it was something which Korea was expecting and then came back at him. So Ribeiro, I think, Rob, is just doing all she has to do.
Well, this is great to see, Steve, as we look at the big group of athletes behind. It reminds me of that marvellous marathon we saw in Moscow. You and I had the privilege of commentating on that one together, because it's quite rare for an athlete to go out this hard this early. But how good was that race when Valerie Streneo of Italy really took it to Edna Kiplagat. That turned out to be Kiplagat's second successive world title. But I think because Streneo, the Italian, took that out so hard so early in Moscow, in such brutal conditions, I thought Edna's win in Moscow was more impressive for that reason than her fabulous win in Daegu 2 years previously. So this World Championship does have a history of producing athletes who go hard right from the start. Great to see.
Yeah, it was. I remember that one as well. It was. We were worrying really about Streneo all the way, whether she was going to keep going, and she did. She kept piling the pressure on all the time. And in the end, it was a great run. But it is so hard. I mean, the marathon is such a long distance. 26.2 miles. And I think anybody that takes it up right from the gun and goes out and works hard is got to take your hat off to that, I think.
Alison Dixon of Great Britain up with that chase group. I wonder how buoyed she will be after that fabulous run from Callum to fourth place.
Kiplagat, I think that is just on the outside there in the red vest of Kenya, just easing herself around the main group there, coming in. Maybe just wanted to just get her stride, working a little bit better than being in that group. She's a tall woman, long rhythm. That's good.
Yeah, she may be just deciding just to pay slightly closer attention to Ribeiro, who is leading. Somerset House looking fabulous in the sunshine. Sure, they'll have to leave their sightseeing for another day, but it's unusually quiet in this area of London with the roads closed. And Kiplagat has indeed decided just to lead that chase group. It's Cragg of the United States immediately behind her. And an athlete we saw at the start line, Steve, you can't quite see her there. She's obscured by one or two of the athletes, but she's right up in that group. You'll know who I'm talking about when you see her very unusual arm action. The arms hardly move at all. That's Yuka Ando, who clocked, as we're looking at Ribeiro, who's 60-odd metres ahead of the pack. Yuka Ando this year is 23 years of age. She set the fastest ever debut by a Japanese woman. She ran 2:21.5 when she finished second in Nagoya. That's why she was introduced to the crowd on the start line. I mean, you'd almost think she could drop a minute and a half off that if she used her arms properly.
Yeah, her arms are dangling down most of the time, but that's the style. I mean, that's what she wants to do. She's comfortable with it. And if that's the way you want to run the race, then by all means, no one's going to stop you, especially when you produce the results that she's done anyway. But you're right, very, very distinctive styles, but it's the economy of style that's important. The leg cadence and height and everything else are essential for marathon running.
22 seconds Well, who would have thought that this early in the marathon? Well, it was one of the best races I've ever been privileged enough to commentate on. Streneo against Kiplagat in Moscow. And wouldn't it be fantastic if this one turned out to be a similar duel? It's an early shout that. There's a very, very long way to go. But certainly the young woman from Portugal, who, let's not forget, is only 23, has clearly decided she's confident enough to run her own race. Kiplagat at the head of that chase group. Well, 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, it'll be absolutely packed there. London is a great city. It can get pretty busy around rush hour time. And that boat in the foreground, a great place to go for an early afternoon orange juice, or perhaps something a little stronger. I think I've been on a couple of dates in there, actually.
That's interesting, Rob. Right, back to the marathon. As you said, it's a cat and mouse. Ribeiro out in front with the mice, I should say, chasing her. 20 seconds though already. That's significant. Come past now one of the, I suppose, the new features in the London skyline, isn't it? The London Eye. Must admit, I've been on that as well, so I've done the normal tourist attractions that most people do when they come to a city like London.
Yeah, it's a great city, and it's a city that's shown its finest colours in hosting the Olympic Games in 2012. As Ribeiro makes that sharp U-turn, and she'll have an opportunity to see the damage that she's done on the rest of the lead pack.
That's the good thing about loop courses. You can do that. I mean, it's in the walk, isn't it? 50k walk, 20k walks. It's a loop course, so they can actually see where they are. Whereas in a marathon proper, as such, you're not going to see, are you, really, until someone tells you how far you are in front or how far the others are behind.
Yes, that is one of the idiosyncrasies of this course, as well as the fact that it's so user-friendly from a spectator point of view. The queues, by the way, for the London Eye are nearly always absolutely massive, but it's well worth the view, isn't it, when you get up there on a clear day?
Well, you can book, which saves the queuing. I mean, we're doing the tourist bit here, but having said that, it is quite fabulous, yeah. And since the London Eye has actually been there, there's been all sorts of cities that have tried to duplicate it. We've actually got one in Melbourne too now, but I haven't been on that at the moment. But yeah, it's great to get up there because it's the perfect place to look at the city itself from that viewpoint anyway.
News obviously spreading around this side of the capital that the women's marathon was to follow immediately on after the men's. And Flamina Ceic-Daniel, she's more easily recognizable by her more common surname Ceic, but she's going under the name Ceic-Daniel here. She was in that chase group. Ribeiro just quite happy to plough on alone up front. In fact, as we had a look there at Flamina Ceic-Daniel, I just noticed that she was having a word with an athlete immediately behind her in that massive chase group because she was having her heels clipped. So that's the danger of running in a huge pack as opposed to having the freedom here. So 17:39, so she's around about, she's, well, 2:28 pace. So Ribeiro, she's not running completely outrageous times here. She's clearly decided she's in the mood for a lifetime best. Her PB is almost exactly 2:30, so she's running quicker than that, but it's not an insane pace, is it, Steve?
No, it's not, but having said that, it might be slower than most of these women have run so far this year. We saw that in the men's race, so yeah, she's doing you know, what she has to do. I mean, it's marathon. You don't go into a marathon not thinking of what you're going to do. You don't go into a marathon not having a plan. It's not like a sprint where you just go bang and you just blast it as much as you can. You go into a marathon with a plan. You have to. You know your capabilities. You know what you're best at. You know the times you need to do. You know what sort of splits you need to be doing. You know, it's also you know, almost a plan that you have put in place before that. So Ribeiro must know what she's doing out there. This is not just something she just decided to do at the last minute. This is a plan that's been put in place prior to this, knowing that you're going to run the World Championships. There's a good slow motion shot of the action of Ribeiro. Taking on a bit of fluids early in the marathon. Always good, as they always say, if you get thirsty, take as much as you can, and if you don't, it's too late when you're really thirsty at the end of the race. Well, now I think we're starting to see that, well, from the rest of the field, that there is a problem up front. And the mass vests of Kenya and Ethiopia are moving to the fore. Just taking on the fluids as much as they can now. Just the water bottles. I think at the World Championships you're not allowed team bottles. I'm not sure, Rob, if that's the case. It's just water, isn't it, I think?
Yes, I think so. I think they are allowed to exchange normal bottles of water. But yes, I'm pretty sure you're right. When you come to the area where you collect your own specified drink, that is for you and for you alone.
Well, just over 20 minutes now into the women's marathon, and this lady has been out in front literally from the gun, and about that distance as well. She got that 200 meters or so in the first kilometer. Seems to be sweating a little bit, just checking her chain, and she's held it. They haven't really closed the gap. Checking her watch yet again. But you can see that the others have decided that maybe it's time to just make that pace a little bit more in the group. Sufficient enough anyway to start literally closing this gap inch by inch, maybe meter by meter. Coming around to another turnaround, I think. Group of about 30 or 40 of the top women here, just happy just to tick along. Most of these women, though, I think this is probably the first time that they run in such a big group together. In the big city marathons, there are probably just 3 or 4 of them or 5 of them that have been taken on board to do a good performance, whereas here you've got the best women marathon runners all together. That's why they're running as a pack almost.
Well, it's certainly created a rather different dynamic in the early stages of this race. Solid pace early on by Ribeiro. He's on course for a 2:28, which would be a personal best by 2 minutes. That 2:30 she produced was when she was second in Porto last year. She's got inside 16 minutes for 5K, so she's got some decent leg speed as well. And there she is, on her own, out front. Mergia there, she's been around for such a long time, the Ethiopian, and there's a fantastic shot of them going round that corner. Ella Kiprop in that group, Ramadani and Shauri. East African nations being well represented. The Tanzanians will be buoyed after that bronze from Simba in the men's race. Ribeiro on her own out front at the moment.
Well, the gap is still the same. They're not closing it quickly, and Ribeiro is holding her own. Hard to see, really. There you see the main group of the chase. As Ribeiro is just a lone figure. She's probably best to see by the fact that that she is right at the top of the picture, right at the very top of our picture. There's no real sign of the size of the gap as yet, but we'll get that to you as soon as we can. Dixon of Great Britain is there, just heading this field at the moment.
Good to see the Europeans and athletes from other areas outside Africa. Trengrove, the Australian, also deciding to help Dixon with the duties of closing down Ribeiro. Wow, we weren't expecting this for the women's marathon. Really intriguing. So she has certainly set her stall out early. This is the view behind that big chase group. Barlow and Purdue of Great Britain. Right there. Ribeiro. You can tell, I mean, she's quite a short athlete, but she's got quite good leg speed there, just ticking over. She was around about 17.5 at 5K. And there are the rest of them.
As you mentioned, Trengrove there from my home country. She was the bronze medalist back in the Commonwealth Games. Obviously moving to the 4 here, she realises that maybe the pace is slipping a little bit. She wants to just keep it going. Run in London, actually. She was 10th in London as well, so she knows what it's like to run around the streets here. I suppose if nothing else, Rob, if you're someone like Ribeiro, you've certainly been seen by your folks back home. If they're watching the World Championships, well, I'm sure they are, if their daughter's in it, or if the family's watching back home, then she's doing all she can. Big clap there by the all the helpers in this fantastic World Championships here. There, I think, was the water station. She just went straight past that. So St Paul's, I think it is there, just being shown to us quickly. Dixon of UK just loping along. That is almost no knee lift at all from Dixon. She's just easing herself to the front of this group. The others, I think, again, as I say, not really worried too much, just taking a bit of water here at the station. I wonder if all of these top teams have got their coaches around the course somewhere, just letting them know what's going on, just keeping a check of if anybody like Ribeiro makes the move like she's done and what to do about it.
Well, it's interesting when you look down the CV of Catarina Ribeiro. She's had a couple of good runs over 10,000 metres as well, Steve. European under-23 bronze back in 2011, and she broke her PB this year on the track, 32.27, which is not a shabby time at all. PB as well over the half, 72 minutes. So she's obviously feeling very confident, although we do have to bear in mind that, yes, whilst a PB of 72 minutes is fantastic for her, there are many in this field behind her, most notably the Kenyans and the Ethiopians, who would be very comfortable at 68 and 69 minutes, and in some cases quicker. But that little bit of information tells us that she's, as for her, she's in the best form we've ever seen. That might explain why she's running this early part of the marathon with such aggression and such confidence.
True, and I think she's doing a good job. Dixon there, though, I just looked at her stat. She actually won the Brighton Marathon, which is run by my old friend Tim Hutchins. And the course there is very, very tough. It's over and up and down the downs, the South Downs. So Dixon is a very strong marathon runner when it comes to that. And also the 10K UK champion on the track. So she's got speed as well. But I think the other thing, which I don't know, looking at that previous shot there, one of the things that I noticed that if you're in a group there, Rob, going around bends, you don't, as a group, you find it very hard because you can't take your line. You're having to find that you're maybe moving sideways, trying to stop from being bumped by other athletes and whatever. And therefore, every time you go around a bend in a group, it slows you down. Ribeiro doesn't have that problem. She's on her own, goes whatever line she wants. There you go. Easily around the bend. If you're in that group and you're in the middle of that group, you can't see where you're going.
That's the view from the back of the chase group. Go Charlotte, someone's just shouted out. That's for Charlotte Purdue, who's just on the far left of picture there, running her own race. But it's Ribeiro who is out front and setting the tone for the drama that will unfold over the next, almost the next 2.5 hours.
Yeah, I just saw Millie Clark, actually, of Australia, just at the back there. The Australian steeplechase champion. She's run a sub 2:30 in her first marathon. Whether she can actually produce that sort of thing here, we'll have to wait and see. But she's in the back of that group. There we go. Ribeiro goes through. Now the chase group. I think they're closing.
I agree.
I think they're closing, but maybe not fast. Costa, it is there. Dixon. Chengro. Well, maybe the pace is dropping, or maybe they are picking up their pace. It's interesting to see.
It could be a bit of both, couldn't it? And it's interesting. It could be a complete and utter coincidence that we have Ribeiro of Portugal leading, and it's her compatriot, Filomena Costa of Portugal, who is leading that chase group. So maybe it tells you she feels as though her compatriot is in good form and she wants to close her down. Costa's been around a long time. She's run 7 marathons. She was 15th in the European Championships and actually ran very well in Beijing. Filomena Costa for 12th place 2 years ago. And there she is, just towards the middle of that shot.
You see what I mean about the difficulty is, Rob? If you're in the middle of that pack, to actually sort of be, very careful about where you actually put your feet. You've only got to catch someone's heel and you're down. And that's, I just saw 1 or 2 of the athletes do that, actually. So that is a real problem. Going around bends makes it even worse, really. There's a Nui. Look at that arm carriage. You just, sorry, Endo just saw that the arm carriage that we spoke about previously almost does not pick her arms up at all, just drops them to her side.
As you said, she must feel comfortable running like that, but I would have thought it's almost more effort to leave your arms that low. However, she ran 2:21.5 for the fastest ever debut by a Japanese female marathon runner. So the system clearly works. Here they are in the heart of the city. It'll be packed with businessmen heading towards all the banks tomorrow. But it's Costa and Alison Dixon chasing Ribeiro in the early stages with over half an hour of running finished. And that's not necessarily a scenario we would have predicted before the race. We always expect the likes of the Kenyans and the Ethiopians to be up the front, which they are. But you have 2 Portuguese athletes and a British athlete dominating the pace at the moment and setting the tone. So it won't be long before we get the second 5K split. It was around about 17.5 for the first 5K, which had them on course for a 2:28-ish. And I wonder whether Ribeiro has slowed down just a fraction. Sometimes these head-on angles can be a little bit misleading in terms of how far ahead the leader is from a chase group. But I agree with you, Steve. I think you can sense that they are beginning to claw their way back to her. And maybe Costa and Dixon have helped that a little bit, just running a couple of metres ahead of that enormous chase group.
Yeah, definitely. There is. They've got to start doing something. They can't let this woman just keep going away. They know that perhaps she hasn't got the credentials to worry too much about, but then there you go. Look at the pushing and shoving. Someone goes down around a corner. Well, that's the problem. And one of the what is that? One of the Ethiopians, is it, that's caused a bit of a problem there as well?
Yes. So it was Burla who went down. I think she represents the United States, and it was Shure Demise who also fell and had a problem with her shoe. Now, Demise, let's have another quick look at this, if we may. Demise's a 2:22 athlete. There's Burla who fell. And you could see there that Shure Demise, although she didn't fall, she had someone tread on her heel seriously enough that it dislodged the shoe.
Yeah, this is a real problem, I think, and they decided, I think, quite rightly, to maybe make this a bit faster in order to stretch this group out. Dixon maybe now realises that she just keep going as fast as she possibly can to try and get this group back up to Ribeiro.
Burla as well, the American athlete who fell, was 10th in Beijing, a fantastic result for her. 14th, made the final of the 5,000 back in Daegu, so she's got good form, Burla, but her momentum will certainly have been disrupted with that fall. They're closing, there's absolutely no doubt about it, Steve. The question is, what does she do when they get there? Maybe she can just tuck in to that group, but she's clearly comfortable running away from other athletes. It'll be interesting to see how she responds here. That's Dixon on the right-hand side.
That's Dixon coming away from the rest of the group. I think it's a classic case, as if she's maintaining her rhythm and they're increasing to catch up, when they actually get together, she can actually match their rhythm. That'll be good. But if she's tiring and they're still running at the pack rhythm, when they get up to her, they just go through her and maybe spit her at the back, which I hope they don't do.
Well, a bit of a shock when they went round that corner with Burla, the American, and Shure Demise, the Ethiopian, both having to stop, and that is a very unwelcome interruption to your momentum when you're around about 10 kilometers into a marathon. Fairly consistent, so what are we, 35.5? It's good running. She has slowed a little bit, but that's good running from Ribeiro. She's now probably on course to run fairly close to her PB, which is 2:30. We're almost a quarter of the way into the race, and it looks as though this foray out front will soon be coming to an end. Not saying she can't feature in the race at all. She's clearly in good form with those PBs this year over the half marathon and the 10,000 meters on the track. But this big group of world-class female distance runners are closing down on the 23-year-old from Portugal.
Dixon, though, is doing all the work really to claw them back to the leader at the moment. The British athlete, as I said before, she's got the 10k speed, which is remarkable, because you're looking at her style, you wouldn't think that she actually has the capability of running that sort of distance on the track at speed, because, as I said, there's no knee lift at all, but she is very effective at what she does. There it is, Ribeiro, Dixon, and then the chasing group of what? 20 athletes just behind.
Someone else has come away from that chase group as well, Steve. Ribeiro's just at the bottom of your screen there.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Dixon plus AN other and the big group. I mean, I've got reasonable eyesight, but I can't see from up here.
Oh, I think it's Trengove from Australia.
Yes, I think you're right. So she's clearly feeling confident as well. Costa is back at the front of the main group of chasers. Those are the three, but almost every big name we would expect to be featuring is in that big group. Be interested to keep close eye on looking out for Shure Demise to see whether she does have an ongoing problem or whether it simply was a case of getting that shoe back on as quickly and efficiently as possible. So Alison Dixon is now in front. She has caught Catherine Ribeiro, Trengove in third, and then that huge group containing all the main protagonists from Kenya, from Ethiopia, Tanzania and Bahrain, who have two very talented expatriated Kenyans. They're all right there. One down, 3 to go. That's the Tower of London. For those of you interested in the architecture and the sights and sounds, good place to visit if you have a little bit of time and you happen to be here in the British capital. Selefesh Merja, strong-looking Ethiopian woman, just behind Alison Dixon. She's been around a long time. She's run 13 marathons. She got a bronze in Berlin. I know we mentioned about the Berlin Marathon, Steve. This is a fabulous backdrop here, starting and finishing on Tower Bridge. But the Brandenburg Gates was pretty special, wasn't it, in Berlin in 2009. That was a great couple of races for the men and the women.
Well, I think it's great for the city itself, actually, because the marathons take the city or embrace the city, whereas if you're in a stadium, it's a closed environment. The marathons go out, you can actually show the city for what the true beauty that it is, and this is what we're doing here today with the London Marathon, and the same in most of the cities. But as I say, the Berlin one finishing on the Brandenburg Gate, that was something special too. But it's nice to see them all going around the beautiful city here. There's Ribeiro, just at the back of the field there. Nice to see them all going around the streets of the city. It is a loop course. They're not seeing as much as we would probably like from a, I don't know, from a tourist point of view. But having said that, it's probably the best for the athletes. Very, very flat, very fast course. And it doesn't cause any problems really, apart from the turns and the twists that they've got because of the loop course.
I just noticed Alison Dixon there, making her way across to where she can see the British flag. And this is where the athletes pick up their own individual hydration. And this is absolutely key. This is a little bit more high-tech than just grabbing a sponge and a bottle of water. The water's always welcome, but these are the drinks that these top-class athletes practice consuming. And they will have their own particular concoction and their own percentage of electrolytes and hydration salts in that water to make sure there's just enough to keep them going, but not too much to give them an upset stomach, and they will have done it by trial and error. So that's why it's really important that they make sure they grab the right bottle at each of those special drink stations. Dixon managed to get hold of hers. Helle Kiprop's in that group. Great silver medal behind Mare Dibaba in Beijing 2 years ago. And Alison Dixon running confidently at the front. There's another one of the Japanese athletes, Kyoto, with virtually no arm movement in an upwards direction whatsoever. They must be so looking forward to running in Tokyo, those who get selected in 3 years' time. That's the backdrop, right in the heart of London. And we are now over a quarter of the way into this race. Do you know what, Steve? Just looking down the PBs and the times that athletes have produced, and using Dixon as an example, her lifetime best has set this year 2:29.06. She was 14th in the London Marathon. What makes these championship marathons so fascinating is that without the pacemakers and without the emphasis on the time bonuses financially, you can have athletes who wouldn't necessarily be at the front of a big city marathon, but with a time of 2:29, in Dixon's case, just to use her as an example, in a tactical rather than a fast race, you could potentially have different names featuring at the front, getting in the hunt for a medal.
Well, I think that's right. I think the other thing, really, Rob, is that when the athletes are looking forward to, say, a big New York or Rotterdam marathon like that, They know they've got to train at a certain pace. They know they've got to race at a certain pace. But when you come to a city, when you come to a championship marathon, you don't know that. You don't know what pace you're going to be dealing with. You don't know whether it's going to be fast at the beginning or it's going to be slow, and you have to kick over the second half of the race. It's so different. Therefore, you don't prepare for it. But what you try and do, obviously, is get yourself in the sort of shape that you can cope with most things. As we saw in the men's race, you don't have to be fast to win a World Championships, but you have to know exactly what you're doing at the right time.
Well, Dixon, as you said, Steve, former Brighton Marathon winner. She's been self-coached for a few years. She's been there or thereabouts with some big marathon performances. She was 11th in Berlin a couple of years ago and went through halfway in inside 74 minutes, but then had some cramps. And then her time drifted away a little bit, but inside 2:30 this year.
Oh, look, she's asking the crowd to cheer her on. She's enjoying it. She's good. You know, she really is. I mean, we saw Mo maybe enjoying it a little bit too much in the men's 10K, but she's enjoying it. She looks like she's been away for the tan. She's got a good tan. Looks like she's been away training hard for this. And that's good, because if you've been training hard and you've come here and you're, well, not leading the race at the moment, but you're out there chasing for a possible medal, that's the most, that's got to be the most perfect experience if it's in your own hometown, but country itself.
Oh, it must feel absolutely amazing. And I think she was smiling there as well. I mean, there's a long way to go, and she should be feeling relatively comfortable at the pace she's running, because she's only done 45 minutes as opposed to 2.5 hours. But it's good to see. We've had Ribeiro at the front, the Portuguese athlete who we think is just about in touch with that lead group. So we've had her expressing herself and showing confidence and running hard off the front. And now it's Alison Dixon's turn.
Well, it's an interesting fact, isn't it, at the moment, that they're starting to sort of maybe split up a little bit more. There's the aerial shot again. It's difficult sometimes to get an idea of what we're looking at, because it's switching backwards from the aerial shot to some of the chasing bikes with their cameras. As we saw with the men, it's difficult with the high contrast that we're getting here because of the sunshine to actually pick out the athletes clearly. But having said that, it's going to be, I think, fairly straightforward, really, because they're starting now, I think, to work their way back to those leaders, just about 100 meters or so in front.
Yes, it's still too early. You wouldn't necessarily expect to move from the likes of the defending champion Mare de Barber or Edna Kiplagat, the two-time world champion, hoping to produce a moment of World Championship history by winning 3 times. You can't rule her out. She was 5th 2 years ago as well, so she really is a great performer when it comes to the World Championship. It's that incline you mentioned a couple of times.
That seems to be the only incline in the whole of this loop, really. But having said that, it does seem to do damage to some people very quickly. We saw Tula in the men's race really suffer after putting a bit of a burst in, and it probably is the only thing that really tires the legs a little bit, rather than the actual distance itself that you actually have to cope with. But Dixon, she's running well, enjoying herself. It's good. Look at her, look, she's still smiling, Rob. That's good. If you have a good race and you enjoy it, no matter where you finish, it doesn't matter really, because you've had a good time out there. Taking on the water, just dousing herself, making sure that she's keeping cool.
Lim going well in 2nd place. Just ahead of that big chase group. She's got Alison Dixon in her sights. Kyung Hee Lim of Korea. She was 9th in Daegu earlier this year in the marathon there. She's finished both Olympic marathons in London and in Rio, although she's been outside the top 70 on both occasions. So it really is fascinating, this, Steve, that we've got names who wouldn't normally feature towards the front of these fields, deciding to get involved. And that's, as we've said before, that's what can happen when the pace is more like 2:29, 2:30, as opposed to 2:20, 2:21.
Well, that's right. I mean, as you said, Koo Young Hee Lim, I suppose, just looking at it quickly, her personal best is only 2:33. So, yeah, you're right. I mean, it's given the opportunity for some of these athletes to be up front for the first time maybe in one of these big races. And that's got to be an encouragement, I think, no matter where you are. If you're up at the front, you're in with a chance. And having said that, you know, you've still got to run this marathon distance. But they really are working hard. Dixon here, I mean, this is a great run from her. She's really just motoring along at her own rhythm. She's encouraging the crowd everywhere she goes to give her a bit of a cheer. That's good. As I say, there's Lim, just ahead of this group, massive group now of about 20 or so behind her. Still not really willing to do anything, really. I think they're probably waiting to the halfway stage in the marathon before we see maybe the big teams coming to the fore. But having said that, they're still running pretty respectable pace here.
Yeah, it's solid rather than outrageous, which would lead you to believe that someone like Alison Dixon could keep this going at this pace. It would be around about a PB there or thereabouts, but it's not as if she's set off running 6 minutes inside lifetime best pace, so she is clearly feeling confident. As you said, got a pretty good tan, so she will have been away perhaps with some of the other British athletes up at Font-Romeu doing some high altitude work. It is an absolutely beautiful place to run and just to go and visit. I've been up at Font-Romeu interviewing athletes a few times. It's a stunning part of the world. It really is an inspirational place to go and run. And I guess the other factor that we haven't really taken into account yet, Steve, the absolute huge wealth of talent in that big chase group. The other thing we haven't really factored in yet is how much she'll be feeding from the crowd, Alison Dixon. I mean, there's a long way to go. Of course, we know that. But, you know, there might be a little surge of adrenaline in there because she'll clearly be getting more support on the streets of London than she would have done if she'd done this in Beijing in 15 or Moscow in 13.
Oh, definitely. I think it's a big factor if you're running in front of your home crowd. Even on the track, I mean, it does inspire you. I mean, it lifts you, you know. But I think in a marathon, it's going to be hard, though, because you're going to get cheered on. But it is a long way. You get too excited too early, or to just enjoy the crowd too much, or to sort of show your appreciation by, you know, slapping everybody's hand, waving all the time in a marathon, really must, you know, take it out of you. So I think you just got to concentrate on what you're going to do. Concentrate on what you're going to do, which you're here to run the marathon. It's as simple as that, and that's a hard task within itself. Start doing anything more than that, then I think you're in problems. But obviously, every time you run past someone and they're cheering your name or saying, "Go Great Britain," then yeah, you know, you're going to be inspired, aren't you?
So there's the view coming down from the trees. There's actually quite a lot more greenery in London than people might necessarily think if they haven't visited the city. This is alongside the Thames. Alison Dixon going across the latest in those very useful markers, and we'll get an update pretty soon. And there she goes again, that left arm coming up to say, come on, give me a bit more support. Tell you what, Steve, she's really enjoying this.
Yeah, that's that. Yeah, okay. So, you know, she might not win, or she might not be in the medals, or she might be down the field at the end of the day. Doesn't matter if you're enjoying yourself as much as she's had. You know, what they say, her day in the sun. You know, she's come out here and she's produced, you know, her best run so far in this race, and therefore everybody really is everything that she gets from here on in is a bonus.
Ribeiro replaced by Dixon at the front of the field, and it's amazing how quickly the time goes when you're watching these marathons, isn't it, Steve? Because there we are, you're looking at the clock and you suddenly think, wow, they've nearly been out there for an hour. We're not that far away from getting towards the interesting part of the race. Good split there, 17:36. I think the preceding 5K had drifted close to 18. It was high 17s. So she's just lifted the tempo a fraction, and that might explain why she's, what do you reckon?
Well, she's pulling away.
50, 60 metres away from
she's
the rest.
actually starting to pull away now, and that's really good. Well, you mentioned that the time is going very quickly for us, but I'm sure if you're racing and it's every second you run is a bit of pain added to the pain that's already there, then it's a really, really long way to go, and the time must really, really be very hard to accept. But having said that, these athletes again are bunching. No one's really trying to make a bit of a move on Dixon, and if that's the case, then good. Let her go away, and it will be even more difficult to catch her.
So it was 53.09 from Alison Dixon at 15K. So that equates, yeah, it's inside 2:30.
Well, and she's, if our CIS is to be believed, she's 20 seconds at clear of the group, which is including Kim, Daniel, Craig, Kiprop, Kiwa, Chelimo, well, Dibaba. They're all there, really, aren't they? Look at that. That's good. She's saying, come on, give me a cheer. Well, I'm sure they are. Who wouldn't? You've got a British athlete in front of a British crowd in the city at the World Championships. You're going to give her a cheer, aren't you?
Quite right. As you said, she's enjoying her moment in the spotlight. There's the two Kims from the People's Republic of Korea up with the leaders. I just noticed Eunice Kerwa up in that lead group as well, Stephen. We just need to remind ourselves that it's not just the three athletes representing Kenya who may be featuring towards the business end. Rose Chelimo and Eunice Kerwa, who are representing Bahrain, are both very, very talented athletes. Eunice Kerwa got the silver last year, just outside 2:21. There's another indication as to the advantages of running off the front. Last time we saw Alison Dixon going for her drink station, she had to check her stride, move to her left-hand side, and look at the thought you have to put into it here if you're cutting across other runners and interrupting your rhythm. Alison Dixon was in and out in a flash. Slightly trickier for the rest of these athletes.
I just saw there that one of the Kenyan athletes didn't get a bottle from her teammate or one of the helpers there, and she was struggling. I think it was Kiprop, I'm not sure. She didn't really have the chance to grab one, and she's lost a bit of fluid intake there, which could pay real problems in the future.
Flamina Chayech Daniel was leading that group with Hella Kiprop, as you said, Steve, right up there. Kiprop was third in the Bangalore 10K earlier this year. Great event out in India. And they're just beginning to spread out here, so it looks as though we know we've got Dixon out front, Steve. This was a quite compact, tight, very big lead group, and now one or two little mini groups are splintering off the back. So you just get the feeling that ever so gradually, as we head towards the hour mark, the East Africans at the front, the names that we would expect to see in contention for the medals, are just ever so slightly beginning to wind this up a little bit.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, whether they're winding it up or we're getting to the sort of almost the point of the race where fatigue is a big factor for those athletes that have been running, perhaps not at their, at the sort of rhythm they're used to, just a little bit close to their personal best, and then the next thing you know, they start drifting off. It only needs a little bit of an increase in pace, just a tiny bit, and you're finding that the athletes give in. They're not to give in, but they just can't maintain it. Dixon, though, on the other hand, well, she's out in front, and she's been out in front for some time now. Just checking her watch again. What is it? About 200 meters. I think she's probably ahead of that pack behind. It's difficult with the foreshortening of the camera, but having said that, she's still chugging along.
She's going well. She is enjoying the opportunity to perform in a global championship on her home roads. From the north of England, but representing Great Britain in London. I doubt it gets any better than that. You mentioned about her style.
She's laughing here. This is good, so they must be cheering her on. The crowd's cheering on. She's laughing every time someone cheers her name. So good on her. She really is enjoying it. I think that's fantastic.
The two Kims from the People's Republic of China, People's Republic of Korea, leading the chase group. Alison's style is quite unique, isn't it? You've pointed out before, I know we're looking at the two Kims, her legs hardly move off the ground at all. She's got very light leg lift.
But there's no thigh lift. There's no knee lift. It's literally just, you know, slight lift and the flick back of the calf. And economically, that's absolutely fantastic because you're not lifting the weight of the leg every time you do it. So yes, it's a perfect style. And it's not a usual style, but I remember someone said to Michael Johnson once, you know, Michael, you've got a really unusual style. And he said, well, yes, but it's quite effective.
Just a bit.
So yeah, don't worry too much about how you do it, just worry about what the results are, really. Now we see this is a problem, I think, with a group of athletes going around a bend, you know, all sorts of problems.
Yeah, surely it's only a matter of time before a couple of the big names in this group, like perhaps Eunice Kerwer, the Olympic silver medalist, or maybe the defending champion Mare Dibaba, before they decide that it's time to give chase to Alison Dixon, who at our last checkpoint was leading by a little over 20 seconds, as we now head towards completing the first hour of the race. And on current pace, that gives us around about, give or take a couple of minutes, an hour and a half of running still to come. So if you're thinking about going out, we have people watching this from all over the world. If you've had to set an alarm, well, stay with us, get the coffee on. If it's the middle of the day where you're watching, then put on hold whatever you're doing next, because if you're a fan of distance running, we can promise you an hour and a half of intrigue and drama still to come before we crown the 2017 IAAF Women's World Marathon Champion. Portuguese and Spanish flags waving in the background. I think she's still smiling. A couple of Irish flags there. Dixon is going for this. And it reminds me that, well, actually, I don't know if he was an actual teammate of yours at the same championship, but Steve Jones, the brilliant British marathon runner who was a world record holder back in the mid-80s, he always maintained, Steve, that if you felt good in a marathon, you should always go, even if it blew up and you faded away. He was adamant when he was talking to younger athletes and giving them advice. He said, if you get that feeling in a race where you've got to go for it, always follow your instinct, be brave, and then you've got no regrets. Even if the wheels come off, you had to go when you felt good, because you never know when on that day, who knows, you're running outside your capability. Who knows, one day you might be able to finish the race in that way.
Exactly. I mean, that's exactly what Dixon's doing. I mean, you know, yeah, Steve was a teammate of mine, actually, and I run against him a lot of times. Not over the marathon, thankfully, you know, but having said that, yeah, you know, I think that's good advice, giving anybody the chance to run at your best. You know, don't hang back. That's what he's actually saying, you know, because you just don't know whether you're going to pull it off. And Dixon's doing exactly that. You know, there is a chance that she might pull it off. There is a chance they might catch her, but at least she's tried.
The 38-year-old, not too far shy of her 39th birthday. So I don't know this, but maybe there's a little part of Alison Dixon that thinks, do you know what? Yes, I know there's a trend these days that distance runners go on a little bit longer. I mean, Great Britain's Jo Pavey, for instance, is very, very popular here. She became a European 10,000 metre champion in her 40s. I think she had just turned 40. Dixon's still asking the crowd for more. I wonder whether there's a little bit of her that thinks, well, realistically, Tokyo is going to be beyond me. This is my last crack at the big time. And why not really go for this and be brave and be bold, and who knows? Maybe that was part of her thinking before the race began.
Well, as I said, you know, when we were talking about Ribeiro early on, you don't go to a marathon without a plan. You don't go to a marathon thinking it's all, you know, oh, I'll just trail along and just see what happens, because you can't. It's too difficult. It's too tiresome. So, you know, Dixon maybe thought that maybe this is it. I'm just going to give it hell and just go as hard as I can for as long as I can. If they catch me, they do. If they don't, then that's it. I've done my best. And that's a great way of tackling a marathon. It really is.
And just looking at the times, Steve, as we check out that big group. Eunice Kerwer, second from the right-hand side. She's the Olympic silver medalist. There's Mare de Barber, the tiny figure, who won the marathon in Beijing, alongside the bells ringing. Very British day here in the sunshine in London. Dixon, Steve, may well have had a look. 25 seconds, so she's taken another 3 seconds out of the group. Just looking at the times that these marathons have been won in recent years, I just wonder whether she might have thought, do you know what? I'm going to go out at around 2:28, 2:29, irrespective of what else is happening. Because if you look down the recent editions of the world champs, Mare de Barber won in 2:27, Kiplagat won her 2 titles in 25:28, Zhu of China won in 2:25. So maybe it's not a question of deciding to hit the front. Maybe she's just running at a pace that she feels comfortable, and she might be feeling surprised, because judging on the times that these races have been won on for the last 4 or 5 editions, the pace that Dixon is running at the moment, in previous editions, she would have been behind the lead pack.
That's true. I mean, that's another factor, really, isn't it? That she's just doing what she has to do at her own rhythm. And I'm sure that's what the case is for a lot of these athletes. Maybe a few of them haven't got any idea what they're going to do. They're just going to run along and keep up with the leaders, and then sort of try and tackle it as it was from that point of view. In other words, that you just let everybody else decide what they're doing, and then you try and sort of compensate for that. But having said that, you know, that means that you could be running at a pace which doesn't suit you. And if she's running at the pace that suits her, both, you know, physically and mentally, then that's it, fair enough. 1 or 2 trips going on there just behind. And the athlete just catching the heels. Got to be very careful again.
Good running in that lead group, Steve, from Cragg from the United States. She was 9th in the Rio Marathon. So actually the 2 Americans who are in this race have got good results on the global stage. Serena Burler, who fell, we haven't seen her. She is in that group. I can just spot her towards the back. She's the smaller of the 2 Americans, both of whom are wearing shades. Burler was 10th in Beijing in this event 2 years ago, and Cragg ran really well for a top 10 finish in Rio last year. So the 2 Americans going well in this group.
They are, and just to pick up Kyoto there, the Japanese athlete with that low arm carriage that we mentioned before. She's running well. She's up there in that top group of 10 or so at the moment. Look, she's really still smiling. They're cheering her on. What an effort. You can hear the footfalls, can't you, as she goes through there, and it's so quiet. A little bit wind as well. I just saw one of the leaves being blown across past her there, but just watch, look. She's got a smile on her face all the time, and she smiles even more when they cheer her on. Well, if you're that far in front, you can take your time, pick up a bottle, have a chat to someone near, and then keep going.
So Kiplagat is on the right-hand side of picture there. She's running to the left of Cragg from the United States. I think almost all of the big names are in that group. The gap was 22 seconds. Now it's 25. Let's keep a close eye on that one. And I think, you know, she's got the whole road to herself. There's no issue when she gets to the turns. I think it's a sensible way to run, because, just to reiterate, as we've said a couple of times, Steve, in case people are just joining us, it's not as if Dixon is running at a suicidal pace, 5 or 6 minutes inside her lifetime best. She's actually running quite sensibly, although it may look as though she's being bold. She's just sticking to her own race plan.
Well, she's doing all she has to do, but you do get the feeling that obviously we're just not even halfway really in the race, but we get to the point where the others will start thinking, what do we do? We can't let this go on anymore, because she could go all the way. And if that's the case, then they've lost it virtually before the halfway mark. But you'll see her here, she goes past all these other cheering crowds. She loves it. It's inspiring, it really is. And the more she does it, the further she goes away, then that's it. As far as she's concerned, she's doing all she has to do. Behind her, though, those other athletes, even though there's a group now filtering down a little bit more to about 15 or so, most of those top athletes will be now thinking there's a point where we just can't let this string go any further away. We've just got to start pulling her back.
And there's such quality in that group that I don't think they'll be panicking about this just yet. But you are right. At what stage, especially if they're athletes who get on well with their countrywomen, at what stage, I wonder, will one or two of them have a couple of sentences exchanged and say to each other, OK, I think we need to claw her back here. Not yet, but it might not be long.
Well, I think that, you know, the case is that probably someone, their team manager or their coach has probably said, look, wait until the halfway mark. Wait until the halfway and then make a move. Or wait until 10K to go and make a move. So up until then, they're probably holding back. They're keeping their powder dry. They're not really doing too much. So they let Dixon go away. Now, the problem with that is that if Dixon really has a blinder of a run, she could be so far in front that they won't be able to catch her.
She is absolutely loving this, Steve. I can't remember seeing a marathon runner engage that much with a crowd of all the global marathons I've commentated on. I can't remember it happening. Not like this.
Well, she's enjoying herself. That's good. I mean, the most important thing is that it doesn't sort of take back anything from the way she's running or performance, because, I mean, you can't keep waving all the time. You've just got to give yourself a bit of a chance to actually do and produce the goods when you need to do it. But she's smiling, she's waving a little bit. They're loving it. What more do you want? Well, she's almost really getting the crowd going for the whole race, because once she starts getting them excited, they carry on that from the other athletes coming behind. You're just looking at the average kilometre splits. They're about 3:32. The last 5K was about 17:21, I think, something like that.
Yeah, that's another significant increase. So they are winding it up, because I think the first 5K was 17 mids, 35, 34, something like that. Then there was the second 5K split was pretty close to 18 minutes. Then they've gone quicker, and 17:20, 17:21 is the quickest 5K we've had in the race so far. That explains why Dixon is out front, and she is still continuing to smile. Look at this, Steve. We went from 22 seconds to 25 to 35. She's still continuing to pull away from a world-class field of women that includes the gold and silver medalists from Beijing 2 years ago, the silver medalist from last year in the Rio Olympic Games, and the reigning Commonwealth champion. That is confidence.
Well, I hope she knows that she is pulling away. I mean, in the Tour de France, they come up with a board telling you how far you are ahead of the pack. But I don't think there's anybody out there at the moment helping her, unless there's some coaches somewhere around the circuit shouting, you know, you've got 30 seconds on this group, keep going. She doesn't look back. She doesn't look back. That's good. She's just doing her own thing. And by doing her own thing, you can see there, look, just coming into picture at the back there is the chase group. No one from that chase group, no individual. Well, I'll just say that Kiprop just does exactly what I said no one has done yet, and that Kiprop is decided now maybe to make the move and claw things back. Pace, I think, has now picked up significantly in that chase group, because you can see they're spreading out, and now the group is down to about, what, 10? Kiprop to Barber, they're just beautifully poised just behind her. So they're starting to move. And that group from the aerial shot you can see is starting to thin out one by one. They're dropping off the back. Disappear out of view. Well,
there's a very, very long way to go, Steve. Almost exactly half halfway through the race. So over 13 miles to go. One of the Ethiopian coaches running alongside, giving some encouragement to his team.
I think that was the same guy we saw in the men's race when Tola was running in the front at the time. He was shouting him on, and he's doing exactly the same for the Ethiopians.
I hope he's had a rest in between, because they're not hanging around. Yeah, it's interesting, because I'll just check the record books as they do head towards the halfway stage. He's just out of sight towards the right-hand side, the coach in question. Other than Paula Radcliffe's World Marathon victory in Helsinki in rather rainy conditions, where she beat Enda Reba, the fabulous Kenyan marathon runner, in 2005, no British woman has got inside the top 8. Susan Partridge was 10th in Moscow. Mari Yamauchi was 9th in Osaka, and we had a couple of finishes just inside the top 10 in the inaugural edition in Helsinki in 83 with Joyce Smith and Sally Ellis in Tokyo in 91. So, you know, there's a little slice of history waiting to be made here from Alison Dixon, even if, and you know, I'm not trying to speak pessimistically, as she's gone through halfway there, she's on course for 2:28.40. Even if she doesn't hold on for a medal here, and there's no reason why she can't, although she would be producing a PB at 2:28.40, you know, she could produce the best finish in this event, other than Paula Radcliffe, in the whole history. And there have been some good British marathon runners like Yamauchi, who was 6th in the marathon in Beijing. So, you know, there's a lot to play for here, not just the obvious 3 medals themselves.
Totally agree, but more importantly, she hasn't been at the back sort of waiting for it to happen. She's actually making it happen, which is more important, I think, to a certain extent. She's actually giving herself a chance of doing exactly what you just said.
And if we just confirm her lifetime best at 2:29.06, she's running almost exactly on that pace. So again, it gives us the affirmation she's not doing anything silly, she's not doing anything she hasn't done before in terms of times, but what she hasn't had the opportunity to do before is lead a global race on her own turf, with the crowd supporting her every step of the way. We're in for a fascinating second half of the race. And just to remind you, she's gone from 22 seconds to 25 to 35. And the last 5K split was 17:20. This is an excellent, excellent attempt to run herself into the World Championship record books from Alison Dixon.
Well, that's right, but just behind her, we'll give you a recap quickly, it's coming up on our information. Just behind her, and some way back now, 32 seconds, Kyoto of Japan, Kiwa of Bahrain, obviously one of the Kenyans running for Bahrain now. Kiplagat, obviously the one to watch. Craig, United States, she's still there. Kiprop, Murga, Dibaba. Most of the big names that we thought at the beginning are still in that pack. You see Kyoto there, we said the arm carriage is easy to spot with the cap on. Most of the splits now coming through there, starting to pick up again now. This average split has dropped to 3:32. 3:50, that last kilometre. So you can see now why there's a little bit of urgency in the pack at the front at the moment. They're starting to move a little bit faster than they've done before. Kiplagat, very tall, closest to us, just moving ahead to grab a bit of water. But this long striding Kenyan has decided that she just wants to keep going. Didn't take on any water, or did she? No, she's signaling to her coaches there that she doesn't want it. Difficult to grab things at this pace, isn't it? You imagine that, and especially if you miss it. Must affect you psychologically that you just didn't get what you needed, especially fluids at this stage of the race, halfway, just over halfway. There's Tola just behind her. So the group spreading out now. Dixon just checking again, about, still 30 seconds or so in front of this group. British athletes soaking up the atmosphere. Spreading out again across the big roads here. As I said before, absolutely perfect for marathon running conditions, really ideal. What little bit of sun there was is been lost now in the shade, and it's about 20, 21 degrees. No wind, absolutely no wind at all. And that's helped front running, really, isn't it? Dixon hasn't needed to be in a pack to shield herself from that conditions. Sun's still beating down, but the shade of the city really being a great benefit to the athletes today. Good thing for Dixon really is on a loop course, you know, you've always got something to keep your attention there. Not only the crowd, obviously, but you can see sometimes when you go around the bends and you can see the other runners. They might not be the runners that are chasing you. You can see that on the loop course. There she's smiling again. You might not be able to see it on some of the course, but when you go around certain sections, you can see the other athletes. And you think to yourself, well, I might be suffering, but they look like they might be suffering more than me. So it encourages you to keep going at the sort of rhythm you need. Well, group has, what is that? Let's just count. 3, 6, 9. There's about 14 there, I think, in that group now. Most of the Kenyans are still there. No one's dropped there. Most of the Ethiopians are still there. Dixon digging into a little bit of an incline here, coming around the bend. Listen to the cheers, though, really. They're loving it. Another tight bend. Every time she goes around one of these bends, she's got to gain at least a second or so on that group because they are having to slow down. Difficult to see if she's tiring because she's got the style that looks the same no matter what, I think.
The city looking resplendent in the sunshine. And you know, the other thing I was thinking, Steve, this race will be on network television in Great Britain, and there'll be quite a few pubs around this side of London where the footage will be on. And I wouldn't be surprised if, as the race continues, if Alison Dixon stays at the front, a few people watching not too far away from here think, hang on a minute, I might go and have a little look there, go and see if I can witness a piece of British sporting history. But there's still more than enough time for this high quality field of women to reel in Alison Dixon if they're brave enough and they go for it. So Edna Kiplagat there, two-time world champion, tried to create that piece of history in Beijing, winning 3 on the spin and came up just short, but only just. So that race in China was so close over the last couple of kilometers. Mare de Barber winning the sprint finish for the line. She too, I think, is still in this group, hoping to match Edna Kiplagat. Kiplagat's 2 golds coming in Daegu and Moscow, and what it would mean to Mare de Barber and the rest of the Ethiopians if she was able to go Beijing and London for her double. And then you've got the likes of Helle Kiprop, who wants to upgrade her silver from Beijing. After all, as I said, she only missed out on that gold by 1 single second. She wants to step out of the shadow of her compatriot. So there's a lot to motivate that group immediately behind Alison Dixon. But what a good run this is. What a brave, bold piece of front running. You can see the motorbikes just at the top left of picture. That's the motorbike that helps us provide the television pictures of the chase group from just in front of them. So whenever you see the motorbike, you know the chase group are immediately behind them. Dixon's margin out front has grown over the last sort of 25 minutes or so, from 22 seconds to 35. There's Toller just coming off the back of that group, Burla and Coyote. So we have got a few athletes who are beginning to struggle here, and that might give us an indication that the East Africans at the front have decided to increase the pace. And we've said this a couple of times, it is possible that these images foreshorten the advantage, but I thought they may have been closing a fraction. It's still a very handsome lead, but she was out as much as 35 seconds in front of the chase group. They've clawed 8 seconds back.
Well, it's inevitable they're going to claw something back. How quickly they claw it back is the factor, really. I mean, she may be slowing a little bit out in front, but, you know, are they picking up the pace behind? They can see her, that's the thing. I'd have thought perhaps, you know, on this switchback course it'd be almost beneficial for Dixon not to be seen as they bend, go around the bends. That makes it harder for the chase group to know what they're trying to catch. But on the long stretches, along the embankment, yeah, they can see her and they may be deciding that this is the time when they might start pushing the pace a little bit to negate that distance between them and the leader.
And also, Steve, when you look at the relative lifetime bests of the women in that chase group, where Alison Dixon is running pretty much bang on PB schedule of 2:29, you've got the likes of Bahane Dibaba and Mare Dibaba in that group that are, what, 24, 25 seconds behind. They've run 2:21, 2:19. Hella Kiprop's run 2:21. Edna Kiplagat's gone inside 2:20. So they have the confidence of knowing that they can turn on the pace in the second half of the race and it be, in times at least, well within their comfort zone, whereas Dixon is already running as fast as she's ever done before. The others can increase the pace and live with that increase.
Well, yeah, that's true, but you've got to accept the fact that that's if they're feeling good. You know, as I keep saying to some athletes sometimes, when you go in a race, you think that everybody else is going to produce their best results, but they don't. So, but that, in a way, is a negative way of approaching it, isn't it? You know, you don't assume that everybody's going to, you know, produce their best results. I used to think, oh, they're going to produce their worst, so it's going to be easy for me. But it never was. But that's a better way of looking at it, I think, because otherwise you're expecting too much from the opposition. And I think from Dixon's point of view, yes, she's running as best she can. You know, the others, yes, they've got far better times, but are they feeling good? Are they worried about things? You know, are they in the best shape they could be? They might have been injured. They might have had colds. They might have had all sorts of problems getting here. You know, you don't know. So you just got to give it a shot.
And boy, oh boy, is she doing that. It's a fantastic effort as we get that aerial image of the chase group. 14 or 15 in that group, as you said earlier on, Steve. That's the margin, that's the deficit they have to claw back. And we'll get an opportunity to see what Alison's reaction is quite soon when they do that sharp turn, that really sharp 180, where she'll get a glimpse and she'll get a feeling as to whether the group are closing her or not. I mean, we're presuming that she's getting the information, but as we've said, one of the advantages of this course is that there are numerous points where the athlete can see what's happening behind them without actually having to turn around. Almost an hour and a half on the board. Now we get into the really, really interesting part of the race, when it starts to hurt and all sorts of things can change in the closing stages.
Interesting now on the wider parts of the road where there's no sort of tight corners, all the athletes spreading out into their own little sections here, letting themselves just relax in their own rhythm rather than trying to clip their stride because there's someone in front or just someone to their side. So they're now getting into their own rhythms. In the last part of the race, they're in that tight-knit group that was there for about, well, maybe a third of the race where they were so close to each other. There was a lot of problems there. But now I think the rhythm, they're getting tired. They want their own space. They don't want to have the problems of maybe just clipping someone's heel or going down right at this stage.
They are definitely closing, Steve. That gap was as big as 35. The last checkpoint, it was 27. Let's see what it is now. I make that under 20. And there's a turn, yeah, 14 seconds. It's a good pace being set by Dixon, so 1:28.03. She's still on course to run what would be a lifetime best, or close to. But that shows you 35 seconds has become 14, and they are reeling her in little by little.
And it's one of the Bahrainian athletes there, Rob, just difficult to see. It's Tola, I think, maybe. So she's dropping off that pack. One of the Kenyans that we thought running for Bahrain might be a problem, but obviously suffering. That's what I said before. These have all got great times, you know, in their credentials, but whether they can actually do it here is another thing. This is close-up slow motion of Dixon's stride. You can see the knees hardly lift. Just all calf, all power from the lower part of the legs, really. That's not the sprinting technique you see from Usain Bolt, but she doesn't need it, really.
No, she's got to keep it going a little longer than 9.58 seconds, that's for sure. So, I guess, not only the obvious, you know, scenario that appears to be unfolding, where 35 seconds becomes 14 and Dixon's lead gets narrowed down and narrowed down. You know, what does she do? What's that mindset for her when they catch her? Because, you know, maybe she decides, look, I'm just going to carry on running at my pace, even though they're picking it up. Or does she go, right, I'm not going to let you go past me. I'm going to stick with this group, and I'm going to do my best to run the race of my life. It'll be interesting to see what her approach is when they catch her.
I think when you get to that stage and they've caught you, although she seems to be holding it, look, she still seems to be enjoying it. Yes, they're catching, there's no question about it, but I think you've got to run your own race. If you try and keep up with a group of athletes that are going too fast, then I think what happens is then you start putting yourself into all sorts of debt, and that means that you might not, I don't think anyway, accomplish the best result. If you run at your own rhythm, yes, they've gone past you, but if you run at your own rhythm, what you might find is that, you know, in the latter part, the really last part of the race, they come back to you again. That's the thing, because some of these athletes might be running faster than they can finish as well.
Edna Kiplagat leading that chase group, hoping to produce a third world title on the roads to go alongside those magnificent golds in Daegu and Moscow. Amy Cragg was right up alongside the double world champion as well. Great weather and great drama. What happens now inside the last hour of this race as this big group of somewhat 13 or 14 athletes begin to close down Alison Dixon's lead? Kiplagat on the right of picture there. Chelimo on the left, the Kenyan who represents Bahrain. She was 8th in the Olympic marathon last year. There is Amy Cragg. Mare de Barber is in that group, the defending world champion. And there is the lead currently being enjoyed, very much enjoyed, that's the operative word, by Alison Dixon of Great Britain. And even though they are beginning to close, we saw just a couple of minutes ago that great motioning to the crowd from her to say, come on, give me a bit more. Keep it going, keep the support coming. You might be able to help me do something very, very special here. Well, Edna Kiplagat, who leads that chase group, she's trying to produce a first for her country because, of course, Catherine Endereba, her countrywoman, one of the fastest marathon runners in history, secured 2 golds, one in Paris and one in Osaka, winning Osaka by just 8 seconds. Kyoto there with the low arm lift. But what denied Endereba a 3rd gold medal, and it would have been 3 in a row, was when she finished behind Paula Radcliffe in Helsinki. So no woman has won 3 editions of the world title. Endereba, 2 golds and a silver. Edna Kiplagat wants to be the first to secure a hat-trick. And what an incredible performance that would be if she's able to catch Alison Dixon, and if, it's a big if, she's able to shake off the rest of this big group. But that's what's keeping Kiplagat going, I think. She has still got the opportunity, if she gets this right, of producing a hat-trick. Chelimo on the left, Flamina Chayech-Daniel, Kerr, the Olympic silver medalist, Amy Cragg, Demise. Well, Demise was the one who had her shoe ripped off at one of the earlier drink stations. A Sellerfesh merger with her back to us there. She got a bronze in Berlin under the Brandenburg Gate. Steve and I were lucky enough to be there, and Trengrove still in that group as well, Steve.
I was just going to say, Trengrove running a great race here, the Australian, just at the back of that group. I mean, her personal best, what is it, but I think at 27, I think she should check. Yeah, 2:27. So she's running a really good race, really, the Australian, hanging in with that pack. Cragg just front there, working very well at the moment. This sort of pace, though, it is in the sort of like the realms of everybody's personal best, really, which is good. Closer and closer it gets to that last part of the race, and they're all still there. It means that they're all in with a chance. They haven't been running at a cutthroat pace right from the word go, which means that it's a cull almost straight away. The top best in the world would just go straight to the front and just keep going away. This situation gives everybody a chance.
It's a fascinating last 50 minutes or so. She's still smiling, Alison Dixon, and she will now know unequivocally that they are catching her. But she doesn't look as though she's uncomfortable. She doesn't look as though she's slowing down a great deal. And the quality in this group is absolutely immense. Dixon just at the very top of your picture there, with that chase group ever so slightly and ever so gradually reeling her in, with around about 52 minutes of running still to go. And a lot can still happen in 50 minutes. There is a significant, and arguably the most significant and changeable element of the race still to come.
It certainly is. And I just saw there that Serena Burler, 10th at the World Championships in 2015, she's still in there from America. She's still running well. Just at the back there, you hardly see those athletes because all the time we're concentrating on the Ethiopians and the Kenyans. But just behind them, there's still a lot of athletes in contention for a possible medal here. Well, Dixon, yeah, they're closing all the time. What a great run from her in front of her home crowd. Really, it has been inspirational, really. She can look back on this in some years to come and think that this is it. This is what I really did in front of everybody at the World Championships. A lot of tired legs now going around those bends. They're taking it very, very gently. There's the gap. What is it? 100 meters, maybe. Panning back now. There doesn't seem to be any athletes chasing that group. It's just that group. The others have dropped right off. And the camera now picking up the bibs of the athletes behind, which to me indicates that they're obviously closing all the time. The barber, there's that diminutive little figure. There she is, just at the back there. Smallest out of that group. Very tiny, very compact. Closing quickly now. Well, I don't think that group is 27 seconds behind now. I think they're no more than, what is it, Rob? Maybe 10 seconds, I think, at this stage, maybe even less.
Yeah, I mean, the splits in terms of her advantage have been very logical and consistent. 22 seconds, 25 seconds, 35 seconds up, to then 27 seconds up, 14 seconds up, and absolutely, you're quite right. That is a matter of some 5 or 6 seconds, and in a very short space of time, we will get to see what Alison Dixon's response is to this huge pack closing her down. Just keeping half an eye on the potential record books and the great performances for individual nations. I was just having a look there, as you mentioned, Burla, the American, and also Amy Cragg is still in there for the United States. Only one American woman has ever won a medal in this event. It's Marianne Dickerson. Got a silver in the inaugural World Championships back in Helsinki. So that would be quite some feat if one of the two American women, who have both produced top 10 finishes in either an Olympics or a World Championships, if either of them can stay in the mix. So let's see what Alison Dixon, I nearly called her Alison Felix there. Let's see what Alison Dixon does now. She has led for, well, 10, 15K ever since Ribeiro drifted off the back. She's been on her own.
I would probably say 15K, 15K at least, and they're just catching her now. So this is, as you said, an interesting point in time to see what Dixon does.
Because whether she stays with this group, Steve, that might give us an indication as to how much the group are speeding up by, because Alison's been running quite a steady pace. So if she's comfortable and she's still there, it would indicate that they're still on around about, what, you know, 27, 28 pace. Whereas if the likes of Kiplagat come swooping past and Dixon's out the back of this group quite quickly, perhaps that would indicate that we're heading down towards a 26 or a 25.
Yes, it certainly would, but you can see that there's not that much differential. You know, whether Dixon's just, you know, realised that they're there and she's picked up her pace a little bit, or the others have slowed coming into her. There's not a great difference in differential in pace between all of them at the moment, which is good, because that'll give Dixon the encouragement that she can stay with this group even though they've just caught her. In fact, she's starting to move away again. That's the sort of person she is. She's not really giving up at all. So if they just really, well, absorb her, as it were, so that she doesn't get kicked out the back, like I said before, if they absorb her when they're coming up to her, then I think that's a good thing for her, because I think she's still got something in those legs. She really has.
I agree, because psychologically, if she was struggling, she would have already been out the back of the group by now. But the fact that she's responded by moving away from that group again is quite unusual.
Well, what she's done is quite clever. Well, not quite clever, it's just the fact of the course. Every time they've closed her up, there's been a curve, been a 90 degree. So she's gone around pretty quickly, and all the others have had to slow down. Look, see this here? They've all had to slow down behind her as she goes around, and she's picked the right angle. And as you say, she's still got the blood in the legs, I think, and that's really good. I just looked at the American Craig's results. She's only run a couple of half marathons this year, but she's actually run a 10K as well. So I think that, you know, the American really, if she's in with a chance, there she is in the blue, quite the tallest of the group, I think, apart from Kiplagat. If she's there last, she has the ability, I think, because she's done all the shorter distances, to maybe pull something off for the American team. That'd be fantastic.
I just wonder, though, bearing in mind the quality that we've got in this group, I just wonder whether one of the fancied East Africans would go for, you know, a 5 or 6K wind-up, you know, not leaving it to a sprint, but really start to hurt the rest of the field with a with a savage last 5K, and then they would start dropping off this group very, very quickly.
I think in a marathon, it must be a mental game more than a physical game over this part of the actual event. Sorry. I think what happens is that they probably don't want to hurt themselves too much. You don't want to win it by hurting yourself too much. And there's that I suppose turning point, is there? Where do you do that? Where do you actually say, I'm going to hurt myself? This is going to be me. And I think sometimes we're all a bit reluctant to do that in a race. You know, you just think, well, hang on a little bit more, waiting for someone else to do it so that you have to respond. And I think the more that happens, the closer you're going to get to the finish, closer to the finish. And that will give other athletes that really think they perhaps, I don't have a chance, but maybe if I'm there at the finish, I could do it. That's the big, I think, question that's going to be asked from this group of athletes now.
And once again, Alison Dixon still leading, but she's at the front of the pack now, as opposed to being 35 seconds ahead of them running on her own. And something of nothing this, Steve, potentially. Some athletes like running towards the back of the group. Edna Kiplagat has always been the one at the front of that chase group, and she is the athlete to Alison Dixon's left. I think she's really up for this. I'm not saying she's going to win, but she's running very positively, and she's dominated the pace in that group, and she seems to have been the one who's been responsible or most concerned about closing the gap on Dixon.
Oh, I think, as you said that, I think she's moving ahead slightly, although we've got an aerial shot here, really. Yes, I think you're right, but she's a tall woman. Tall, long striding, so she probably doesn't want to be in that group, in the middle of that group with that sort of length of stride. She probably wants to just be on her own. There she is, to the right of the picture there. But there you see DeBarber just behind there, just getting caught by some of the cones. So yes, you know, it's easier to run when you've got no one in front of you, I suppose, to a certain extent, because you can, you know, see where your footfalls are going, and there's not a real problem. But that, in a way, is a problem in itself, because you're on your own, you're not being helped by the others around you. So yes, Kiplagat is a big danger, and we know that. And she's doing everything she has to do. Well, Dixon's just literally, I suppose, been absorbed into that group. If she can hold on, just stay with them for a while, that'll do her confidence no end of good.
So just to clarify here, we have Jess Trengrove, the Commonwealth bronze medalist from Australia, at the back of that group. Kyoto of Japan, one of the two Japanese athletes who holds her arms very, very slow there. They have slowed, by the way. That might explain why Dixon was closed up, because her preceding 5K was 17:20. That one closer towards the 18-minute barrier. We have two Americans in this group, Amy Cragg and Sarah Burler. And Serena Burler, I beg your pardon. Burler of the United States running immediately behind her compatriot. And then we have the big danger women, the defending champion Mare DeBarber of Ethiopia, her compatriot but no relation, Bahane DeBarber, winner of the Tokyo Marathon in 2015. Edna Kiplagat, the two-time world champion, hoping for a third, and Flamina Chayech-Daniel, the reigning Commonwealth champion. There's a lot going on in this group, Steve, and there is huge quality within it.
There is, and they're all together. Even when we saw in the men's race at this stage of the race is almost over. Whereas in the women's race, it's still there. There's still a possibility that anybody in that group of, 14 or so, can win this thing. Obviously, we've got to say that the favourites will be there, I suppose, but the closer, as I said, it gets to the finish line, the likes of Craig or even Dixon now, still in that group, or some of the other athletes behind them, Trengrove, the likes of that, could have a chance of a medal. Serena Burler is an interesting athlete, actually. Looking at her bio, she actually come back from a cancerous tumour in her right leg in 2010 and lost a tendon and muscle from the back of her leg. But the cancer hasn't spread, but she's come back from that, and here she is now in this World Championships, up with the leading group. Absolutely wonderful. Just shows you what determination can do, doesn't it, really?
It's a great story and an inspirational one. We've seen a few of those in the World Championship already. Manyonga Luvo Manyonga, the South African, you commentated on that great long jump. A man who spent time in jail after emerging as a real threat. Former world junior champion, I think, in the long jump, and was 5th in Daegu, and then made some bad choices in life. Ended up in jail, turned his life around, and was in tears in this stadium last night. But they weren't tears of regret, they were tears of joy. A man who put his life back together through athletics, becoming the long jump champion. And there is Merritt, qualifying for the semi-finals of the men's 110-metre high hurdles. Olympic champion in the stadium from which we're commentating now 5 years ago, and had to undergo a kidney transplant. Fortunately, his sister was a suitable donor, and he's qualified as one of, if not the fastest men into the semi-finals tonight. So there are very interesting motivational stories from various athletes competing at this year's World Championship, and certainly Serena Burla's is worth telling and worth highlighting, and hopefully she'll get some great reception when she goes home to the States, irrespective of what happens here in the closing stages, because all these women in this group have done a great job so far, and they've all given themselves a chance of stepping on the World Championship podium.
Well, 14 altogether there, Rob, if you count them. So, yeah, per many maybe 3 out of that 14, but you've got to give, obviously, a bit more credence to the big names there. But having said that, they've all run this race. They're all tired. No one as yet wants to make a move. Coming up almost to 1 hour, 50 minutes now in the women's marathon.
It's interesting at this stage, because I sort of thought that once they caught Alison Dixon, that there might be 1 or 2 athletes who definitively said to themselves, and I'm talking about the main contenders, you know, the Edna Kiplagat or the Mare de Barbers or the Estella Peshmerga. I thought there might be 1 or 2 athletes who said, right, okay, we're coming up to the business end, I'm taking this on and I'm going for it. It almost seems, Steve, as though having caught Dixon, this looks to me as though it's a little bit cagey now as they head towards the last circuit.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, no one's making a move. You know, we're at, what is it? We're at just at the 30k mark, maybe. I don't know, just over that now. So yeah, maybe they've decided. Maybe their coach has said, look, wait till 5k to go, you know, and then make your move. You know, as a team, make your move and see what you can do after that. There's obviously plans in place. I mean, obviously they've absorbed Dixon, but that wasn't their objective. Their objective was just to keep running at the certain rhythm they wanted to do. They haven't pushed it on. Now they're hearing the bell lap. They're starting to think, yeah, maybe this is where my coach has told me to move. This is where I've decided to move. And then you're going to see perhaps a reaction from the big names or the big favourites in this race.
10k separating one of this leading group from a piece of sporting history on the streets of London. Who is going to make the first move, and how much longer will we have to wait to see it? Alison Dixon, fair play to the British woman. This is the most aggressive piece of running we've seen from Dixon. At one time leading this race by 35 seconds, taken back to the group, but not swallowed up by them. And Dixon once again finds herself at the front, surrounded by some of the most talented female distance runners the sport has ever seen. Kim of the People's Republic of Korea up in that group as well. So we have representation from the Asian distance running community, also the Japanese athlete Kiyota, who's run 2:23 this season. So we've got a good spread of athletes from across the world still in the hunt and still in the mix here. There is the Japanese woman running at the very back of that group, barely moving her arms. Well, she doesn't even come level with her elbows. So when will this move come? Alison Dixon, once again, finds herself in the back of this pack. And this is Shure Demise, and this is, it's not a definitive break, but this is the first time we've seen any kind of move, or is it simply an opportunity to get a clean run at the drink station?
Yeah, I think it was actually, yeah. You saw Chelimo, the Bahraini, I think, come across and say, let me in, I want to get my drink, and you'll sit, oh, there, disappointment there, missed her drink. Let's just hope that someone else can give us something a bit further on. If you don't get your drink station, you have to go to the end where there's the water. You can't take anything from the other drink stations from the other nations, obviously. So you have to wait. If you miss it, miss that, at this stage of the race, well, that could be critical. Kiplagat, I'm not sure of, that missed her drink there, which is going to be, you know, if she doesn't get some hydration on board at this stage, it could be difficult.
Yeah, still got around about 5.5 miles of running still to go at this stage. We're coming up to about 4 p.m. local time here in Britain. Cracking evening session lined up at the track. Coming up tonight, we have the women's 100 meters final, the end of the heptathlon, then semi-finals over 400 meters and 800 meters. So if you really can't get your fill of athletics here in the marathon, if you want even more, then have a couple of hours off and come and join us again in the stadium at 7 o'clock. That's in around about 3 hours time. Just noticed there, Alison Dixon was off the back of that group for the first time, although it simply could be that she was taking a few extra strides to make sure she properly gets the liquid on board. We'll keep our eye on that when we get back to the shots of the race. Nisei, I think it was Flamina Chayech-Daniel who may have missed that drink station. Dixon has got back on that group. She's got those distinctive long socks. She's just at the back there. Daniel is the reigning Commonwealth champion.
Trengrove, as I say, still there from Australia. She's having a great race. No, there is no discernible decision by any of these women to make a move as yet. Coming close to the 2-hour mark, really, in another 3 or 4 so minutes. There is a question mark, really, as we keep saying. Maybe the favourites are suffering as much as everybody else at this moment. And if they are, then they're perhaps just biding their time to make the move as late as possible.
Amy Cragg finds herself setting the pace with Trengrove, the Australian Commonwealth bronze medalist, just behind her.
Craig, I think looking at her biog, is 9th in Rio Olympics in the marathon. Well, she's in a group of about 14 here. She hasn't got to lose too many. This would probably be one of her best performances, if she's not in the medals, for an American in this race.
Well, do you know the other thing that's important about what we're seeing here, Steve, and it's worth us focusing on this for a minute or two. There are so many distance races all around the world, over 5,000, 10,000 meters and half marathons and marathons, as Alison Dixon, maybe just for the first time, looks as though she might be struggling, but she is still in touch with that group. We'll keep our eye on that. It's really good to see the non-traditional powerhouse nations getting in amongst the mix here, because I'd be interested to get your opinion on this as a former Olympic champion. Is it too easy for non-East African athletes to say, well, we're never going to win this, we can't compete with the Kenyans, the Ethiopians, the Tanzanians and the Ugandans? Yeah, there have been athletes in recent years who've shown that with the right training and with the right belief, you can challenge the East African nations at events that they dominate at. I mean, use Evan Yeager as an example.
Evan Yeager's the classic example, really. I mean, an event that's been totally dominated by Kenya. Totally dominated by Kenya in Olympics and World Championships, and yet an American can come along and be the fastest in the world, and with a definite chance of being the favourite in the race, the way we've looked at it so far from the heats. So yes, it's possible. It's not easy. That's the problem. And because it's not easy, people shy away from it. They think, well, I can't be bothered, I'll do something much simpler. And I can understand that. But if you take up the challenge and give it 100%, there is always that possibility.
Well, Trengrove, the Australian, and Amy Cragg, Serena Burler of the United States, certainly mixing it with the best of the Ethiopian, Kenyan and Bahrainian distance runners at this stage. Where has the time gone? It's amazing. You get so absorbed in these races. We've almost been chatting away here for 2 hours. It's gone quickly for us. I'm sure it's probably hurting a bit more for the athletes.
Well, I was going to say 2 hours of chatting is not really unusual for us, Roberts. That takes up 2 beers in the pub most of the nights, doesn't it?
Yeah, we have plenty of time to reflect on the great athletics we're privileged enough to be watching. So, Alison Dixon back at the front of
that's amazing, isn't it? I mean, at one moment we thought, well, she was just losing a bit of a grip on it here, and then she decides, well, no, I'll just move to the front. The determination of this woman is incredible, really. She's done so well to keep with this group. Trengrove, though, the Australian, deciding now that perhaps it's her turn to maybe move from the back and just push the pace on a little bit.
You know what, Steve? I can't call this now. I can't work out who's going to make the first move. I mean, it's unusual, isn't it, to have this many women still in touch so late in the battle for gold, silver and bronze. I mean, yeah, OK, we might be used to having 4 or 5 running in a group, but not 14 or 15. It's really intriguing. We just don't know how the rest of this race is going to pan out, because it's not going to be run in a blisteringly fast time, which is why it is so fascinating, and probably why you have got athletes from Japan, the People's Republic of Korea, the United States, Australia and Great Britain, as well as the Kenyans and the Ethiopians.
It's worrying you, isn't it? You just can't have a handle on it. You're not a racing person. Your mentality is you've got to have statistics. These guys are going to be in front, these guys are going to be behind. But it doesn't work out that sometimes. Sometimes the unusual happens, and maybe this is going to be here. Who knows? But the other thing that's also important, I think, is that they're waiting. They are still waiting. If someone makes a break, I think it'll split up very quickly.
Dixon off the back. Helle Kiprop just wipes her brow with her vest. She's the Kenyan running just in front of the 2 Ethiopians, about 2/3 of the way towards the left-hand side. Rose Chelimo, who was 8th in Rio, and Eunice Kerwer. I mentioned her a couple of times. She's running directly behind Edna Kiplagat towards the right-hand side. Very good major championship performer. And is this at last a sign that Alison Dixon is struggling? She has now become detached from this group, and there's no drink station around at this point, so there really isn't any reason for her to be 15 metres off the back of the group, and maybe this great journey and this great fairy tale just got a little bit tougher.
Well, it's been a great fairy tale, full stop. Yes, it's ended, but nevertheless, for her, I think she's done a tremendous job. She's given herself a chance, didn't succeed, but she's had a fantastic race.
So one drops off. Who will be next to find this pace too much? Cragg leading with Edna Kiplagat. And the other thing is we haven't had any move at the front of these groups from the Ethiopians, have we? They're there, but in terms of being at the front and taking their share of pace-making, they've been totally anonymous.
Well, they're not Ayan, I'll put it that way. They're not using that technique, no, which we saw in the 10,000 metres women. But I think if you look at that group, out of that 13 or so that's there are some that are just holding on. There are some that are really at the limit of their capabilities, and there are some that are not. There are some there that are, I wouldn't say relaxed, but there are some there that know they've got a little bit more left if it's necessary. And that's why I say, if someone makes a move, the ones that are literally clinging on, they're just hoping that it's going to stay like this, they will go off the back pretty quickly, and it'll split up literally in a matter of like almost 400 metres or so.
Well, we're not too far away from them approaching that hairpin turn. And maybe that might be a time where those at the front choose to steal a metre or two on 1 or 2 in this group.
Trengrove is at the front there. We were just saying earlier, one of the men's, obviously Rob Di Castella, from Australia was a winner for the men in this event. Maybe, well, if the Australian can just keep going here, we might have a medal again for Australia in the women's marathon. That'd be fantastic, really. She's looking very comfortable there. So too is Berla and Cragg, the Americans. DeBarber, well, we haven't really mentioned her very much, have we, really? But let's not forget the real danger. There she is, just behind. You don't see much of her because she's so small that she's covered by the other athletes. But obviously, the one that we've got to watch coming over this last part of the race.
And that's a good reminder, Steve, as well, because the way the race panned out in Beijing, it was a 5-way sprint for the line. And Mare DeBarber has got the quickest acceleration of all those women. So if it does go very, very late, then we know, even though that was quicker than this race, that was won in 2:27.5, and they're slightly slower than that here. So we know that if DeBarber's in the kind of shape that she was in Beijing, she has very quick acceleration at the end of 26 miles. So maybe from her point of view, she's quite happy that there's no move. She'll just sit and wait, and she'll give it the acceleration she needs to hope that she becomes a double world champion.
Yeah, one of the other points that mentioning from an athlete's point of view, there's some days when you wake up and you start running, there isn't a thing you can do wrong. You just feel so much better than you perhaps should be. And maybe one of these athletes here, whether it's Trengove or the two Americans, they've decided, you know, for some reason, or they've not decided, it's actually happened, they're feeling really great today. Whereas some of the other athletes that we say are the favourites, they're not having a great day. It happens, you know. And as I say, if that's the case, then you might get someone here unexpectedly trying to make a move on some of the greatest marathon runners that there is.
14 in that group, I counted. And there's only room for 3 on the podium. People's Republic of Korea, flags being waved, the Union Jacks are being thrown around. And they'll certainly be required to help Alison Dixon get over the line as Amy Cragg takes that very wide, just making sure that she doesn't clip anyone's heels.
A lot of tired legs around that bend, wasn't there, really? Not a lot of strength to go hard around the corner. And as you said, Cragg nearly went into the crowd there, really. But having said that, she managed to miss the barriers, because she could trip up from some of those barriers there. She managed to miss the barriers and keep her rhythm going. Before, that's the London Eye, obviously. You see the cues for the for a chance to get on it at the bottom there. Wow. Cragg has decided maybe that it's just a time to make a little bit of a move. You know, let's just see what we've got behind me. That's what she's thinking. And there's a definite increase in pace. You can tell that by the way she's running. This is not relaxed rhythm anymore. There's a little bit of effort there from Cragg, the American. And as I said before, as soon as she's done it, look, they're starting to string out. This is a move, it really is. DeBarber just behind, though, just countering this. They've strung right out in the space of about, what, 50 metres or so.
Oh, I almost forgot her husband is Alistair Cragg, the Irish record holder at 5 and 10,000 metres, 3 times an Olympian. And I'm sure if he's not here, he'll be watching and he'll be so proud of what his wife is on her way to doing here. Even if she doesn't end up on the podium, it's been a really positive, great race from the American, who is still very much in the hunt. And remember, only one American woman has ever won a medal in this event, and that was way back in the inaugural edition in Helsinki in '83. She really did take that wide.
Yeah, I think she was running quite fast there and maybe overshot a little bit. Look at the way that Trengove is just digging into that curve. Well, after that, I think she realised that she might as well just keep going.
Now, this is significant, and exactly what you said would happen has transpired, Steve. We've lost Kim of the People's Republic of Korea. Kyoto has come out the back, and unfortunately for the Australian medal aspirations, so too has Jess Tungrove. who got the Commonwealth bronze a few years ago, and I think that might be Serena Burler coming off the back of the group as well. What a great injection of pace from Amy Cragg.
And they're coming past the feeding stations here. I don't think Cragg is going to take a bottle. She's so determined now. I think she thinks so. She hasn't got time maybe for a water, or maybe she's trying to get it. United States, where is it? Is there somewhere for her to pick up a bit of water? She's running on the inside. There it is. Good. She's got some fluid inside her. Well, there's a group now. 1, 2, 3, maybe about 9 athletes now. They've dropped about 4 off that back with that surge. And we're seeing now, aren't we? There we are. There's the familiar vests. Kenya and Ethiopia. And one American. I think one Bahrainian there too. I think on the or 2 it is. Yeah, 2 it is. 2 Bahrainians there. Obviously, the Kenya's running from Bahrain.
Yes, it will be Chelimo and Kerwa. Kerwa's just on the right of picture. Olympic silver medalist, World Championship bronze medalist, and Rose Chelimo leading at the moment. She was 8th last year in Rio, discards her drink. Chelimo leads then from Amy Cragg, and then we have the familiar strips of Ethiopia and Kenya. It's 9 in this group now, Steve, so 5 have dropped off the back. There's still a fair number in touch.
Yeah, there are, but even that group is not actually a bunch anymore, is it? It's slightly stretching out. Chelimo now has decided that this is her time maybe to get up the front and do as best she can. She's moving well. Cragg is just shadowing her at this point in time, not having any problems at all with this pace. It's marvellous. The American runner still up there. Dibaba just behind though, look at her. She's been there all the time, following everything that moves.
Yes, the defending champion has never once in the 22 or 23 miles we've had so far, there she is in 4th place, the tiniest figure in this group by some margin. She has never once been at the front, but she's always been in touch.
They're stretching out. They really are. This is almost Indian file now, so they're finding this pace being set at the front as hard. And Cragg is maybe just losing it a little bit there as they decided to go faster.
And it looked to me as though it might have been Eunice Kerwa, the other Kenyan who represents Bahrain, coming through into 2nd place. And when we get a close-up shot again, another athlete has come off the back of that group, Steve. So they are one by one beginning to be whittled away as they start to think about the last 15, 16 minutes or so of running. But that is still a long way to go when you've got this many miles in your legs.
Certainly is. Well, I think it looks as if Chelimo it is that's been doing the damage out in front there at the moment. And as you said, we're just trying to pick up now 2 Bahrainians, 1 and 2 at the moment, so they're running as a team. Well, the 2 Kenyans, I suppose, running for the Bahrainian team there, doing a good job. Just trying to see who it was that dropped off the back there, but it happened very quickly. Aerial shots are quite wonderful, but it doesn't really give us an idea of what's actually happening at the ground level, but we'll have to try and get you some idea of what's going on. Chelimo, though, is really pouring it on. This is a significant, real break for gold medal if she can keep this sort of pace going. I think it's Cragg that is in 2nd place. The blue strips, just see the blue strip there maybe. She's trying her best, but I think the others are realising that it's not good enough. Now, well, Chelimo.
That's right, and Mare Dibaba's come off the back as well, Steve, the defending champion. She's the tiny figure just towards the right-hand side there. So maybe it won't be 2 golds in a row.
Kiplagat it is that's bringing on the chase here. There she is, that beautiful, long, languid style, just moving ahead. Wow, this would be an incredible performance, wouldn't it, if she pulls it off?
Unbelievable. It would be history in the making. No woman has ever won 3 editions of the World Championship Marathon. They are coming with her. Cragg, by the way, is having the race of her life in 3rd place. And again, she's beginning to pull away from those immediately behind her. So we've got Rose Chelimo leading for Bahrain. Then you've got Edna Kiplagat, the two-time world marathon champion, who only just missed a place on the podium in Beijing. Then you've got Cragg, the American, hoping to be their first medalist in, what, 37 years. And then a little gap back, and one by one, they are dropping off.
Interesting, interesting. Well, Chelimo is leading, but the gap is being closed, isn't it, really? Kiplagat inching her way back to that lead. It was a real surge, but it's taken her a little bit of time to get back to Chelimo. Daniel there in third place. Cragg is there too. She's come back well. But as you say, De Barber dropped off very quickly there, didn't she, when the pace was on? That's a shame.
Yeah, Demise's gone. Mare De Barber's gone. Kiprop, so there you're looking at the gold and silver medalists from Beijing. And from what we're seeing at the moment, neither of them will be on the podium here in London. So some significant moves here. But it's Chelimo from Kiplagat with Amy Cragg of the United States. And now the American just beginning to grimace a little tiny bit as she has allowed Flamina Ceic to come past her, Ceic Daniel. And these four are opening up daylight between themselves and the rest of the field. But Cragg's not out of the battle for a medal there. She's digging in, and she hasn't allowed Daniel to take too much distance out of her.
Well, Daniel's the target. The other two, I don't know. They seem to be a bit stronger. They seem to be moving away. Chelimo and Kiplagat working well there, with Chelimo doing all the hard work. But if Cragg can just hang on to Daniel and just use her really to carry her through to the finish, then I think maybe the Americans might be able to sneak a medal in these World Championships. Well, even better. Cragg's decided that she's not going to wait. She's going to try and claw her way back to the other two in front. Well, the bells are chiming here in London, but it's not the bell lap, I'm afraid. It's we've gone past that. Wow. Some very tired women now.
Go on,
De Barber. Chelimo still pushing hard. Kiplagat just behind her, doing as best she can to hang on to the pace that's been injected now by this Bahrainian. Just behind them, though, you can see Daniel and Cragg are really trying their best not to let this gap open just too much. But they're looking back. There you see Chelimo just have a quick glance behind her to see what's going on. She's running well, Chelimo. There's a bit of a bounce in her stride, and if she keeps this rate going, I think, and I'm not just saying this, but I think she might be just maybe gapping Kiplagat or not. Just walking, or just going the other side of the road there to avoid the spray. We don't need that here today. It's not that warm.
Well, this is intriguing, Steve, isn't it? Kiplagat is still right there. Daniel, the Commonwealth champion, in third, with Cragg, the American, having the race of her life in fourth. Chelimo leading. And just checking the record book, Steve, no man or woman has ever won 3 world titles in the marathon. It would be a moment to remember for a very, very long time. Plenty have won 2. Abel Karui for the men, Garib for the men, Abel Anton, Catherine Endereba, well, she's got closest with 2 golds and a silver. And Kiplagat just needs to hang on here, because Rose Chelimo, who takes a long look over her shoulder, has got a couple of meters here, and these are where the questions are asked of Edna Kiplagat. This is where she's got to hang on to the leader.
Chelimo's doing a, doing the utmost now, just to inch away from Kiplagat. Kiplagat will not give in, as you say. Imagine that in her mind is she's thinking, I can do 3, I can do 3, I can do it, and that incentive is enough. Chelimo, though, compact, small, just bouncing along there. Kiplagat, much bigger, longer strides. But these two really are linked together. Just behind, though, Cragg is also running well. They haven't let the gap slip too much. But if they're going to be up in the silver and gold medal position, they've got to start working a little bit harder. But I don't think that's going to be the case. Chelimo with that shadow just behind her of the double world champion Kiplagat. But these two have not given up. Cragg and Daniel are still there, still working hard. They can just see the other two in front. Maybe they can think they can close this gap.
Cragg's leg speed still looks good there, Steve, but she has got to hang on to the Commonwealth champion, who will come round that corner very shortly in third place. Rose Chelimo against Edna Kiplagat. That's the battle for the gold. And then it's Flamina Cheyech-Daniel, the Commonwealth champion, against Amy Cragg of the United States, bidding to become her country's first medalist in this event since the very first edition of the World Championship in Helsinki back in '83.
Well, is it me or is it Craig closing the gap on the two in front of them as they come around this corner? Looks about what is it, 50 meters or so, the gap. Maybe I was being foreshortened by the camera. Maybe they're not closing really. But they're not losing that much ground though either, so that's important. We've got maybe what, 8 minutes or so of running left.
Yes, and isn't it fascinating that we've got such intriguing battles? We've got two duels going on, but only room for three on the podium. Oh, and they're not too far away,
no,
are they?
They're not too far away, but you get a feeling that those two are battling their own individual sort of situation behind these two up front. And by doing that, they're maybe not losing ground, but they're not gaining either. They're looking at each other. Well, Kiplagat now, look at that. She's saying now, this is my race. You've led for long enough, and we're coming to the stage now where I'm going to try and win this the third time round. Can Chelimo, though, respond?
16:20 for that 5K. That is fast, and that explains why exactly the scenario you predicted has unfolded. One fast burst of just over 3 miles has split the field and the race apart, and Kiplagat really wants this. She can sense that history is beckoning her here on the streets of London. This is her bid for glory, unprecedented glory, for something that's never been done by a man or a woman.
She's working hard. Chelimo's not really letting her go too far. There's a gap there of about 10 meters or so, but Chelimo's stride is still pretty strong. Just behind, though, you can see that Daniel is trying to hold off Craig for that all-important bronze medal. Go around the corner. She looks over her shoulder. Chelimo is there.
I think she looks full of running. Chelimo is still within striking distance, and Cragg desperately needs to make sure that this gap doesn't get any bigger. But look at the leg speed of Edna Kiplagat. Chelimo cannot be discounted at this stage, but the momentum you suspect is with the Kenyan here rather than the Bahrainian.
And the experience too. That's the other factor that's got to come into play, really. Chelimo knows what it's like to become a world champion. And if she does this, as you said, what a wonderful performance. 3 world championships at the marathon. It's not easy, that. You can do it maybe in the sprints because it's a similar sort of thing, but to actually peak for a marathon, 26 miles plus 3 times, is absolutely incredible.
It is, because it's not just peaking, is it? You know, the tiniest percentage. I mean, okay, you can make this argument for any event, but when you're doing a race that requires so much stamina, the tiniest thing can go wrong at any stage. You could get tripped up at a drink station, which we've seen in so many great marathons over the years. Anything can go wrong, and it's very hard to make everything go right. And to do that 3 times is unprecedented. She hasn't done it yet, but that is the gap. Can she hang on for a piece of World Championship sporting history? It's 2 Kenyans racing against each other, one for their own country, one for Bahrain, and then we have Kenya against the United States in the battle for bronze, which at the moment we think is being won by Flamina Ceic-Daniel, the reigning Commonwealth champion.
Well, as you pointed out, it's still not over, and it's much the same as we saw in the men's race. This is a very, very tight finish. A group of the top world women within the space of, what, 200 metres each, I suppose, between the top four. Kiplagat working hard. Chelimo just behind. As you say, Daniel is in third at the moment, but Craig is still there. If she's got a sprint, if there's something in her legs with about 400 to go, maybe she can pull it back.
I agree. I don't think she's out of this, and that is the view that she can see looking ahead up to Daniel. The Commonwealth champion is still just about within striking distance, and you can tell how much effort Craig is putting in to make sure that that deficit doesn't grow any further, because there's that dangerous elastic point where your willpower and your belief goes. But if she can keep her that far ahead, and we've just seen her looking behind Daniel, if she can keep her that close, she could still do it. Equally, we could say the same here, Steve, that Chelimo, the elastic hasn't snapped there. That's still close enough that she might fancy she can do it.
Well, she's slightly closing, if anything. Look at this. It's still not over in the women's marathon. This is what you've got to love. Chelimo's decided, no, it's not all yours. And maybe that burst of Kiplagat has taken too much out of her. Chelimo will come up onto her shoulder. Now, what will happen? Will she go past? She certainly is. Straight past. No questions about it. Now, can Kiplagat hold on? Wow. Swings and roundabouts between these two at the moment.
This is huge, Steve.
Kiplagat, we know, has got a bit of a finish. We know that. Chelimo, though, has decided that, no, you're not going to have it your own way. It's going to be a race to the line, and she's gone straight past and taken out, what, a 10-metre gap in the last, what, 100 metres or so. Not many more minutes to tick off in this marathon. And Chelimo has worked really well to come back at the world champion and pass her.
Well, sporting immortality might beckon for Edna Kiplagat, but if it does, she really is going to have to work for it. And Craig is still just about close enough to Flamina Ceic-Daniel that she can't be ruled out of a medal. And is she closing in on the Kenyan? We still don't know the 1, 2, 3 here. Chelimo and Kiplagat. How much psychologically has that taken out of the woman in second place?
Well, as they turn now, coming towards Tower Bridge, it won't be very far before they see Tower Bridge in front of them, and that's a massive long stretch before you actually hit the tape. Chelimo looks good, though. She's gone, and I think Kiplagat, unfortunately, may have just decided that silver's good enough. But the big battle, I hope, will be on for third. We'll have to wait and see. Here it is. Here's the long, long stretch into the finish at Tower Bridge. Chelimo, I think, Rob, has got it. Beautiful move. She waited, and then clawed her way back to Kiplagat and has soared past, and is now, what, 30 or 40 metres clear.
It was so close there for Edna Kiplagat. And look at Craig. She's come past the Commonwealth champion. What an absolutely incredible run by the American. Edna Kiplagat's getting tired. Does Craig think she can upgrade bronze to silver? Can the Commonwealth champion in fourth manage to come back? Rose Chelimo waves to the crowds. It has been an absolutely enthralling, absorbing marathon. And here, on one of London's most iconic landmarks, we have an absolutely sensational end to the race. Rose Chelimo becomes the world champion here, and she has beaten one of the greats of all time. Edna Kiplagat has to settle for silver, and what an amazing bronze medal from Amy Craig. She's beaten the Commonwealth champion to become her nation's first female medalist in this event for 34 years. What a race and what a story for all three of the medalists.
Well, it's a usual word, absolutely superb. It really was. Look at Craig, she can't believe, she nearly got the silver right on the line there, catching Kiplagat almost on the line, just a metre or so. She can't believe it. She's in absolute tears. Well, here comes Demisic just behind. I think, what is that, in 5th place maybe. But wonderful, wonderful race. All 4 of those women coming across the line in the space of about, what, 10 seconds in a Women's World Championship.
That was an absolutely brilliant race, Steve. I mean, fair play to Chelimo, because silver would have been a fantastic achievement for her, upgrading from 8th in Rio last year. But somehow she found something, and then when she came back at Kiplagat, the great champion, the double winner, had to settle for silver this time.
Well, she's coughing a bit now. I think so much celebration, she didn't give a chance to actually recover. I think they wanted to pat her on the back so much she started coughing. Dibaba now coming through. Well, we expected a lot really, but maybe it was just in her legs today.
The defending champion out of the medals this time.
Trengro, I think it is, from Australia, is it or not? Yes, I think it is. A great run from her.
Really good run, beating Bahane Dibaba of Ethiopia and coming home inside 2.5 hours. But the gold medal belongs to Rose Chelimo. I don't think Amy Cragg can believe what she's achieved. America's first medalist since Marianne Dickerson got the silver behind the late great Greta Weitz back in 1983. And what a story as well for Serena Burler, overcoming cancer to represent her nation and be in the mix for a medal until very close towards the end of the race. A Selefesh merger got a bronze medal back in Berlin in 2009. And what a run from Charlotte Purdue there, coming home inside 2.5 hours. A sensational performance by the Briton. Top quality race that, it really, really was. Cragg is still crying.
Well, quite rightly so. Fantastic. She almost got the silver. What more could you want? Bronze medal, as you said, one of the best performances by an American in a World Championship for such a long time. And she took it to the Africans even more, which is more important, I think, because, as you said, it's inspirational for everybody. We tend to think that they're going to dominate. We tend to think that they're going to take the medals easily. But having come back strongly to beat Daniel in that 3rd place, almost grabbing the silver, what a great run from her.
And Edna Kiplagat may not have become the first man or woman to win 3 gold medals, but she's replicated Catherine Endereba's 2 golds and a silver. And there comes Alison Dixon, just behind Ando of Japan. She's not too far outside her lifetime best, and she really has enjoyed that. She's been a great ambassador for British distance running. At the age of 38, not far shy of her 39th birthday, it's a guard of honour for the British woman. She has loved every step of this race.
Fantastic. She's enjoyed it, but more so the crowd. The crowd have loved her on those lap courses. They've loved, cheering her on, and she's been high-fiving, she's been waving to them, she's been smiling, she's got the flag already. It's a big day for her. Okay, not a personal best, but what a race she had. What it really was. Leading the world's best for what, 15 kilometres or more?
Yeah, not the leading Brit home, but she has made a big, big impact. Alison Dixon with a Union Jack. Amy Cragg surrounded by the stars and stripes. Johannes, very good athlete from Namibia, 5th at the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow a few years ago. No disgrace with that, just a shade outside 2:32. Stopping her watch. Great race, Steve. I think we really, really enjoyed that. A very different race dynamic to that which unfolded in the elite men's race. 2 marathons back-to-back. I think that's really worked.
I think it has. I think it's been great for the crowd. It's been great for the atmosphere of these games, and to have it around a city that's obviously been disrupted somewhat, but I think the crowd have loved it. They really have. Conditions almost perfect here, really. think that's Diver coming through now. The Australian. Wow, that's interesting. We've just been told the medal ceremonies will take place in about 25 minutes in the Tower of London. Wow, look at that. What a finish to come into. As we said, it's great. It's great to have the landmarks that they've been passing, just watching them. Great, as I said, even when we saw in Berlin, all the landmarks we saw there, all the cities are putting on the best show, really, if they take the marathon into the cities itself at these World Championships.
I agree. I mean, it'd be interesting to ask the opinion of athletes who won a medal. Do they prefer to come into a stadium and have that great moment where there's 400 meters of people roaring, or do they want iconic landmarks? Maybe if they've got great moments like this to celebrate, they don't care where it is. Rose Chelimo becomes the world champion, beating a two-time winner and denying Edna Kiplagat an unprecedented hat-trick. A great effort from a woman who has produced so many great races in the World Championship. And what an amazing, amazing bronze medal for Amy Cragg, getting an American woman on the podium for the first time in over 30 years.
And our special man. I also want to take this opportunity to thank two experts for their enthusiasm, for their analysis, and for inspiring us.
Millie Clark just limping a little bit as she heads towards the line. It's not a bad performance at all. 13th in the World Half Marathon Championships in Cardiff last year. It is a great setting, Steve, and I know we've mentioned this a couple of times in the broadcast. We really enjoyed covering the race in Berlin. And to finish in the heart of a city, and to take, perhaps the real benefit is you're taking marathon running to those, in some cases, who might just be ambling past. You're promoting the sport perhaps to a wider audience than you would be if you have a marathon finishing in a stadium and then the diehards see it, which is great. But there may have been one or two people watching here who happened to just come out to watch the marathon because they were sightseeing in London, and they might decide to enter a 5 or a 10K or watch the next one on TV.
Well, that's right. I mean, you're actually taking it to the city. That's what I think is really important. I think London and well, the cities in the past that we know have done a great job are actually, I think, bringing the sport to the people. I mean, the marathons do that, and so, well, the marathons to a certain extent. The walks not so much really, because they usually have the walks in a course where the judges can actually be there, so it's not as far as the marathon. But not anybody else has to come into the stadium to watch athletics. They have to come in to watch the events. The marathon's the only event that goes out to the public. Costa, we saw her early on, didn't we, when she was trying to catch up. Her teammate obviously fading a little bit here.
I'm just looking down the results to see whether Ribeiro, the early leader, dropped out.
I just thought, no, she didn't drop out. She was way down, but it was some way down on the results, I'm afraid. But
very brave move from her early on.
Yeah, it was. I'm just trying to find where she finished. Yeah, 41st, I think. No, she was 41st at the 15K, but I'm not sure whether she finished or not. I'll have to wait and see.
Rose Chelimo is the world champion by 7 seconds, and look at that, Edna Kiplagat replicating that great performance from Enda Raber. 2 golds but silver this time, and Amy Cragg with a piece of history for the United States taking the bronze in exactly the same time. Selefesh Merger not on the podium this time. Charlotte Purdue, the first British woman home, and how Alison Dixon enjoyed her race. Down in 18th, but high-fiving the crowd and carrying the Union Jack all the way to the finish line. Tola, the expatriated Ethiopian who now represents Germany, coming home inside 2:34. Millie Clark of Australia with a season's best. A really intriguing race on the streets of the British capital. Well, if you stayed with us this far, we will see a few of the mid-race finishers coming home, and then we will have the medal ceremony for both marathons coming up in around about 15 minutes time, as Flanagan heading towards the finish. It's behind one of the Polish athletes. Great to see so many members of the public still here. Couple of really good races. Very different in terms of how they unfolded. That was Kowalska coming across the line there, twice European under-23 steeplechase champion. And Flanagan also breaking 2:40. And has Kim just got under that marker? Can't quite see. If she did, it was literally by seconds. Flanagan absolutely shattered. Yes, she will have done. Really high quality race. The Tower Hotel, incidentally, you can just see to the right-hand side of the bridge there. Quite an important landmark, as it were, in London Marathon Week. All the athletes who are invited to take part in one of the world's leading big city marathons tend to stay there for most of the week, as it is a stone's throw from the finish. Good running here by the Briton. Tracy Barlow just outside 2:40. Thames Valley Harrier, I believe. So we'll do plenty of her running in West London, not too far from here. Just outside 2:41. A great couple of races. And don't forget, presentations coming up soon.
Some very tired women coming in now, but they've got to be satisfied with any performance that you achieve. Oh, yeah, that looks like there's a bit of a pulled calf muscle there. Gonzalez just struggling in. I don't know how long she's been suffering with that, but she's struggling into the finish. Oh, it's pulling, and it's pulling hard for Gonzalez, the Spanish athlete. Well, as I said, there's a lot of tired women coming into the finish now, but we saw that obviously the top 10 coming comfortably, but behind them there's been a lot of women that have suffered. Although it's an easy course, a lot of turns and twists seem to have taken their toll. crowds have been wonderful, haven't they? They've been there virtually all day, what with the men's marathon and the women's marathon back to back. They've been out there in the sunshine, enjoying watching these athletes compete the course. As Gonzalez just been given some medical treatment so that she recovers quickly from that.
Coming up to 2 3/4 hours. Mongolian athlete coming through that barrier. Choi of Korea not too far behind. Really good to have had so many people lining the course and still sticking around to get the rest of the field home with good support. Well, by the way, if you are one of the hardcore and you've been with us since 10 o'clock this morning, we're not too far away from 5 p.m. local time. We've got plenty to keep you entertained tonight. Women's pole vault final. We've got javelin qualification for the women as well. The big climax of the evening is the women's 100 meters. Semi-finals and then the final. Semi-finals in the men's 4, and there could be some fireworks there with the likes of Wade van Niekerk, the defending world champion and reigning Olympic champion, taking on Botswana's Isaac Makwala. American LaShawn Merritt, former Olympic champion, in there. And we've got the semi-finals of the men's 110-meter hurdles, the men's shot put, the big boys coming out. Krauser will be the overwhelming favourite for gold in that one. He's put the shot to over 22 metres in at least 7 meetings so far this year. And we've got the semi-finals of the men's 800 as well. No David Rudisha, but that has left the field wide open. So if you are staying with us, we've got the 2 medal presentations still to come. Challoner, one of the South African athletes, making her way to the finish and getting good support. So by the time we finish, you'll have about an hour and 3/4 to have a comfort break, have some food, come back and join us again at 7 o'clock, ready for another 3 hours of world-class athletics at the climax of day 3. Feels like we've been here for a week already. We've seen so much great sport. Good to see the South African smiling there as she crossed the line. All these women still yet to finish comfortably inside 3 hours. No mean feat. .59 finishes so far.
A ring of Sweden coming in now. Obviously suffering somewhat. Doing the best she can to keep those legs going over the last part of the race. You can see the pain and suffering that's been going on. Not sometimes the best of things to see, but she's worked really hard. And as Rob said, she's got under the 3 hours, in fact quite easily, 2:48.39. You see, looking down at the results, you see this ring there we just saw. Her best time is 2:37. So she's run close to her personal best there in a World Championships, but she's been obviously back from the main field. But having said that, she's completed the course as best she can.
Rosa Godoy of Argentina coming home inside 2:50. And there's Tiori. Also scraping home under that barrier. Here's Rayleigh. And how about that? Another 2:50. That might have been Monica Athare of India, perhaps. India with a growing array of distance runners to improve and increase their mass participation events over there. Glorious day in London. That's the Shard in the background, the sharp triangle. I haven't been up that myself, but I'm assured it's well worth a trip. I think there's a restaurant at the top as well. So the medal presentation for the men's and women's marathon coming up fairly soon. And then we're back on the track. Well, we're not, we're in the commentary box, but the athletes are back on the track in just over 2 hours' time. That was Monica Athare, who came home just inside 2:50. This is Liu of China. Andreeva of Kazakhstan. People now at last just beginning to make their way off Tower Bridge. Andreeva completing the 2017 World Championship Marathon. Steve Ovett started dancing next to me. Big reaction there. And still they come forward. Had nearly 70 finishers now. Mayada Saeed running just behind Mateja Matosevic. Matosevic seems to be limping a little bit. Yeah, we can hear the music pumping from the tannoy. Steve Ovett has been dusting down a few dance moves. Both these women will come home inside 3 hours. Tower of London and Tower Bridge itself forming a fabulous backdrop for both races, virtually back-to-back. Men started at 11 this morning, the women around about 2 o'clock. So yet another athlete home, and she just got home, Saeed, inside the 2:55 barrier. Matosevic also there. Well, what a performance this was. A fantastic victory. Kirui was not to be beaten. Former world junior champion on the track. Here he was joining the likes of Abel Kirui, no relation, and Douglas Wakihuri as a Kenyan world champion. 2:08.27, a season's best. All the presentations still to come. So Geoffrey Kirui is the world champion. Tamirat Tola took the silver, and Alphonse Simbu the first medal for a Tanzanian man. Callum Hawkins with a PB in fourth. Brilliant performance by the Brit. Nakamoto completed the top 10, just a shade inside 2:13. A PB for Zamora, the Uruguayan, 2:16 on the nose. He finished 20th. Andrew Davis just outside the top 30 for Great Britain. And a personal best for the man from Malawi in 44th. And there were the finishers, 71 men completing the course.
Well, there's still a few women to cross the line in the marathon here at the World Championships. Well, this is... I remember sitting down once after the London Marathon, and I think it was Steve Jones actually that won that. And he got up and said he's had a hard race, and there was an old lady at the back that stood up and said, well, yeah, you've had a hard race, but I ran for 2 hours longer than you did. And she thought she had a longer and harder race than Steve, and I must agree with her. And I think some of these athletes here, although they're struggling, have run a hard race in this marathon.
Well, if there's people watching here and they've never run a marathon, I can assure you, even if you don't run it particularly quickly, if you're a club athlete, fun runner like me, you can hardly walk downstairs the next day. It's that downward motion. I know people who've run marathons and they slide downstairs for about 2 or 3 days afterwards. Walking upstairs is not too bad, but going down is absolute agony. Another one of the athletes coming home inside 3 hours. It really does take it out of you. And if you go to the hotel on Tower Bridge, another one of the Kazakhstani athletes coming home, if you go to Tower Bridge to do interviews the day after the London Marathon, even the top names, I can remember going to interview Paul Turgat, and he was hobbling down the stairs, and I thought, it's not just me then, everybody feels it.
Wow, and Treviso here, she's obviously feeling it's just managing to walk across the line there.
Simovic there of Serbia coming across the line. Right then, thank you for your patience. Thanks for staying with us. We have the presentations coming up very soon. The athletes are preparing to be introduced to the assembled crowd. All the photographers getting ready to make sure they get the
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony
correct
for the
image
men.
on the front page of all the respective papers in Tanzania, Ethiopia and Kenya.
Presenting the medals, Yokogawa Hiroshi, IAAF Council member.
IAAF Council member just being introduced to the crowd. And what a setting for these medals to be awarded, right behind the Tower of London.
Bronze medalist representing Tanzania.
A moment of history for a very talented young man, Alphonse Simbu, the first man ever from Tanzania to win a World Championship medal. He only just missed the podium in Rio last year. He's becoming a genuine force in global distance running, and he wasn't too far away from the man from Ethiopia who was coming back to him, but not quite quickly enough.
Silver medalist representing Ethiopia, Tamarat Tola.
Great running by the Ethiopian. You can see how gingerly he's coming up onto the podium. He's absolutely shattered. He was really tired at the end. Bronze over the 10,000 at the Olympics last year, and silver here. Two brutal events, and he's got a medal at both. What talent. The world champion who had enough left to really celebrate and wave to the crowd in the last 100 meters. Geoffrey Kirui, a former world junior champion on the track. He has done it on the biggest stage of all, on the roads of London. He was not to be beaten. An emphatic winning margin in the end. 2 hours, 8 minutes, 27 seconds. He is the champion of the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Kenya.
Well, a proud moment for Geoffrey Kirui, but even more so for Kenya. That's their first gold medal at these championships. I don't think it'll be their last, but a wonderful run from this man in the marathon. Quick shot for the photographers, as Rob said, just waiting down below the podium. Kirui, Tola, Simbu, Kenya, Ethiopia, Tanzania.
Mesdames et messieurs, les médaillés mondiaux.
Once again, your World Championship medalists.
One more presentation to come to the 3 medalists in the women's marathon. And then just enough time to prepare and get ready for another 3 hours on the track. We're back on air at 10 to 7. One more medal presentation to come. What a race it was.
Mesdames et messieurs, cérémonie protocolaire du marathon femmes.
The medal ceremony for the women's marathon, and what an absolutely superb race we very much enjoyed.
Les médailles seront remises par Monsieur Ewan Shepherd, directeur du groupe Lexus Royaume-Uni pour Toyota.
Presenting the medals, Ewan Shepherd, Director, Lexus UK, Toyota GB.
Ewan Shepherd will be making the presentation. I hope he had a good view of the race, because it was one of the most memorable, intriguing races we've had.
Bronze medalist,
representing the 34-year history
Amy Cragg
of the World Championships. And for the first time since that inaugural edition in Helsinki, there is an American woman on the marathon podium. Bronze for Amy Cragg after she outran the Commonwealth champion Flamina Chayech-Daniel to the bronze medal, and she came within a whisker of beating the 2-time champion Edna Kiplagat, with whom she shares the time 2:27:18.
Silver medalist representing Kenya, Edna Kiplagat.
She was so close to creating history with an unprecedented hat-trick of golds. Silver this time for Edna Kiplagat, to replicate the performance of her legendary compatriot Katrin Endereba, who won twice and finished second to Paula Radcliffe in Helsinki in 2005.
Médaille d'or et championne du monde, représentant le Bahreïn.
Gold medalist and world
But the winner,
representing
it looked as though she'd settled for silver with about 2 miles to go, but she found a great response, and she was not to be denied this golden moment. Rose Chelimo is the world champion. She adds her name to an illustrious, rich list of superb female marathon runners who have conquered all.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Bahrain.
Rose Chilimo, Edna Kiplagat and Amy Cragg, the three medalists from Bahrain, Kenya and the United States.
Medalists.
Well, it's been a very, very long session of athletics. If you missed the start, here are the highlights of day 3 so far. It has been an absolutely absorbing day of athletics, and we get to do it all over again in an hour and 15 minutes. Join us again at 6:30 tonight. We've got the men's 800 semi-finals, men's 400 semis and the women's 100. Bye for now.